All right, welcome back to part 3 of the 50th anniversary of Black Tot Day, our 24-hour celebration of rum. My name's Mitch Wilson.
And I'm Dawn Davies.
And together we are sugarcane
and champagne.
So we saw there an amazing video from New Zealand, Jack Horton. Absolutely incredible. We invited 50 bartenders from around the world to make some incredible cocktail videos, and we've been blown away. With what they said.
Incredible.
We really didn't expect anything that good, but we're absolutely amazed. And so thank you so much to everyone who's been submitting them, and we'll be playing more of those throughout the night for you to see as well. So if you have been joining us so far today, we've already done 12 hours of rum, which is enough for some people.
Sergio.
It's quite incredible. We could have just ended it there because it's been pretty amazing so far.
Yeah.
Like, I think if we'd just done that, everyone would have been like, that was really cool. That was really great. But here we go. We're halfway through.
And apparently Mitch and I are overachievers. So we decided, who wants 12 hours when you can do 24?
Absolutely. It just doesn't sound the same, does it? So.
No, it's kind of boring. 12, 24, you know? Who wouldn't like a double number?
So, well, if you're meeting us for the first time, so I'm the global ambassador for Black Tot Rum. I have the pleasure of drinking daiquiris in many, many places. Dawn.
And I am the head buyer for the Whisky Exchange. I get to drink for a living. Fantastic.
It's a wonderful time, and good friend to have as well. So, so today we'll introduce you a little bit to what sugarcane and champagne is, really, because. After all, we first of all have to welcome you, of course, to our social bubble.
Social bubble.
Now that you're all included and all part of this.
I've just eaten 10 bubbles.
That's a certain je ne sais quoi.
They're not rum-flavored bubbles, sadly.
So today we're going to be drinking some rum. We'll be drinking some champagne. We'll be having some daiquiris with some amazing bartenders from around the world. We've got some fun sessions lined up for tonight
we
as well.
have. I'm slightly terrified for JAMAICA and the DUNDERCATS because I've seen the emails bouncing back and forth between them all, and I think we may have started World War II, or III, or whatever World War we're on. It's clearly past my bedtime. But yeah, no, so we're really excited. We've got some fantastic sessions lined up tonight. I mean, who have we got, Mitch? We've got some awesome people.
So yeah, coming up in part 3, listen to this list. Joy Spence, Appleton Estate. Margaret Monplaisir from Chairman's St. Lucia Distillers. Maggie Campbell from Privateer in Massachusetts. We've got Sly Augustin from Trailer Happiness. Jessica Yen-Manzi from the US Bartenders Guild. Paul McFadden, my brother from Trailer and Plantation Rum. We've got Sergio as well from Trailer and Worthy Park.
My God, the list is so long we have to move the screen.
We've got to move the list up. We're going to have a daiquiri with Ian Griffiths as well, Trash Tiki legend. And we also have a special appearance from the Global Rum Room as well, who'll be joining us for a drink just before midnight. So if you're part of the Global Rum Room, go and join their Zoom this evening. They're all having a chat, maybe, I'm sure, about rum, probably about rum. And they'll be joining us just before midnight, so you can join the stream and have a cheers with us as well. Yes, Trailer.
Hello. Hello. I am supporting Trailer Happiness. Thank you very much. No, it's going to be a really fun session, and you know, we're so super excited to have you here tonight with us. And you know, you've been throwing up some awesome comments, some great questions, and you know, it's great to have you along for the ride. So, what do you reckon? A little tasting, because
yeah, we should have a little rum.
So as the buyer of the Whisky Exchange, it is my job to predict the next trends that are coming up in the world. So as part of our rum report, which will be coming up for every sugarcane and champagne episode, the breaking news is Claran is the next big thing. Now, we said rum was the next big thing. That's happened. Rum's there. I'm happy. Now I'm moving on. Claran. So to celebrate Claran as the next big thing, Mitch, what have we got in our glasses?
So obviously my favourite of all the Clarins Sajou. It's hard to go past that. So if you're not familiar with the world of Clarin yet, it all comes from Haiti. You get local little pot stills making rum all over the island, and this particular one for me just stands out as the absolute best. The little dash of this in your daiquiris. Delicious.
Amazing. And this is probably, well, no, it is, because there's no secret about how much I fucking love Clarin Sajou. I think I promote it more than anything else on the planet. And I love it because I'm a wine geek, and I'm all about terroir, which you may have figured out throughout this evening because that's all I ask. And there's something about this on the nose. You get this awesome green capsicum pepper. You get this beautiful sugarcane note that just coming through. Some really dusty, earthy notes. This is umami 101 for me, and I think it's just such a green olive. I mean, I could just keep going. You know, for me, complexity in a product is if I can find 9,000 things in it, and in this product, I always go back to it and I find more. On the palate,
I was going to say we should start tasting note bingo with Dawn Davies, and we just get little cards for you all at home. You can play along.
This is awesome. And what I love about it, so Mitch and I were running through the tastings yesterday, and I said to him, breathe in when you have this rum. And he breathed in, and there's this lovely menthol note, which for me is just perfect. It just freshens your palate. And I believe we had someone that was saying breakfast done. Well, this is the perfect breakfast rum for me. Breakfast, lunch, dinner.
It's Mrs. Rum from Melbourne joining us as well. So Australia's waking up. That's cool. Here we go. We're getting into the America-Australia portion of the show. It's going to get pretty raucous. We've got Sergio as well, who's going to stay up with us all night because he's as crazy as they come, and we love him.
And there's why would you not want to stay up for 24 hours?
Absolutely, yeah.
Who knows? And I don't know if anyone out there, I mean, if there's anyone that's been up for so far, if anyone has any favorites from the last sessions, if you want to shout out who you thought was awesome and exciting and interesting. Oh my goodness, the La Roche is amazing.
Yeah.
And just see, who did you love? Who was your favorite person or session from the last 12 hours? Because there's been a few. Unless you're all so drunk you can't remember the last 12 hours, and then everything we've done is for nothing.
It'll be recorded. It'll be fine. But
Trudian, absolutely, that was one of my favorites. I think I say that after every session. Yeah,
no, it's been pretty stellar so far. So also we're giving away some rum tonight. So if you'd like to win a bottle of Black Top Finest Caribbean, just throw up in the comments who you want to drink a rum with, who you'd be having a rum with today if we weren't being socially distanced or far apart. So tag who you'd want to have a rum with, share the stream. We'd rather give you rum than we would give Zuckerberg any money. So yeah.
And clearly I do not want to be having a rum with Mitch because I've been having a rum with him for the last 12 hours. So I'd love it if one of you tagged me. Thanks.
If we survive this, the after party will be at Trailer Happiness. They open at 1 p.m. So if we survive and we can stay up for another 3 hours after this finishes, we will be at Trailer. So join us there, or just go and celebrate for us if we're asleep. So.
Which could be likely.
Either way. It'll be good.
Amazing comments, and I think you're all right. Everyone's throwing up pretty much everyone from all the sessions, and I think that's just testament to the fact that we've had some absolutely fucking awesome people. I think they were. I've learned so much, and I think that's what's so exciting about rum is that it's a continual learning feast, and
I think this for us was. I know we talked about it earlier in the sessions, but for us this is Black Tot Day. Yes, it's a Black Tot rum event, but the whole point about Black Tot and for me the Navy Blend was it brought all of these different rums from around the world together, and so it made sense. Why would we not do that as a celebration. You know, I don't see the only way I see rum as a category building up is if we all support each other and come together. And hopefully this day goes a little way towards building that and bringing everyone from the rum family in one place. So
yeah, gotta love rum fam.
Oh yes.
So, are you ready, world? Because I think we're at that stage because we have 3 absolutely awesome people coming up in this session. I mean, I can't begin to understand what's going to go on in this session. Part of me is slightly worried, and I shouldn't have been worried about Luca's session because that was going to be easy in comparison to controlling this one. So, do you think we're ready?
Yeah.
World?
Let's bring them in. I can see them waiting backstage. I think they're ready. So our next session, Jamaica and the Dundercats. We have
starring Zhang Kong, the legend himself. Christelle Harris is back for a second session. Girl, we fucking love you. And last, but definitely not least, George Frost, who is the rogue one in this situation. Guys, welcome back.
Yes, welcome.
George, what's happened to your hair?
Lockdown.
Yes.
Lockdown happened, Dawn.
I love it.
You're looking amazing, Dawn, in your trailer happiness tee.
Oh yeah, love
your
it.
Your trailer tee.
We're supporting the trailer guys, and you were looking gorgeous in your Duppy share T-shirt.
Official Supreme collaboration, naturally.
Is that really official, or is that some bootleg shit, George? Is that really official?
No.
Oh yes.
Wait, hang on. It does say a Supreme Rum. I just can't really. There we go.
Supreme Rum.
Christelle's gone.
George would have showed his tips so early on in the session.
Yeah, I know. Christelle, you're on mute. Oh, here we go.
You muted me, and I was trying to muting myself. That's it. Sorry, my other work and.
What do you mean other work?
Hi guys.
Yeah, hello.
Christelle, the funny part is, guys, Christelle and I both live in Jamaica, but since we're not traveling, we don't see each other because I only see Christelle in like London, Paris, Berlin, New York. I don't see her in Jamaica.
I know that I'm stuck in Jamaica. I've had to actually really work my other jobs. Like I don't have an excuse. I can't be like, guys, no, I have to go and sell rum.
Yeah.
No, it was.
By the way, you can't say annoyingly, I'm stuck in Jamaica.
Well,
it's island fever. Island fever.
No, it's
yeah. We all need some island fever. We've got no fever.
We've got coronavirus English island fever, which is just not the same as Jamaica.
Most boring kind.
Yeah. I've always wondered. So you both live in Kingston, don't you?
Yeah.
No, I moved.
Wait, you moved?
Did you?
See,
I didn't even know that.
I thought you were just spending time in.
No, I live at Worthy Park now. I can look at the distillery from my yard.
See, that makes so much sense. I need to get some people that work for Hampden that actually live there.
Yeah.
Living in Kingston is a little bit of a drive.
Yeah. Anyway, so I guess we're here. Sorry, we've completely hijacked Mitch and Dawn.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Sorry.
Who are those two guys in the corner?
Yeah.
We've got another 12 hours, so you guys chat away.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Dawn, where are you? So you guys are in HQ, are you?
We are in Park Royale. Yes, folks, you heard it here first.
The most misleading town in London.
Yeah, and name.
This sounds so fancy.
I did make it sound a little better than it is. We're essentially on the biggest industrial estate in Europe. But we have decorated for you guys tonight. You know, we went out there and we thought, you know, what does Christelle, Zan, and George want us to do? And we thought they needed flamingos, palm fronds, and
well, Dawn, as you know, Lady Champagne, I was desperate to come and shoot live with you, but you didn't let me.
George emailed me. He's like, so where's this event taking place? Can I come down and be with you live? I'm like, we're not letting anyone in the office, George.
Yeah,
thank God for COVID. You can lock your doors on him now.
I wanted to be shot like just off where Dawn is, and then for you guys to be like, oh, I recognize that, and then me just to creepily just slot in right behind Dawn. Freak you out, Zan.
It's kind of like our Dave Broom here. He's just
I saw him.
It's the next 24 hours or probably 48 because, you know, we're overachievers, as I said before. We'll have to have a Duppy George just standing behind, you know. We'll relegate Dave and bring in a Duppy.
Yeah, I literally have never been more excited about hearing a new name than the DUNDERCATS. I love that. It was genius.
Actually, George, when we eventually start talking about rum, we'll ask you if you're going to do a Duppy version of the DUNDERCATS.
Yeah, no, we don't need a Duppy version. This is the DUNDERCATS. And much as Zan is trying to play it all cool, he is desperately in love with me.
I do. Since the first day I laid eyes on you, George, I've had the biggest...
And Zan, where are your kids?
The kids?
Yeah.
The kids? Fuck, where are the kids? I don't know. One was climbing on me like 10 minutes ago, and I don't know where they are. There's a car, the truck started, the dirt bike started, and then I haven't seen anybody since. So,
and Mitch, can you just explain again? Hate to jump in on the show, but Mitch, can you explain what you meant by "I've just seen a crocodile pig" on one of your posts?
That was me.
Is that you? What?
Been learning some old naval slang.
What's a crocodile pig?
So a crocodile pig is a really terrifying beast.
No way.
Yes,
was that after you saw George's haircut?
God, look how awful Christelle's lockdown is.
I'm guessing I'm going to deliver. Thanks, Lamar.
Christelle, are you sure you're okay in lockdown in one of the most exotic paradises being waited on hand and foot? Oh, and also obviously a natural straw there. Darling. Also, what time is it with you and why are your curtains closed?
It's one of those fake curtains. There's nothing behind it but a wall.
It's like you look like you look like what's her name? You look like Carol Baskin with a fake backdrop.
Did we already go? We already went to Paddington. We already went to
room.
Every interview should start with Carol Baskin.
Yeah.
Oh my God, George.
Anyway, what are we here for? Anyway, Mitch, the reason I asked is because maybe this little guy could be quite crocodile pig.
He is a crocodile pig,
exactly
absolutely.
Like a crocodile pig.
I love the fact George did a little promotion over here.
Yeah. Subtle, wasn't it?
The real life version of that picture is actually George's Tinder profile pic. In his closet.
And the Tinder talks when go on.
Are you a crocodile pig? Do you know what? I feel that next year there's going to be a crocodile pig from Duppy.
Yeah.
Crocodile pig.
He's our beastly Notting Hill Carnival character. How beastly are they? Do they kill people?
They're crocodile pigs. No, you can have a mega crocodile pig, which is slightly more intense than a crocodile pig.
Or ginormous
crocodile pig.
There's different scales.
You can also have a crusty pasty, which we quite liked as well.
Crusty pasty?
Yeah.
Is that just
all this British humor is going right over my head right now? I'm so confused.
Nice. Oh, no, wait, what is that? Oh, a crusty pasty. That's brilliant.
It's a tortoise. Hold on.
Yeah, it's hard to get which way it is, isn't it? Do you want to hear something interesting about a Cornish pasty?
Well, why not? Because we're not
I
talking
feel like we
about
don't have a choice. I really feel like we don't have a choice. We're going to hear anyways.
So why does it have a crust around the edge?
Because they needed to keep the juice in.
No, because they were originally eaten by coal miners, and there was loads of there are loads of poisonous stuff down there. So they ate like crabs, and yeah. And Mitch, I've got a question for you.
Yes.
So back in the day when we used to do we still do them, our training sessions, we used to ask a load of rum related questions. A couple of them are related to Black Pot Day. Huh?
Right.
Which we haven't managed to do yet.
No. Don't worry, it'll come. And one of the questions was, in what year was the word rum's first ever documented usage?
Ooh, that is a good question.
I do have several books here, which if I could refer to them.
Maybe you should read them, Dawn.
And George, are you going to enlighten us, or you just don't have a fucking clue?
Well, normally people would at least have a go, but 1661.
Well, 1691.
1661.
1661.
Yeah, it's a pretty boring answer, isn't it? But
Where was it?
George?
right, that's all I got.
Oh.
That's me out.
That was George's sum total knowledge on rum.
That's the whole joke.
And Sergio said that you're wrong, and it's 1663. Oh no! He guessed.
Oh, he guessed. Okay, good.
Okay, I'm gonna bring this back into the house because George, shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. Okay, Sam's gone. Sam's like that's in the house. Or he's found the kids.
No, I feel like I needed a light on or something.
So, I mean, we called you the DUNDERCATS because Jamaican rum is famous for its dunder. Not that all of Jamaican rum is dunder heavy or dunder lead, but I think what we wanted to do tonight before George took us on a wild random. I'm not sure what we went on, but it was fun.
You lucky souls.
Christelle doesn't look so lucky. Maybe we can talk about Jamaica at some point.
So maybe Zan, maybe you can open this up.
I don't even know what. Yeah. Hi, everybody. That's George Frost. Duppy share. No, I guess we're here to talk about Jamaican rum in all seriousness. We obviously, as you can see, we have a lot of fun when we talk about Jamaican rum. But it is something that, here in Jamaica, we take it very seriously, and it is very much intertwined into, kind of our social, cultural, everything that we do in Jamaica is about rum. And I think what at some point we're going to talk about what makes us special and what makes Jamaica rum unique. But, I think that, Jamaica is one of those islands that, no matter where you are in the world, whether you've been here to Jamaica or not, when you hear about Jamaica, there's something that, you kind of relate to and you gravitate to. Sorry, my cat wants to, since we're talking about DUNDERCATS.
DUNDERCATS! Oh, he's so cute.
Hi. Okay.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah. Point being, Jamaica's dope as shit, so you guys should all come here when you get a chance.
Thank you for inviting us, Sam. We'll be on the first plane out.
Yeah, unless you're from America, then you got to slow your roll a little bit. But
Well, I would
Sam,
like
what's your, what,
Oh, sorry, Christelle, we lost you.
oh, we've lost
Oh.
Christelle for a second.
We've lost I'm George.
Let's go back
Back.
to that for a second. No, Sam, what is your DUNDERCATS name? Sorry.
Oh, big surprise. His name is Ginger.
That's original.
Yeah, and then the other cat, which doesn't let me touch her, because she's a cat, is Deps. And Sunny, my daughter, named him Deps because she's like, Dad, he's like got a dark coat like the depth of the sea. I'm like, that is some deep shit, girl. So we named him Deps.
And I think we have Christelle back. Christelle, bring us back to where you were.
I'm just saying, you guys can come and stay here because I have lots of room. Thanks to COVID.
Yay, we're coming.
Nice.
You know, I think the question is, you know, and we have to ask it because I think it's one of the questions we've been asking throughout this, because I think what we want to know is you're right, Zan, what makes Jamaica Jamaica? You know, why is Jamaican rum so special? And, you know, for me, it's one of those rums, it doesn't matter who's producing it, I stick my nose in it and I know it's Jamaican. And for me, actually, Jamaican rum is one of the ones that really does have a sense of terroir and a sense of place, and immediately, bam, you know, every time we try, we're like, that's Jamaica. So how, why?
I think a lot, you know, there's so much. It's funny. Someone asked me yesterday. They were like, because we were talking about Hampden and the difference of what, you know, Hampden, Christelle, and their team do there versus what we do in Worthy Park. And, you know, on paper, you know, we're both double retort pot still distilleries. You know, we're both making, you know, real Jamaican rum, aging, everything we're doing here in Jamaica. But every distillery, we're so unique, you know, in terms of when you talk about, you know, the yeast that you're using, you know, the water supply that you use, just everything about each distillery on the island is so different. Like, even though you can spot Jamaican rum, you know, miles away, like you said, Dawn, you know, Hampden is so different than Appleton, is so different than New Yarmouth, than Worthy Park, than Clarendon. So we're all very unique in our own way. But, you know, Jamaican rum always reminds me of, you know, there's an old tourist board saying in Jamaica, it's like, you know, once you go, you know, and it's the same thing with Jamaican rum. It's like, once you have Jamaican rum in your glass, like your life is never going to be the same in the best way possible.
Is it the water though, Dan? Because that's the only common thread, really, isn't it? I think it's just the water.
Yeah, and it's through the limestone aquifer, so it's all, you know, natural water here. But I think it's also that, you know, if you're looking at just the pot still part, you know, we're all going for, you know, very flavorful rums. And even when we're at Worthy Park, we make, you know, our lighter pot still rum compared to Hampden. You know, it's still miles and miles away from a lot of the other rums that are out there on the market. And I think it's just everything wrapped up into it, Christelle. It's like the passion, the love, the history that we all put into what we're doing. I think it just, you know, it makes it special.
Dan's actually asked if it's something to do with longer fermentation times in Jamaica.
I think so, because for sure. We at Hampden, our fermentation time is long. I thought it was the longest, but then I just recently found out that Worthy Park, you guys do a very long fermentation as well. But I can't speak for anybody else, so I don't really know. Yeah,
I mean, your shortest is what, Christelle? Your shortest fermentation time?
Our shortest would be like 7 days, but because we're very much teetering between science and art all the time, we have to just wait for it, because the fact that we use wild yeast, and there's a lot of waiting around a lot of the time, and it's very dependent on what's happening at that particular time in the environment, whether it's a certain time of the year or we're experiencing certain weather. So there's no textbook answer. You know, if we're going after OWH that says that we're going to be waiting 7 days as opposed to 10 for fermentation. It really depends, but the minimum would be 7.
Yeah. So we're like on opposite ends, because we'll do our lightest rum is 30 hours, but it's a very controlled, you know, fermentation. And then our highest or our wild fermentation is, you know, 2 to 3 weeks. It's just like Michelle said, you know, it's at it's you're at the whim of temperature and environmental conditions as well.
So Zan, are you doing both proprietary yeast and wild ferment, or?
Yeah, so we actually use three because we use a commercial yeast as well. Dry activated yeast. We have a proprietary yeast from our cane fields, and then we have for our high ester yeast that we use, what we call our wild yeast. We add cane juice, cane stalks, and molasses into 20,000. We have 4 20,000 liter pre-fermenters, and we let that sit for 90 days. So we let that sit in the bacteria culture that develops is what we use for our high ester rum.
And Zan, is that something you're topping up continuously, or it's just fresh batch every time?
Well, we have 4 of them, so we let them sit and then we draw down on it and we do another one. Hey, what's up, dude?
Just quickly, can the guy? Yeah.
Say hi. You're live right now. It's live. It's an ongoing talk.
You're on Sky. And just to vindicate our totally epic name, Zan, can you explain what Dunder is?
I'm going to defer that one to Christelle. In terms, just because in Dunder in Jamaica is what we refer to as the waste or the leftover after distillation. But I think what everyone wants to hear is what Christelle does with that Dunder and her muck pits. Say hi.
Hi. Hello, sweet.
Hey.
All right, Christelle.
Anyone visit you?
Look how pretty they are.
They're so precious. I want one.
He said you can have Sunny.
I don't know if I could manage to live in like 2 hours. But
Yeah.
so Dunder, yeah, I'll take that. I think one of the reasons why people are so obsessed with Dunder, and they speak about Hampden, and Hampden is kind of synonymous with this mythical thing which is Dunder, is that there's also the incorrect one that Dunder is the same thing as muck. But I suppose we can get to that in a bit. But Dunder is basically what's left in the still after a distillation run. So it's your waste. We utilize our Dunder. Well, obviously we get rid of some of it on the fields, what we can by law, and we also reuse some of it in our next runs. So it's the reuse of that Dunder in our subsequent fermentations that I think makes us a little bit different, and it's that's one of the components of our very high ester rum, and one of the reasons why we're able to produce high ester rum. How does that differ to what you do with it, Zan?
Yeah, we capture it back and we use it for fertigation. So we use it all as fertilizer in our cane fields. Okay. We have that ability because we have a lot of cane fields here, so we are able to use it for that. But we don't use any of it back in fermentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
George,
to be super clear,
It was too dark.
Yeah. So you moved.
Yeah. Just a lighting change.
Just a light. Well, George, it's made all the difference. You're looking gorgeous.
Thanks.
So to be really, really clear, the difference between muck and Dunder. Dunder is almost like a sour mash. It's what comes off. It's the lees, the spent yeast that comes off stuff. Muck is actually something quite different, and is pretty much Dunder, but with a butt ton of steroids in a very natural way. Would that be kind of?
Yeah. So the muck is this wicked like witch's brew. If you want to get back to some mythical terminology, it's not really witch, but it's a Hampden brew of bacteria and acids and just wonderfully rich, nasty, hogo-inducing stuff that it's mixed into fermented molasses and cane juice and the Dunder, and that creates the wash that is then sent for distillation. And that muck comes from the muck pit.
Mm-hmm.
I know. light bulb moment. The muck pit is actually situated underneath the fermentation house. So the fermentation house of the distillery is something that you can actually walk through, and there are these big open air cedar vats, but they're on a raised platform all throughout, and about 8 feet below that is this muck pit. So it's like one huge giant pool of gunk, and that muck, which is the bacteria and the acids, that a little it's plunged. I don't really know how often because I'm never there long enough to see how often it's plunged, but it's plunged to get everything kind of moving, almost like a digestive system. And then buckets of it are put into each fermentation vat as what is really charging the beginning of the fermentation.
And Christelle, are you adjusting the amounts you would add for different mucks you were trying to create, or is it a similar amount that you'd add for each one, and then just the length of fermentation affects?
A very good question. Usually I would say yes, but I have no idea. I'll commit to that one. I've stopped lying and claiming that I know things that I don't know. I actually don't know, because I've truthfully never even really seen it. I've seen it done, but I don't know how they adjust it. That's something that I'm not so, I suppose I need to become a little bit more scientifically inquisitive. I'll have an answer for Black Tot Rum Day.
For the 48 hours. Thank you.
Zan, I remember when you were taking me around Worthy Park, probably a couple of years ago now, there was a rumor that you said, in terms of adding that sort of feistiness, punkiness to the fermentation, that some distilleries across the globe were rumored to do some fairly unconventional stuff.
Oh, you mean like what I used to say, what the Jamaicans used to put in the muck pits?
Yeah.
Like, for the record, that tour with George, I feel like I blacked out for the 4 hours he was there. But yes, you do hear all those stories. I'm sure Christelle gets told them all the time about the use of goats and goat carcass and bats and all sorts of things in the muck pits. But I can tell you, goats, we eat a lot of goats here. I can't imagine us wasting any in a muck pit.
Yeah.
So
In fact,
tasty meat.
it is. It's delicious, but as a curry, not as a part of a rum. Well, no, that's one of the reasons that I pushed for us to become more transparent about our methodology and about our production process at Hampden, because we were new into this, and I was obviously the journalists were starting to try to gain access, because never before had they had any actual real access to Hampden. Yeah. Now there's this family that's come and taken over, and they put this rum in a bottle. So clearly I wanted to be able to get fresh out of it. So I wanted to create relationships with anybody who was interested in hearing anything about us. So they would come, and because there was always this kind of mythical, element to Hampden, it seemed like there were secrets to be kept. I started asking questions, and I said, what is all this stupidness about bat heads and goat this and and the master distiller, Mr. Wisdom at the time, he says, Christelle, nothing like that exists. I can show you what we do, but I think it's just because there's been so much, it's only really the connoisseurs that were interested in Hampden, and because there was no accessibility to be able to learn about our process, there were just it was more exciting to create something out of nothing as opposed to believing that it really wasn't, carcasses. So
journalism, eh?
I know, go figure. So that's one of the reasons, that's actually the main reason why I wanted to become transparent about our process, especially when I realized that the elements of our production made it impossible for our rum to be produced elsewhere, because I didn't know anything about it at the time, really. Yeah. And I learned quickly that, Worthy Park can't be produced here. We can't produce Worthy Park rum there. Appleton can't reproduce what we do anywhere. Nobody can reproduce what we have anywhere. So why
you could build Hampden? You could build Hampden at Worthy Park, like the distillery, inch by inch, and it would never produce the same rum based on everything else that goes into it.
Never.
Yeah.
And and I think that's going. So someone was bringing it up before, this idea of micro terroir. So it's not just about the terroir of an island. That an island's big. There are so many different cultural or climate influences, soil influences, people influences. And actually, there's that element of that sort of really kind of local and the temperatures in the warehouses, and if you're close to the sea, and it's so fascinating to understand those sort of micro what makes each distillery so unique. And George, you chose Jamaica when you were looking at the Duppy as part of the blend. And what drew you to that? I mean, what was it about Jamaica that you said, actually, I want to use that as part of what we were doing in Duppy?
Yeah, I think it's two things really, which the guys who obviously know a hell of a lot more about rum than I do, but perhaps being as close as they are / obviously on the island. One of the things that we love at Duppy, and me myself, is I think as both Christelle and Zan reference there, is each island has its own ways of making rum, but I think each island has its completely own personality. And as Zan said, if you go to Jamaica, you know you're in Jamaica. And I think that in the rum, I think is the perfect expression of that, in that, if you go to Jamaica, and I'd say the two most famous islands certainly in the UK, I'd say in Europe, in the Caribbean, are probably Jamaica and Barbados. And I think there's a really nice kind of contrast, not just in the same way, in that the rum making style, or the style of the rum, I think really reflects nicely on the kind of vibe of the island. And in Jamaican rum, what we loved about Worthy Park is it's got that kind of high ester, as we've been talking about, but punchy, kind of fiery taste, and it kind of cuts through any blend. And I think a blend is such an incredible thing, but a blend made up of quite kind of similar, sort of quite soft rums is a bit pointless. And so we wanted that kind of feisty Worthy Park 3-year-old rum to blend with a terrible Barbados rum, because obviously we love Jamaica, but we all obviously love Richard's Hill, which is where the 5-year-old rum comes from. So in a very succinct answer to your question, Dawn, we love the feistiness of it. We love that kind of really kind of dry tropical fruit, and the fact that it had, even though it's super approachable and delicious, it had that ability to cut through our blend, but equally, as I'm sure Zan will be able to tell you better, it makes one of the best, his rums and Christelle's too, make some of the best daiquiris around, because they've got that ability to cut through lime and cut through the sweetness of the sugar. So yeah, that's what I like about Jamaican rums.
That was
so sweet, George.
Thanks, mate. Yeah. Go to the next page. Yeah, and so yeah.
Are you gonna ask
and also
from Worthy Park?
Yeah, and also, as you're saying, Dawn, in the before we came on, I think that the everyone that you meet, and this is going to sound cheesy, but everyone I've ever met who's even slightly connected to rum, it does what it says on the tin. Rum, I think it's so welcoming. It's so, the community is an epic one. The rum family is an epic institution, and I think, I dread to think what Gin Fest is like, or what Vod Fest is like. But as Zan said there, and as Christelle said, even, we just look forward, and this is something we always say with Duppy, is we are a rum first, Duppy second. Like we any rum event, as I hope you guys know, we're always there, and it's I'd love to say it's a strategic decision, but it's not. It's just a chance to kind of hang out with some amazing people, and anyone you meet, you've got a real likelihood of becoming good mates with them, which is so refreshing.
And I remember when George first met me, and I was working at Selfridges, and the amazing Ian Burrell brought George, introduced me to George, and George was like, I'm producing a rum. I'd really like to talk to the buyer. He said, George.
Yeah, you didn't do that justice, and you sweetly said that at that time I'd never met Ian, and you sweetly said he introduced me. He didn't have a fucking clue who I was, but it was basically, it was 2 weeks. I think it was 2 weeks before. No, it was like a month before we were going to have our like full bottle ready, and I saw Ian Burrell was going to be at the Selfridges rum night. I think it was a rum night.
Yeah, we did a rum night.
And Ian was talking to this very attractive, but in my eyes, unnamed, unimportant woman. And I was desperate to meet Ian Burrell, like an 8-year-old Man U fan wanting to meet Beckham. And I ran up to him and kind of verbal diarrheaed exactly what we were trying to do with Duppy, and kind of completely taken aback. He was kind of like, oh, and this is Dawn. And I was like, oh God, I'm so sorry. You know, how rude of me. And then I was like, anyway, what do you do? And Dawn was like, oh, I'm a buyer. I was like, oh, cool, for what? And she was like, rum. And I was like, oh, for where? She was like, Selfridges. I was like, oh, fuck. But then, as I tell the world and everyone in it, is Dawn was like, love the sound of what you're doing. Come in and see us on Monday. And on Monday, we went in with a mock bottle of the original Duppy, which is actually full with Captain Morgan, because that was the closest colour we could get, and a tiny little vial, which I always think is a really like, what's the word? Anyway, not a great name for what should house delicious liquid, but a little vial of Duppy, and thankfully she said yes, and the rest is history.
I didn't realise that bottle was full of Captain Morgan.
Yeah. Thank God I didn't just, I mean, think how different it would be if I just poured the wrong bottle.
I mean, a whole different story.
Wouldn't be able to buy epic swag like this, that's for sure.
Oh, Georgie, Porgy.
Never a dull moment with this one.
I know.
It is a bad haircut, though, isn't it?
Oh, it's fucking terrible, man.
Yeah. You can talk.
This is what happens after that. You go from that to this.
2 hours
I
later.
asked George a question. That was such a wrong move.
Yeah.
Keep asking questions.
You should have X Factor. You should have the X Factor buzzers.
I have a megaphone. I might go get it.
We almost did, but yeah, where's the megaphone? Perfect.
Okay. This was meant to be for Luca, but I think I need
Oh, nice. I'm touched that didn't come out with Luca and has come out with me. I'm hurt, actually.
Not surprised.
Mitch, bring it back into the house because I can't take it.
Saving.
All right, so well, let's throw this one back to Zan. So, Zan, Jamaica is almost as famous, if not more famous, for its unaged overproofs as it is its aged rum.
Yes, Dan.
And there's no denying that Jamaican DNA coming through. And I think, you know, one of the things that just in our last session, Frank Ward mentioned was like the real test of a distiller is the unaged rum he can make. You know, what it comes like when it's off a still. And, you know, you guys have brought out some incredible rums, Rum Bar and you know, bartender favorites like that. What's, you know, how much identity is tied up just in the pure distillate before aging, before anything else? You know, what is unaged overproof to you?
Oh, it's everything. I mean, just to give you some context of the Jamaican overproof market, we have roughly 2.9 million people in Jamaica. And we go through, as an industry, as a category, I should say, about 600,000 9-liter cases of overproof on the island alone, not export, not in any other market, just in Jamaica. So just to give you a little bit of context of how much we drink of it on the island. And I think...
So I found out a fun fact then.
What's that?
I found out a fun fact about Jamaica that Jamaica per square mile has more rum bars than anywhere else in the world.
And churches. and we have the busiest KFC as well in Montego Bay.
That's not a good thing, Zan. That's not a good thing.
Oh, but if you've ever had Jamaican KFC, Jamaican KFC is the shit. I will support Jamaican KFC till I die.
And you're
But
not
I won't
supposed
eat it overseas. I won't eat it anywhere else but Jamaica.
No, but you're not even supposed to say that because your auntie owns Island Grill. That's a direct competitor.
I love KFC. I'll eat Island Grill over KFC. And to Thalia, I love you. I'll eat Island Grill over KFC, but I'll eat KFC in Jamaica over KFC anywhere else in the world.
Cosign. It's the best. It's a national treasure.
Yeah, barbecue. Yeah, barbecue, hot and spicy. Yeah.
I'm the hot and spicy natural.
You are so hot and spicy, girl. It is insane.
I'll be the barbecue. George could be the mashed potatoes.
Yes. Mashed potato.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't even know what the question was anymore. But
No, it was just rum bars.
KFC. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, white rum. Sorry, yeah, white rum. I think the other thing, and Christelle would agree with me. White rum in Jamaica is not just something that we drink, right? Like every house in Jamaica will have a bottle of white rum, and it's because it's used for when you're sick. It's used for if you have fever, if you're congested, if you have a little flu coming on, take a shot of white rum with some lime and honey. If funerals are really big in Jamaica, and you have to have. We have something called 9 night, which is 9 nights after the person passed away, and there's always rum. Like white rum is everything in Jamaica.
And they don't just drink it at the funerals either. They throw it on the ground as an homage to the person who has passed. And even when you're at a party or you're out in a drink outdoors, you'll always see people just throwing rum on the ground because that's the first sip is for the people that have passed before, and it really comes from the white rum. It's a white rum cultural reference.
Yeah. It's one of the guys that works out here, he got caught in the rain, and a lot of it's very superstitious as well, right? He got caught in the rain, and he had to literally rub himself down with white rum so he didn't catch sick. And it's hilariously ridiculous, but it's true. Like it is part of the a lot of the superstitions here.
So Zan, if you could only drink gold rum or white rum for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Well, what does that even mean, George?
Yeah,
It's just
George.
it's a question, Zan. Don't read too much into it.
No, but I mean, what does gold rum even mean?
Okay. Well,
age or unaged is a different story. Age or unaged is a different story.
I'm talking about, as Christelle was saying, there's a real, it's a white rum thing. It's like almost a cultural thing more than it being a liquid thing. Yeah. So would you rather just answer the question, white rum or gold rum?
Well, I think what you really mean is, do I like unaged rum or aged rum?
No, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna tee you up, Zan. I'm gonna tee you up here for something here. Is it true that Ray and Nephew is by far and away the top selling Jamaican white rum?
Oh yeah, 100%, hands down.
Oh no. Wait, okay. I thought last time I came there, your sales on Ray and Nephews were going real good.
Buddy, if that was the case, I wouldn't be sitting on the couch here. I'd be flying my private jet to be with Mitch and Dawn in studio.
Oh shit!
No. Really, I mean, Ray and Nephew is the white rum of Jamaica because it's the biggest brand for centuries. Jamaican rum historically was never branded. So even though we had in the mid 1800s 600 and something distilleries, no one was branding it. It's a throwback to how we made sugar, how we were as a colony. Everything was made as a commodity. So, Ray and Nephew was the first to actually create a brand, and nobody really followed suit until look at Hampden and Worthy Park. Combined, we've been around for 600 and something years, and we've only branded our own rum within the past 15.
But also branded it literally because of the name of the distillery. right?
No, just in general, just even any bottled branded rum is coming off the island. Yeah, Rum Fire, 2010, 2011.
But if you look at the kind of brand, you know, in a wider sense, you know, vodkas, a lot of gins, you know, they're not named after the name of the shitty still they came out of, or the kind of land that they're on. Whereas a whole load of rums are obviously Worthy Park is called Worthy Park because it comes from Worthy Park. Same with Hampden.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the beauty of, you know, Jamaica is, you know, each one of us is telling a different story through our rum. So it makes sense for us to want to promote our rum, our distillery name, our estate names when we're selling our rum, because we're all different. I mean, vodka's vodka. You know, it's pretty. I don't know. I don't even know how to talk about rum.
This is interesting, though, you know, Zan, because the point that George is making, actually, I wouldn't have understood nor made that point.
Thanks.
No, I
feel like a lot of what George says, we could all say that.
When we came out with the product Rum Fire, because we did not understand how important rum was, and we didn't understand how important the actual entity Hampden Estate would be to the rum community, because we never really realized it existed in terms of the understanding of it as being from somewhere special. Yeah. I had never heard of Hampden before. I'd never heard of Worthy Park before. The only thing I ever heard of was Appleton. So at that point in time, even though it was only 10 years ago, nobody knew about these places in Jamaica. So we actually, I mean, I was just speaking for myself, but my family and I, we didn't know that there would be such importance placed on the geographical entity Hampden Estate and its recognition internationally. It was only when we took over, my grandfather said, well, if it's so important that, you know, we have these relationships with third party, you know, bulk rum buyers, and they're paying so much money for it, then it must be worth something. There must be some sort of recognition. That's when we decided to bottle a product. But again, we didn't really understand the importance of Hampden Estate. So we came up with this thing called Rum Fire. Don't even ask. And then we started aging in Jamaica, because we realized that, so when we send all the rum to Europe, they're putting some of it in barrels and they can sell it for even more money. Yeah. So, you know, I don't know how much we really realized that the geography was important, and that there'd be this recognition that would translate to financial success and the ability to create a brand, you know, that's outside of this thing called Appleton Estate.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, when you're in Jamaica, you know, even up to now, people still get confused. People are like, "Oh, you work for Christelle? You work for Rum?" I'm like, "No, we're a completely different estate, different location." But yeah, you're right. We're all late to our own game in a weird way to say it. You know, we're all just catching on in Jamaica years and decades after, you know, everybody overseas is, because our relationship with rum is different. Like, rum is just, you grew up with rum. So not that it's not special, but it's so much a part of, you know, of your experience in your life growing up that it's just rum. You know, it's only in recent years that we're really focusing on, you know, the differentiation between what makes Worthy Park and Hampden and Appleton and you know, Long Pond and New York, everything different. So yeah, Christelle, bang on.
And since you have made those changes both at Hampden and Worthy Park, like what has been your experience? How has that changed, you know, the distillery? How has that changed what you guys are doing there?
No, it's definitely put us on a focus now of seeing how we can kind of leverage our size. As you know, we're still a relatively small producer, but how can we can differentiate ourselves more on the global stage, away from, you know, the market leader being Appleton, because we are very unique and we are very different, and our scales of economies of scale are much different. So it's allowed us, or it's forced us to focus a little bit more on, you know, how we can play to what our strengths are, whether it's, you know, smaller bottlings or smaller releases, or, you know, just it's focused us on making sure that we're presented differently and uniquely against all the other distilleries here in Jamaica. And again, it's not that we're trying to position ourselves as the best, because we're all different, but it's just that this is what makes us different as Worthy Park versus everybody else.
Sure.
You okay, Christelle?
I know you've got George here, but please don't.
Just, you can turn my screen off if you want.
No, I was going to endorse that, but at the same time,
You cough.
I know I did. You got me excited. I had to catch my breath. I don't think there was any point in time where in the past we would have been able to think of ourselves as standing on the same stage as the big boy, Appleton and nephew. And not to say that we're anything close to their sales or, as Dan said, it's not that we're better or they're better, but the fact that we can actually be celebrated on the same stage as Jamaica Rum and be able to celebrate our diversity and know that each of us is bringing something very different to the table while still being a part of this unique Jamaica Rum product. That is something that is quite remarkable for us, and in how it's changed is that we took over this distillery because it was attached to a sugar factory, not geographically, but as a part of the government divestment. It was my grandfather's dream to own a sugar factory when he was alive. He was brought up in a time when sugar was king, and he worked at Moneymusk Sugar Estate, and he was timekeeper for the estate when he was a teenager, and never in his wildest dreams did he think he would ever own a sugar estate, and then with it, the rum distillery. So how have things changed? They've changed remarkably, but I think a big part of that is also the relationships that we've formed and the belief that there has been in Hampden by the partners that we have. So it's changed exponentially for us. I mean, we couldn't have predicted it, and we're happy to be able to have to keep up with the demand because we've done a lot of infrastructural improvements recently that I don't think we could have foreseen having to do either. So it's changed the landscape dramatically.
And it feels like Jamaica's almost starting to come back and have a 360 because, Jamaica was one of the most popular rums in the UK back, time began. And I think it's super exciting because we're seeing it now, that kind of Jamaican revolution, it seems to be coming home to the UK very, very much so. And I think we're all excited about that because, I think all of us say, well, Worthy Park was our rum of the year this year, or our spirit of the year. And, that's fantastic to kind of have something so amazing to be recognized as what it is, and that's I think it's exciting to see what you guys are doing. Less excited to see what George is doing. Okay, George. Okay.
What? No, Zan, this is for you. Zan and Christelle, speaking on behalf of Jamaica Rum rather than your respective.
My dog was knocking on the door to be let in.
Yeah. Speaking as Jamaica Rum rather than as your individual brands, what would you wish? What do you wish happened more? Is there something Jamaican government could be doing more? And obviously, you guys are doing an incredible job, and Jamaican Rum's flying. But is there anything you wish could be so?
I mean, I think overall, I love seeing what all the distilleries are doing in Jamaica because everything I smile every time I see Hampden out there. And I'm not even shitting you because, it is a true story. Like it's great to see, the Jamaican rum brands out there. And especially with, Christelle's my friend and our families are all friends. And it's great when I'm out on the road and, we see her rum being out there and, seeing our rum out there. And I think Jamaica rum as to be identified and respected as a category is really what I want to push for, or what I would love to see, because there's some great rum from everywhere, but I want Jamaica rum to be identified, its own kind of unique identification, because so much of what we're doing on the island now is all very similar in how we produce, and with obviously Hampden and Worthy Park, we share a lot of similarities, but yet we're all so different. But at the end of the day, we're all Jamaica rum, and we're all supporting each other as much as we're competing with each other even more. I mean, we support each other more, I'd say.
That's awesome.
One of the things that I would love to see happen in Jamaica is, well, I mean, this is not international, but in Jamaica, one of the things I think would benefit us very much as an industry, and even as a as something that would add to the tourism product, is for Jamaica rum to be given preferential treatment in terms of taxation. Because when you look at the products being brought into Jamaica, not just rums, but even outside of rum, it creates a very unlevel playing field, particularly considering that Jamaica rum consumed in Jamaica at higher percentage ABV could really be like the backbone of a lot of linkages. And you see a lot of preference being given to other spirit categories in some ways. I think that's something that we could definitely benefit from at home, but I certainly don't think necessarily this is the right forum for it. But since you asked, that's something that I think we would definitely benefit from.
Yeah, the amount that we have to pay that gets paid in SCT, which is special consumption tax, on a case of overproof rum, I think it's like 60 or 70% of it is gone in taxes. It's crazy how much we pay.
All into Jamaica.
All into the
Interesting.
Sorry.
So you have higher duties than us in a funny way, and we have pretty high duties.
Yeah.
It's slightly scary.
Is that even for exports, Zan, or just when it's consumed in Jamaica?
When we're exporting, it's all duty free. From Jamaica, I mean, you obviously pay wherever you're importing it into, but all rum sold once it leaves the excise part of our warehouse, we have to pay a lot of taxes.
So what's the future for Jamaica? What's next? I mean, we've just seen, we've got Joy on on one of the next sessions, and she's just relaunched, which is super exciting. And so what's in the future for you guys? Where do you see yourselves sort of moving is in terms of a country and in terms of your each individual distilleries? And George, of course, is going to create the DUNDERCATS crocodile pig Duppy version.
Yes, we got to do it.
Exclusive.
You want to go first?
Sorry, I was kind of zoning out. I was reading all the comments. I just got super starstruck because Luca said brava Christelle, and I was like, oh my god, what did I say? I got super insecure. I didn't realize that all these people were commenting. Were you asking about what's next for Jamaica rum?
Yeah. For Jamaica and for you.
Yeah. Well, actually, I just mentioned Luca's name. As I said before, I'm really grateful for a partnership with a company that has really passionate people behind it, and that's LMND, and that has distribution partners internationally who get our products and who are equally or maybe even more passionate than we are here in Jamaica about it. So really it's about a lot of collaborations, deciding on what comes next. So our next thing that we have out of the distillery is the 2020 edition of our distillery edition, Great House, which was intended to be for sale only at the distillery, but because of all of the interest from our lovely connoisseurs internationally, we've decided to make it available in limited edition, in limited numbers internationally. So what's next for us? I like to be able to stand on the same platform as the rest of my Jamaica rum family. And I think that we are very fortunate to be blessed with Dr. Joy Spence, because she is a stalwart in the industry and she's a huge supporter of other Jamaica rum brands and people like me and Zan, and she's always here for us. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to see us doing a lot more, especially now that we're in a different era where we're not necessarily on a plane every week. We're doing a lot more. We have to create more synergies online and in a virtual way. So I'd like to see some of that, and I think that there's a lot more of that to come. And yeah, I have said it in jest before, but I'm still going to put it out into the universe. I would love to one day do a Worthy Park Hampden pot still
Ooh, George.
That's that would be very sexy. And I think
let's do it on Rum Day. When's World Rum Day? Isn't it in August?
yeah, but I mean,
No,
like,
we've had it, I think.
I want a product. Like I want a Hampden Worthy Park limited edition, limited release one of these days.
Let's do a Hampden Worthy Park Day.
Let's do it.
Can I have that exclusive, Christelle?
I think there's quite a few comments.
You know, we
People
can
agree.
talk about anything at this point in time. I'm also looking for a husband, so if anybody can find me a nice husband, you have
Oh my God, 900 people now. Christelle crashed our stream.
Are you volunteering or are you saying that you found one for me?
I know of one, Christelle.
Okay, call me later.
Oh God.
Christelle and I had a very romantic tryst to the polo in Jamaica. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
We've all blocked your trip out of our minds, George.
Yeah, I know. I remember it though. I remember it.
We went up to
Jamaica.
to that place, and you were taking pictures with what is that place called up in on a Sunday? Dub Club. We went to Dub Club together, and you were taking cases in my front office at the hotel, and you were digging through everything, and they thought you were absolutely batshit crazy.
They got one thing right. No, that was fun that night. More fun than other nights, Zan.
One of the last times I was at Dub Club was when your mom was there, Christelle.
Mommy's actually watching. Hi, Mom.
She probably doesn't remember. But we were there. I think Benny was here. Benny was here.
She wasn't happy about that evening, about her excitement.
Her mom's too happy to meet her future son-in-law either.
No, well, re-meet, we've met. Christelle Nud Strand or Kanud Strand says, Christelle, you just have too much choice.
Head is swelling.
But he is holding a bottle of, I don't even know what rum that is.
It's okay. He's allowed.
Oh, okay, good rum, Nud.
Oh,
I
George.
think I don't need to go to the gym for a week because my stomach muscles are going to be like, I get a six-pack after this session.
oh, for sure. Hands up if you've accidentally peed yourself a little bit on this call.
Mitch, come on.
We want the other one, the only ones.
I don't know how I can follow that up with Christelle's beautiful words, but I think what was the question?
I know that.
You've already answered it. It's what's next to Jamaica, wasn't it?
What's the next
The future. Oh, the future. For Jamaican rum, I think the next future is global domination. But aside from that, I think at Worthy Park, we're just going to keep pushing ahead. We're doing a lot, in the Jamaican market to try to make some waves. And I think internationally as well, we've got, pre-COVID, we had a ton of releases lined up for the year, but they've all got pushed back a little bit. But I think
why?
I sent my children upstairs for this, so I wouldn't have this, have that kind of chirping in my ear all the time. But I forgot that we were, so I might as well just have left them beside me. But I think the future for Worthy Park is hopefully we can do some more collaborations, like Christelle was saying. That would be fucking awesome.
Sam, I know what's next for Worthy Park.
What's that?
I believe you owe me a couple of cast samples.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
We want to do maybe a TWE exclusive before the end of the year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now no excuses now.
Zan, has there ever been a within Jamaican Distillers a pre-aging blend? I.e., when they're blended before the aging process between two different distilleries.
No.
The Dundercats.
I mean, there's probably a reason why that hasn't been done.
That's it.
Okay, that's right.
Oh
No.
Guys, let's do a Hampden Worthy Park unaged and aged blend using the same marks.
Oh. I'm catching what you're throwing. I like it. I dig it.
Maybe.
It's got to have hashtag Dundercats somewhere on the bottle.
I think whoever does the next release, we need Dundercats.
It's an incredible name. For Jamaican rum, it's insane.
Mitch. One Mitch.
I just want to see a picture of George's crocodile. Crocodile?
Whoa. It's late, Zan. It's late. Be careful what you wish for at 11:31 when George is all alone in his boring country house.
You have a country house?
I know,
Well, it's
right?
mum's. I didn't want to sound lame and say I was living at my mum's. It's my mum's. You know, I want Clive O. Edwards and Stephen Gunter to like me. There aren't many female followers on these comments. Are there any girls watching this?
There's a ton, man. There's a ton.
Joe could be. Is Joe a girl?
Joe is very much a female.
Does anyone want
Jennifer. Jennifer has said, hiya, Zan Kong and Christelle Harris.
Hi. Again.
No hi to me.
Everyone give George some love now, please.
Lolita, does anyone know Lolita?
Of course. Big up yourself, Lisa.
Deborah Reed has said hello. Hi, Deborah. And
Okay,
Caroline.
George, this is not Tinder. This is an
Yeah, sorry.
Guys, my mom just texted me.
No, don't say it. Don't.
She says the name of the rum that we're putting out, Zan, is called Hamworthy.
Oh my gosh.
There you go, the Hamworthy Dundercats.
With
This
a
sounds like a
crocodile pig.
yeah.
It's a pig. It's pork.
Zan said a crocodile pig, which I think is a bit nicer.
Listen, Dawn, you guys can take the rest of the night off. We've got this for the next 12 hours.
Yeah. You're gonna be good.
Oh my God, it hurts so much.
Is there a question that we're supposed to touch?
Oh, does anyone have any questions for George? George,
Someone, please ask George a question.
should I give it up?
There's nothing.
She never got the giggle.
John. Perfect naming. Come on, guys. Where's the question? Fiona C. Bruce, where's the question?
You can ask George anything.
Anything.
Ask George a question. Somebody ask him. George, what's your favorite ice cream?
What's next from you?
Someone needs to spray George with a hose.
It is Friday night, George. It is Friday night.
Hey, Zan, you got your hose there?
There we go. Somebody says, yes, George, what's the blend in Duppy share?
Thank you, Canoe. Thank you.
The blend, good question. The blend is a 5-year-old from Foursquare Distillery and a 3-year-old, unfortunately, from Zan's distillery.
Distillery.
What is this one here?
Well, George, I think you need to come to Part Row because you've got to do the rest of the 12 hours.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm actually, if you look outside the window, Dawn. I'm there.
That's not a country house.
Oh wait, Chalky Tom has said George plus Duppy equals Guppy share.
Chalky, awesome.
Thank you, Chalky.
Yeah. She also said he's speed dating in his mom's basement right now. Did you see that comment?
This is amazing. What an epic, however long it's been. I mean, just awesome.
George,
Oh my God, there are new comments. These comments are insane. Hey, Nud, we'll use that in our, that'll go on our website, Nud. Thanks to Duppy, there is now drinkable rum in pubs.
No.
Zan, any chance of a rum bar 50% ABV?
We don't have any in the works, but anything's possible. There's always a chance, Ray. There's always a chance.
Nice. Someone's just asked one. You can get person. Someone asked one. Oh, no, it's not that. Oh yeah, any special versions? We've got our spice. We've got our spice, and we might be. Oh, what do you guys think of this? We might be bringing out a white rum.
Oh, what's it going to be called? The Crocodile Pig?
The Crocker Thundercat. Dundercat.
Oh gosh. So wait, George, do you like gold rum or white rum better?
Well, it depends. It is Zan, right? Is it Zan? Yeah. I don't think that's the question you're asking.
Brian Jackson has a question, which is actually really relevant. How can we get more Jamaican rums at the MBJ duty free?
Yes.
Are you there, Christelle?
I'm having such a hard time. I'm there with Rumfile, but I've submitted Hampden Estate rums for like over a year now, and they just can't get accepted because apparently they have to go through their head office and whatever, and they don't think there's any value to it because nobody knows what it is.
Yeah,
so they don't want to take up their shelf space with it.
Yeah, it's that one is Kingston duty free has a ton of really good selection because it's Jamaican owned, right? So it's a little more emphasis on Jamaican rum. But the MBJ is a group duty free with I can't remember the name that owns them. Dufree.
It's Dufree.
So we have our rum bar, rum cream, overproof, and gold there, and we're supposed to be getting our single estate there. But same like Christelle, it's just a waiting game.
Yeah.
So it's not for lack of trying from the Hampden and Worthy Park side.
No.
Zan, we've got a question. When is Worthy Park and actually Black Talk going to be available in where was it? Australia? Hold on, sorry, come back. Australia, yeah.
Actually, I'm in discussions with a distributor and importer in Australia, so we're working on some label stuff and what the different requirements are. But hopefully in 2021 you'll have it there definitely. So it's in the works. We're in discussion now.
And Mitch, Black Top?
Black Top, I believe, has landed today now. Yes, it's landed today. Nothing like.
How did you get confirmation of that so quickly?
We have a secret squirrel. I mean, can you not see Chanel on your screen?
Yeah. I'm hearing it's landed in Australia today. Yeah, it's just landed.
Now, yes, so it's now available in Australia. I believe Alba Whiskey have it over there. So hit them up and you'll start seeing Black Top popping up in all the right places. So
awesome.
So guys, I mean, honestly, I don't know how much we found out about anything that we just sort of got rid of the questions about an hour and a half ago. So those of you who wanted us to get any of those questions answered, tough shit, we got George instead.
Let's be real, Dawn. Let's be real, Dawn and Mitch. You didn't put Duppy George on here and expect it to be. Let's be real. Let's be real about it. When you went down your list and you got to George Fox, you didn't think, this is going to be like Botanica for an hour and a half. That is not what we're doing.
I'm gonna massively surprise you here and interrupt and say, Just an epically massive, amazing. The other two haven't been drinking, haven't been getting high on their own supply at all. But a massive thank you to you, Dawn. Anyone who somehow hasn't had the joy of meeting Dawn, as far as the Rum family goes, she's very much a part of it, but also lives by the Rum mantra. And Mitch, I've only met you recently, but you clearly tick all those boxes. So come on.
Cheers. What a pleasure.
What an absolutely epic session. I mean, Mitch and I laugh a lot when we're together. But I have to say, I don't think we've ever been quite so floored.
That was epic.
General hilarity. George.
It's absolutely brilliant. Is it?
Yes, and I think I fell in love with George a little bit more. So everybody here was mashed.
We need to work on your mum though. Is she watching?
No. Yeah, Mommy's watching and listening. She's good. Mommy loves you. Oh, Mommy, I don't know if you're listening or watching, but George just blew you a very big kiss with both hands.
Yeah.
Is he? Yeah. Yeah. Go there.
Hey guys, you are awesome, and you know we have so much love and respect for all of you guys, and you know we so appreciate you coming out tonight. And it's been late for George. You know he should have been in bed hours ago.
His mom's gonna start calling for his bedtime soon.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And you know, Zan's a constant source of love for me, and I absolutely adore him. And thank you for being such an amazing friend. And you know, Christelle, you are just beauty personified and a brain to go with it, which is the best thing ever. And George, Mitch, how are you?
George, you and I
Shut up, Mum.
trailer together.
Love you guys.
Love you guys. Thank
Oh
you.
my God, that's 1.5 hours on the nose. How long was it meant to be? An hour? An hour?
Hour and a half.
It's like we planned it.
Easy.
Guys.
Good. But
Thank
Don
you
and
so
Mitch,
much,
great
guys.
job putting this together.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for having me twice.
And to the next one being Black Tot for sure. I'm going to get smashed on it next time. Take that as a great marketing quote from the Duppy share. I'm going to get smashed on Black Tot next time.
I've got our guys writing that down right now for the quote.
Yeah. Get it on the website.
Couldn't have any better quote.
Yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right, guys.
Naya.
Guys, so much love. Rum love.
Thanks everyone. We'll see you soon.
Bye, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
I need to go fix my makeup.
Oh, we're back on. Hello. So we are playing. Oh no, we've got some guests ready to roll already.
Right.
So how are we doing this?
We have Billy.
We've got Billy. Welcome, Billy. This is highly unusual.
Everybody in the rum room, say hello.
Hello, Global Rum Rum. What are we doing?
How is this? How's this working, Billy?
I'm going to stand here.
Guessing there's technical difficulty.
Yes, there's technical difficulty in connecting Zoom to StreamYard. So I'm going to stand here.
Do you know what? You sit there. I'm going to make a daiquiri. Well, attempt to make a daiquiri. This, because Mitch, I'm handing over to you while I regain my composure.
Well, this is highly unconventional. I imagine George Frost would have many things to say about this level of broadcasting. But hello, Global Rum Room. How are you all? Welcome to our 24 hours. Hello, I can see Sly in there. Hey, Sly, how are you? God, you look dapper. Man, look at you.
Where's Sly? Hey,
Got Sly. So We've got Seth in there as well. Hey Meredith, I see a few of you commenting on here. It's like very meta right now. We've got comments on here, people here. I hope everyone's enjoying the madness of the show. What's been your favourite bit so far?
George Frosh.
George Frosh, yeah, star of the show, stole it away. And any others, or just George?
We enjoyed Josh's talk, but Josh is here as well.
Yes, hey Josh, welcome back. Still up, still going. I like it.
This is Ian. Ian's come along tonight as well, Mitch. Oh yeah. There is a lot of background with this room. So the thing you see beside George is Ian standing.
I'm confused.
That's Ian Royal standing.
Oh, okay, right. Hello.
Ian, thank you for coming. Just so you know.
Let's pass it over to Seth.
Oh, I didn't recognize him without the hat. Now I get.
So, thanks for having all of us on. I'm Seth. This is Tracy. And the Global Rum Room was Tracy's idea. When we all shut down with COVID in mid-March, and I didn't have a whole lot to do, and really the only people I was talking to were rum people through Facebook. She said, start a Friday night thing. And we started the Global Rum Room, and right now is a perfect example of what we got. We have New York, we have Seattle, we have the Philippines, we've got Australia, we've got Sweden, we have Denmark, we have Germany, we have Scotland, we have Londonshire, we've got Toronto, we've got all kinds of places, and this is what it's like every Friday. It's really turned into a fantastic community of people.
Fantastic.
I love it. It wouldn't be said. It's been fantastic.
It's
Go
a very
hard,
eclectic
shake.
group of rum friends.
I'm going outside to shake.
A lot of the different sessions. Those of us in New York and America were mentioned that rum isn't here yet. We're waiting. Lots of people here seem to have found bottles elsewhere, but not us here. One of my favorite moments is we were with Sly every week as he was renovating trailer by himself. And somewhere under the subfloor, it says Global Rum Room 2020.
Oh, amazing.
We're all going to have to go visit and see where that is.
Yeah.
Eric Kay of Holmes Key has shared all of his new rums with us. People hop on from Nevis or Australia. It's been really an incredible thing.
And Seth, what was the inspiration behind it? Because we were talking a little bit the other day, and you sort of gave a little insight into it. Are you happy to share that with everyone, and why you began the Global Rum Room in the first place?
We were all lonely.
We were lonely. They're lonely. I gotta be honest. I mean, I'll be honest. I run a small tourism walking tour company in New York that completely closed on the 17th of March, and I went from very busy to having nothing to do and staring at a ceiling fan. So these are the people outside of Tracy who helped me pick my butt up off the chair and figure out what to do. And it really has been. There are only 2 or 3 people on this call right now in the Global Rum Room that I've ever met in person. And yet I know that I can go to any of these places in the world, make a phone call, and have an evening or a day with someone that I would consider a friend.
Yeah. That's right on, Sam. Yeah. True.
It's I think it's such a beautiful thing. Like the thing that's always struck me about rum right since my early days of starting in the bar industry is how it just brings people together, and how it's a small family, it's a community around the world, and the fact that carries on no matter what is amazing. And people like yourself, Seth, bringing people together and doing that extra work to do it is a beautiful thing. So thank you so much for bringing everyone in. And I
would love for other people to speak as well and introduce themselves, talk a little bit about why they're here. It's not just about me, it's about everybody. So anybody else.
And especially what we love really is we can talk about everything, but on the same level, not to push someone down. So it's just.
I think we can say everyone here in this group is geeky. So we can go into what other people may describe as obscure and arcane bits of rum, i.e. fermentation, still shapes, and everyone else will go, yeah, let's go on about that.
Don't stop, Keegan. Don't stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at the people we've had on. We get Katy Perry, Christelle, Zan's been on. You know, Reynolds just joined us from Seattle. You know, as well. You know,
basically Dawn's copying our idea.
And I was going to give the shout out to you guys a little later, but there goes that one.
Feel welcome, and everyone knows who I am, and is very welcoming whenever I do jump on. And you know, my outside observation is this has really become a community, and
Right.
they text each other throughout the week, and look forward to getting together on Fridays.
Yes.
I think has been most amazing is you have people from all over the rum family all connected. Not only do you have the drinkers, you have the bloggers, you have the distillers, you have the importers, you have pretty much everybody. So the amount of information that happens in a chat, you're getting from all across the spectrum, from the guy who distills it in Barbados to the guy who buys it in Seattle or wherever. And everybody has their own little take on something. It's
That's right, Eric.
And Sly is a big time partner here. I know is he gone? Oh no. Yeah.
He's waiting backstage with us. Can we bring Sly up?
Ready for a session?
Can we bring Sly in already?
Yeah, let's or we can have Meta Sly.
Double screening.
Sly double.
Yeah, I'm double screening. Now the global rum room has been amazing for me personally. I cannot overstate how beautiful it's been to connect. During the whole COVID lockdown, this was like my happy place every Friday. You know, so the reason that I'm dressed like this is directly connected to the global rum room, because basically what happened during lockdown is obviously everybody just got lazy. You know, we're not leaving the house. We're just in our sweatpants and t-shirts. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, doesn't matter. Every day is the same day. And all of a sudden, the global rum room was this thing to look forward to. And so I decided that I was going to make an effort to kind of, you know, as if I had a meeting or had somewhere to go. And it was the global rum room. And so I started it, and now I could never stop, basically. This is just it forever.
Yeah.
Oh, Sly, can you mute yourself?
Silent. Why go on silent? Why should I go on silent? I'm never silent.
Really?
Put your video on.
Hi, Joe, shut up.
And don't forget to wear a hat.
Right.
Basically, this is a standard.
There he is.
For better or for worse, you know, for better or for worse, Friday Saturday have been a nice time for me to be apart from my better half. There's some other sides of the apartment, you know, me in the back room on the call, and Sarah has time by herself on the couch. Most nights we work together, you know, home now on lockdown, and we're really on top of each other for most of the week. And then on Friday nights we were kind of apart, but in the same apartment, and we say hello during the course of the night, and then I have time to meet up with people online. So it's been great for me.
Isn't this one of the best things that's come out of COVID in a way? Because you know, if you look at this group of people, when would they have met? Maybe at a rum fest, but not everybody can go to Paris or London or Chicago or New York, whatever. I don't think this would have happened. So to me, that's one of the best parts. That has come out of this, you know, the fact that we've all been able to meet while we're from all over the world. This would have never happened that way.
Absolutely. It's one of the things we've found as well, you know, it's, you know.
This always the time differences.
You logged on via Facebook? No, I'm logged on to the global one.
Are you getting dinner, Roger? What's going on?
One of the funniest things,
Guys, so
one of the folks that join us every week. I'm dining. I'm sitting in the.
Roger's back.
Roger doesn't realise he's global at the moment.
Who's from
Who's
America.
Is that Roger Barnes? He's bloody hell.
And Jim was in Indianapolis, and John, who was in the Philippines, texted his friend next door saying, "Go to the bar around the corner and meet up with one of the guys."
Might be on yesterday's stream.
We had Maryland and Indianapolis to Manila. It was incredible.
Yeah. So, yes. Mr. Barnes, Reverend.
Pretty comfy. Is that George in the background?
Yeah, Roger, you're broadcasting
Yes, George.
from Beach Street or wherever. We can hear everything is going on.
So,
It's good to see you, George.
so Global Rum Room. We want to raise a little toast with you all and just say cheers and thank you so much for joining us today. I'm so glad that we've been able to join your bringing the world's rum together, and I think it fits in perfectly with what we're trying to do today here. So cheers to everyone at the Global Rum Room. And cheers to everyone who's watching around the world. I hope you're having a delicious rum wherever you are. Now, we're just getting our guests together backstage at the moment when we're about to have our next session. So whilst Billy returns to get the videos ready and get everything set up, do we have all our guests?
We are waiting on Joy.
way?
I think Joy might be on yesterday's test stream. So we're just trying to find her because I know like she had that test stream and I should have mentioned it yesterday and I didn't.
It's all good. So yes, so coming up, we've got some incredible sessions still to come over the next 12 hours. The next session especially is going to be pretty amazing. And I'm very looking forward to all of our guests. So whilst we just...
I'm messaging the tech team. Tech team.
Let's welcome in our guests so whilst we wait for Joy. So first up, we have the incredible Maggie Campbell, from Privateer Distillery. Maggie, are you there? Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, Maggie.
Thanks for having me.
No, thank you.
How are you?
Doing well. Super excited to be here. It's so good to see your faces and so nice to meet you, Margaret. I'm a big fan, and Sly, you know I love you. Nice to see you.
So let's introduce Margaret Monplaisir from St. Lucia Distillers. So wonderful to have you with us. How are you, Margaret?
I'm doing well, everybody. It is wonderful to be here. I mean, Maggie, I have to admit that I'm a fan as well. I heard lots about you from Ben Jones, so I do intend to connect at some point. Sly, nice to meet you again. We met previously judging the bartenders competition. Nice to be here with you. And as usual, well, Mitch, we only met on Friday. And Dawn, a pleasure to be here. Thanks, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really honored to be part of this group.
No, thank you. And, you know, I think Sly referred to himself as a garnish the other day, but he is very, very much not a garnish. Because we love him to pieces. And in rum love for Sly, I have got my trader t-shirt on.
Oh, bless you. Listen, I mean, no, honestly, I am fanboying out. I'm definitely fanboying out. I think from this group here in this chat, and then the group previously, I mean, you can keep George, but the rest of the group, that's all I need. That's it.
I love it. And, you know, to join the group, we have Joy Spence, who we had the best chat with yesterday, and we love the background. Joy is like got the best background ever. Appleton estate, what I won.
Joy, your hair looks amazing.
I know.
Okay. I have embraced the gray. Since COVID, I've decided I'm not going to poison my head anymore with chemicals. So
it looks beautiful. This is definitely the way to go. It looks amazing.
You look very powerful, very stunning,
very distinguished.
Sorry, we're having the bands of the hurricane, so we just had a lightning strike. I'm so sorry.
Oh, wow.
No, well, you did warn us yesterday, and we were nervous. In fact, we were a bit nervous that we wouldn't have anyone from the last session except for George. Pretty much, we might as well have just had George there. I guess it was all a little crazy, but no, it's so wonderful to have you all here today. And you know, I've personally been really looking forward to this session. And you know, I think for me, sort of 2 years ago when I turned around and I said, I think rum's going to be the next big thing, everyone just laughed at me and said, what are you talking about? You know, we've been saying that for years. And I was like, no, it's going to be. And, you know, I think we went out and we did a lot of work to really push rum. And suddenly, you know, what's exciting is you know, people are starting to talk about rum. And it's because of the work you guys have done. And, you know, I do believe rum's going to be the next big thing. And I'd like to kind of go straight to Sly because, you know, we can all talk about rum being the next big thing, but the consumer's got to buy into it. And none of us are on the cold face. You are. And how do you think the consumer's changing? You know, how's that consumer who was just drinking maybe a spiced rum or just going for the pouring? Is that changing?
Yeah.
Are we seeing
So yes, obviously rum is changing. For sure, rum is changing. You know, we have to accept that a large amount of, you know, rum's impact globally is based on sales of Asian rums that I personally have never tasted. So I can't really speak to that. I know bulk rum sales will always be quite impressive. So it can be quite difficult to talk about my particular favorite section of rum, which is the what I consider to be real rum. Okay, like rum is supposed to be made. But what's interesting is that in the during this COVID situation, this COVID situation has been probably the worst situation, and in some ways the best situation, because I've always had a feeling that if you give people the option to have good rum, they will take that option, right? People don't want to drink inferior products. And now that we are table service only, and we are, everyone is seated and we give them the menus, all of a sudden we're noticing that nobody's asking for basic spirit mixers anymore. You know, now that we've got time, now that we've got more time to engage with the customers, we're finding it really easy to take customers on this journey into what we consider to be really good rum. So I think that you know, the community has changed, and it's our job now to kind of, or the consumer has changed, and now we just need to catch up with them and let them know that rum is, you know what I mean? Like rum is ready. Like forget the gin and all of that shenanigans. Like rum is come. We're ready for you. Like, let's do this.
And you know, I think that's an absolutely awesome statement. And you know, Joy, maybe I'm going to throw this into you now because you've just redone the Appleton brand in terms of look and feel, and then brought back 8-year-old. And was that because you kind of saw this rum revolution that was coming sort of slowly behind the scenes?
Well, the premium age rum category has finally found its day in the sun. Yippee! After a long haul. And consumers really are much more interested now in quality, heritage, provenance, and an excellent brand message. And our goal is to become the global leader in the premium age rum category. So we know we had to do a refresh on our packaging to make it much more elevated and premium. So we changed our bottle. We now have a beautiful cork finish with the estate seal. On our label, we have our Appleton Estate insignia, which is an artistic impression of our Jamaican symbols. So what we're really celebrating with this new packaging is joyful Jamaican excellence. You know, the spirit and passion of our people shines through every bottle in this new branding. And we now reintroduced our Appleton Estate 8-year-old because we're now focusing on minimum age in our expressions. And so our Appleton Estate 8-year-old is a very exciting expression in that it is a rum that you can either enjoy in very sophisticated cocktails or simply having it neat. And, you know, it brings to life the excellence of the rum. It has beautiful, spicy, fruity notes wrapped with warm vanilla and honey oak notes with an excellent, spicy, fruity finish and our distinctive orange peel top note. So we are now very excited to have introduced this expression, and it is doing extremely well since we have launched it. And we just want everybody to understand that Appleton Estate is now focusing on tropical aging, where rums age 3 times as fast as it would in a cooler climate, and minimum aging. And of course, the fact that we have absolutely no additives in our rum.
Fantastic. And Joy, I said to you yesterday, I really, really love the new Appleton 8. And
we're here having some
so
right
much
now.
so that the bottle is disappearing slightly too fast. We may have been dabbling with it a little bit.
Taking a fair knock on this 24 hours. So.
And Margaret, we talked a few weeks ago, and we talked a lot about premiumization. And you guys, you have the 3 sort of stages of your rums, and I think you guys have really kind of embraced that premiumization.
We have most certainly done that with all the experimentation that has gone on over the years. Like I had indicated earlier, Laurie Barnard, who is the father, the founder, at St. Lucia Distillers, he was a very creative man. So every new idea he got, everything he heard about, we tried it. And what has happened is over the years now, we've come on to create some wonderful rums, which are quite complex because they embrace so many styles. We have 3 pot stills plus a coffee still. We make rum from molasses as well as sugarcane that's grown at the distillery. So our blending team, we have a fantastic team at the distillery. They're always there. They're always creating new products and putting something out exciting. So we'll be coming with Laurie's Legacy soon. So I just throw that out for you.
I'm super excited
in honor of
for
Laurie Barnard.
Which is brilliant. And, last but definitely not least, Maggie, I think for you, it's almost really different. You guys, for us, especially in the UK, we don't get to try your rums yet. Watch this space. But, how's it for you as a distillery that's young, that's sort of just new on the scene?
Yeah, I think that we're really fortunate because we get to jump right in where rum is now. We're really lucky that, Andrew Cabot, the founder of Privateer, he saw this opportunity in rum and had, of course, a personal connection to it as well. And so for us, we are establishing our house style. We are still even though we're 9 years along, we're still very agile and, finding our way. And so for us, it's laying down a lot of stock to build up our barrel room because we need to do that. And so we have this huge variety of rum back there. So, as pot still, people get more excited about it. We can kind of pull from there. And we're very, very free. We're not, even speaking to winemakers, Dawn, I know you can understand, when you inherit this legacy of multiple generations, you're living up to so much. And for us, we're really able to just kick off and try what we want to try, see what works, try this batch, try that batch, and kind of find our own way in our own style. And we have always been really focused on, drinking less, drinking better, more, expressions of trying to go for best practices, best quality as an unestablished brand that people are not familiar with. The reason they're going to buy our rum and drink it is hopefully just because it's good. They're not going to buy it because they saw a fancy ad. They're not going to buy it because it was in a movie. It has to be good. So for us, that's been a day one, just our message, because we know that as a tiny, tiny, tiny distillery, that's what we have, and our reputation is all we have, and so we've really just only focused on those types of rum. Our most affordable offering starts, in the mid-20s retail for our white rum, and that's definitely not. Starting 9 years ago, back in 2011, that was a very expensive unaged rum. And so for us, it's kind of always been our focus, this sort of premium style.
And actually, I'd like to talk about premium white rum, because what's been a real theme throughout the last, I don't even know how many hours we're on, 13, 14, I've lost track, is this idea of premiumization of white rum. And Sty, I want to sort of bat that back to you. Are you seeing that from people? I mean, we're seeing it from the brands, but are you seeing that from the consumer?
Absolutely. I mean, listen, from our perspective, we're going to see it because that's what we dictate to a certain degree. We have the pleasure in this climate where there is so much good rum. I listened to one of the talks that you guys did earlier, and Pete, who I love, Pete Holland, spoke about his history of rum. Where he started off drinking Captain Morgan Spiced, or everyone's got a story. Like all of my rum family from the UK, if you peel them back far enough, they'll start back with a story of them drinking a rum that they're slightly embarrassed by today. Whereas if you walk into the market right now as a consumer who knows absolutely nothing about rum, the chances are, or the options available to you mean that you can actually start your rum journey with a decent rum. You don't have to start rum in this weird, shadowy place that you used to have to do back in the 80s when it was just, this or that. You can have this or you can have that. The options are incredible. Consumers, premiumization has happened across every field, whether it's your iPhone 11 or whatever it is. So consumers want the best. They demand more. They want to know what they're spending their money on. So absolutely, premiumization is a thing. But also, what's really good for me is we have people like the guests that I'm sharing this screen with today, who just can't help themselves but to create magnificent rums, right? So I've got the rums from Appleton from an entry level way up to a super high premium. And I've got the rums from St. Lucia Distillers from an entry level, way up to the super premium. Now I'm upset with Maggie because she still hasn't managed to get privateer properly into the UK. But I think, we're working.
Watch this space, Sly. Watch this space.
Good. Okay, good. But yeah, absolutely. Premiumization of rum is happening. It's happening a little bit slowly. And obviously, the only potential pitfall that I can see is, the all too thing. We have some, I don't want to get too political, but we have some prospectors, we have some like people that are in the gold rush and they just want to jump in and they want to kind of ride the coattails of these brands that have been making rum when it wasn't fashionable to make rum, when it wasn't, because rum is in a good place right now, but 10, 20 years ago, what in the place it's in now, but these companies were still making rum. Appletons were still making rum. The Mount Gays were still making rum. So Lucia was making, these places were making rums, right? And now that they have, this should be their time to reap the rewards and the benefits of the hard work that they have put into this industry. And instead, you're getting charlatans jumping on board and just creating all manner of nonsense. And the spiced rum category and the flavored rum category represents a massive part of rum's growth, right? So when we talk about rum exploding, and when people say rum is the new thing, I always take that with an air of caution, because a lot of what they consider rum is not rum. A lot of these things
and it's
drinking, but.
And you're right. I mean, like I said the other day, I probably posted it on Facebook because kind of I do that occasionally when I get angry at too many products being sent my way. I turned around and said, what the fuck? Is spiced rum the new gin? I'm getting 100 new spiced rums every freaking day. And you're 100% right. And it's how do you protect that? And Joy, can I bat that back to you and say, how do you, from a producer that's been around and that is really entrenched in their country's history, and you've got such a rich culture, how do you kind of manage that? How do you talk to the consumer about the quality of what you're doing? How do you firmly entrench yourself as Jamaican rum, and how do you protect that?
Well, as you're aware, the Jamaica rum producers decided to get a certification for a geographical indicator because we realized that we had a lot of persons, a lot of producers making false claims about Jamaica rum when the product really wasn't 100% Jamaica rum. So we came together collectively to have one core message that would be centered around the quality, the unique flavors, our unique production processes, and of course, the spirit of our people that comes out into every bottle that we make. And right now, we therefore have one core message that everyone communicates when we travel globally and promote our rums. And this is very important because, unfortunately, the rum industry is not an even playing field. Each country has their own laws, and so it can be a little bit confusing. And we had to separate ourselves from the others and come out with one key message promoting what Jamaica rum is all about. And I think we are very proud to have accomplished this. And interestingly, you know, Appleton Estate helped to create and define the premium aged rum category because in 1986, that's when we launched our premium range and people thought we were crazy. And they were saying, where are they going with this? Everybody's just mixing it with a mixer and getting a high of the alcohol. Nobody's interested in sipping rum neat. But we knew that one day that there will be that transformation. And so we put our stocks down over the years, and people cannot believe that we can, you know, sell so many bottles of a 21-year-old minimum age rum in the quantities that we do. But we had that vision and foresight to be able to put down stocks of rum. We knew that this would happen one day.
And you know, I think that's super exciting, and actually very interesting from a sort of a flip side of it. And Margaret, we talked about this last time, is the you're in Jamaica there are several distilleries, whereas in St. Lucia there's just yourselves and
just only us, yes.
And how do you protect that, or do you want to protect that? I mean, is it important? I mean, would St. Lucia want a GI to protect it, or is it almost irrelevant?
Well, at this point, it's not a major issue for us, but you know, protection is important. So we are looking into the GI. We are working with government right now to create our own GI. Our challenge has been, and maybe somebody like Joy would have to help us. Our challenge has been, how do we embrace our blending versatility into our GI? Because we're very much about blending, because we've got such a variety of rums. Our rums are always complex, and that has been our biggest challenge. But absolutely, we're interested in GIs. We will at some point be implementing our own. We're working on it. But at this point, it's not a major issue. We are the only distillery. We know what we make. We know who we've sold it to. So we were able to defend any rum that's out there in the market. So that's our situation now.
I love it. Nice and simple. And Joy, do you have any words of wisdom? I think Margaret.
Yes,
Margaret
please.
Made a good
Yes.
point,
Margaret, I'm just a few hundred miles away. We can have a chat.
Please. Oh, I need to add in there. Most of my blending team have done your courses through Whisper, and they are in great admiration of you. So like they were like, you're going to be talking to Joy Spence? Oh my, oh wow. If we were seeing each other in person, you'd be giving me all these autographs right now. So thank you for training my blending team. Thank you very much.
And I love that example of collaboration in the rum world, and really sort of paying it back. I think that's super exciting. And, Maggie, you're probably the greatest proponent of paying it back. And, I think Maggie gives so much of her time and her energy and everything to this community, which is so beautiful and wonderful. And Maggie, can you talk a bit about sort of what this community means to you, and how this community is going to move forward and really bring this category to where it rightfully belongs, which is above whiskey. I did just say that, Sukinda. Yes, I did.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that one of the big reasons I try to make myself somewhat available and offer resources and answer questions is because that is what all of these incredible humans in our own community have done for me. Being from Massachusetts, and especially starting when I was younger everyone, treated me they took me very seriously, very early. They were always really kind, really, really welcoming. It means so much.
I've just been sacked, everyone.
Yeah, everyone is
rumexchange.com. Saginda, rumexchange.com.
It's the new thing.
Everyone freshen up your resume. But yeah, coming from the sort of continental North American whiskey community, which was great, but also really small. And, it's different. Everyone is so welcoming and like so encouraging and so open door and willing to answer questions. And, if my skin looks dewy, it's because Joy, I used that face mask, the Korean face mask you recommended last year in New Orleans. So we're genuinely friends and really caring. And I think the fact that so many of us really do get along on a very real level is really rare and really special. And I like that there's a huge diversity in rum, and we really respect each other's diversity, really respect that, what Joy and Zan and Christelle want for Jamaican rum, and really respect what, St. Lucia is, and really respect that, Martinique is what it is. And I think that is such a key part of moving forward. I think a lot of consumers are really excited about really nuanced, interesting stories and cultural expressions. And that's what rum has in spades. And it seems, hard to understand at first, which just learn about it. We all learned all the, everything about whiskey, and it was fine. So just learn about it, guys. But yeah, I think that's going to be key in moving forward, is really respecting and honoring that. And like Sly mentioned, the threats of when a category explodes and people see an opportunity, but they're not actually in community with that production community, how difficult and hurtful that can be. So I think that's a really important way forward. For me in North America, we have a long way to go. I should say continental North America, Puerto Rico. I should say the U.S. Puerto Rico is part of the U.S. And hey, family, Puerto Rico, you all been making rum forever. I always read articles that's like America's brand new to making rum, and I'm sort of like, oh, not so much. But as far as continental U.S., we have a long way to go. It's a little messy out here. We've got some great people with some great ideas and a tight-knit community, but we have a really, really long way to go as far as growing our own rum production community and respecting, traditional practices belong to a culture for a reason, and it's not ours. And not taking names of styles that have nothing to do with what we're doing and are kind of against how those want to be protected and respected. So we've got a ways to go here still, but I'm hoping that the excitement and the engagement gives us the energy to move forward on it.
And I think you're right. Going back to what Sly said about these people that are just producing, for want of a better word, shit. I think it's us to people like myself and Sly. We're the gatekeepers to the consumer, and yes, we are driven to a degree by commercials because we have to be. At the end of the day, we all have to make money, but there is a point where you have to say no as a buyer, and I reject a lot, and I turn around and I'm constantly like, why does that bloody bar want hemp flavored rum? What are they on? It tastes like swamp juice. Did I name a brand there? No, I didn't, folks. But it's up to you to figure out what that brand is that I was talking about. And it's so important. And Sly, I guess we're the gatekeepers. And how do you feel about that? And
yeah, I mean, let's be clear. My bartenders are the gatekeepers. I can put a bottle on that bar, and if they don't connect to that bottle, it will stay there for years. It's really important. I think that we look at some brands, and some brands have done a really good job of connecting with the bartenders. I'm sure that we'll speak about GIs a bit later, but yeah, I think absolutely. one of the key things, one of the most valuable tools in the arsenal for rum is the fact that as Maggie said, we have relationships, real personal community, real relationships. And this is important to people that work in hospitality, bartenders, you know, from every, like, I remember when Gail came over one time and she came with this rum and it was incredible. I forget which rum it was because Foursquare release incredible rums like on a weekly basis now. But she came out.
Hereditas.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely Hereditas. Yeah, it's Hereditas. So she came with this rum, and I was just like, "This is amazing. Let's go to some bars." And we jumped in an Uber and we went to like maybe 8 bars. And for that day, I was just like a little brand ambassador. We went to East London, and we hit up all these bars. And every single person we went to, I knew that it wasn't about, you know, it's not about. Listen, we're in business. Money is important, but we also have this really kind of unique thing that happens in this industry where if the product is good, nobody gives a shit about the money. They don't care about the sponsorship. You know, there are certain products and certain brands that continually try to pay their way into trailer happiness, and they won't get into trailer happiness. And there are things that I do in my bar that are not financially the best thing to do. You know what I mean? Like, at least not in the short term. Not in the short term, because I believe that the reputation of my bar is the most valuable thing. So short-term gains to me make no sense. I would much rather you know, sit with these incredible rum champions, you know. My friend from William George rum. William George rum is a problem for me because it's way too expensive for a white rum that you make daiquiris with. But it also happens to be a really good rum to make daiquiris, so I have to buy it. I have to have it, and that's just what it is, you know. And that's kind of how we operate in the rum world. So in terms of being the gatekeepers, it's very much about education. So, you know, again, it's one of the things we're very lucky about, because as we see here, in rum, you have access to anybody in rum. If you can't reach a person in rum, then they probably got a fake distillery. Like, they probably don't exist. Like, you know, you can connect with pretty much everybody in rum. And when we were in the Global Rum Room earlier on, which is my little crew, and somebody made a point which I thought was amazing. In that room, which is a Zoom chat that we do every Friday, and in that room we have the person that makes the rum, sells it to the bar, the person who owns the bar, the person who makes the drinks, the bartender, and the consumer who goes to that bar. We had everybody just in this Zoom chat together talking about rum. And I honestly cannot think of any other, you know, let's forget about spirits, or just any other industry where, you know, there is no space between production to consumption. It's just this incredible. I'm really happy to be a part of it. And I really hope that everybody appreciates this moment that we're in, because I don't know if it get any better. This is amazing.
Yeah, you know, and I think what I found, and I'm new to the rum world. I'm super new to the rum world. As Maggie knows, I'm a wine girl. You know, I'm new to spirits, as Sakinda is realizing. And you know, for me, the reason actually rum took my heart was because of the people, partially. You know, of course, the liquid's amazing, but I just felt that everyone that I came in contact with wanted to teach me something, and that's what I want. And Maggie said it earlier, you know, and Kate's just said it there. Rum friends are the best friends, and you know, it is about that connection. And Joy, I want to throw this up to you. How can we educate the consumer, and how can we bring people in to our world? You know, because I think we're very lucky. We're in a different sphere, but how does that consumer get that love and that passion?
Well, for Appleton Estate, you know, we have been doing a lot of consumer education globally, and we find that is where we can get right to the heart of the individuals, for them to understand what the category is all about, what makes Appleton Estate so unique and different. And the only way is to get close to the consumer, have good relationship, and education. That is the way to actually become successful in the industry. You cannot have a standoff attitude. You have to share love. You have to be passionate about what you're doing. And you have to let people understand the intricacies of your processes and what makes your rum so unique and different. And we have been doing this for at least 30 years now. I've traveled everywhere on the globe doing these promotions with consumer education, speaking to influencers, speaking to consumers, people, bartenders. Sly has been around me for a very long time. And he's just a wonderful person, promoting our product. And it is just education that is really, really going to make you a success and to get that message out.
And you're such an amazing ambassador for Appleton, and I think all of us that have talked to you and met you are immediately inspired. And yes, the Queen of Rum here right now, which makes me slightly nervous and scared all at one moment. But you're right. Education is so vital. And actually, Margaret, for me, I remember when we were talking, you said, "I never do this, but you should." You got me so interested into St. Lucia, because I was like, I didn't know that, and and it'd be so awesome to have someone like you. We need more women out there, and I'm gonna say it, out there just fighting the cause and bringing more women into spirits, not into rum, into spirits, because I don't want another example of Cardi, dare I say it, plume. Which I also have a bit of a rant on Facebook about as well, talking about how women like low ABV and no flavor except for some flower petals. I mean, my liquor strong and hard. And Margaret, how do you kind of engage with the consumer? How are you guys going out there? Because we're definitely seeing chairmans in St. Lucia out there a lot more than we ever have done.
Well, we're miles behind Appleton, obviously, with this. But very much like what Joy has expressed, it's about getting direct one-on-one contact with the consumers. What we have found out, there we were all these years producing rum. We never saw ourselves as anything wonderful or special. We did it because we loved it. We were driven by Laurie Barnard and his passion for rum. And so there we were making all of these rums. And it's only until, I think I did mention it to you previously, we got that first visit of bartenders who came to St. Lucia and suddenly wanted to know our story, wanted to know who we were, wanted to meet the people, got into the fields cutting the cane, and tasting in the lab, and all offering to join our blending team because they all thought this was a wonderful job. And it's when we realized that we have a story. People actually love our rum. We've been doing great things, and there is an opportunity out there. So that's where our focus is going to be on, really having consumers come visit us, come connect with us. COVID obviously has put a halt to some of those plans, but I must congratulate you and Mitch on initiatives like this. I know there have been a number of Zoom sessions and so around. And, this is getting the message out to consumers. They're meeting us one-on-one. We're going to be, engaging with our team in the distillery. It's not about me. I know very little about making rum, but I know how to drink it. And I'm having my glass tonight while we sit here. But that's what we're going to do. It's the only way. Rum is a story. It's a history. It's there's just so much. And let me tell you, I've been in it for 35 years and I love it. And I'm so happy to share the story now with everybody. So folks, come to visit St. Lucia.
And that's amazing. And actually, let me kind of bat this back to sort of that sort of idea about how, with so much tradition, and both Joy and Margaret, how do you then innovate as well? How do you hold on to tradition but yet innovate? Because, like as Maggie said earlier, for her it's easy to innovate. She can just do it. She's still young. She's still playing. And me and Maggie are talking a bit later on tonight about kind of the whole New England, and I'm super excited for that session. But how does Appleton and how does St. Lucia, how do you balance that moving forward with the tradition of holding on to what makes you you, Joy?
First of all, we have such a large stock of very old rums. We have great flexibility, so we can maintain the traditional processes while coming out with limited time offerings from very old rums, which is really a new category that is of interest to the consumers. Because since we have been coming out with limited time offerings for the past, say, 5 years, we have noticed that within 2 to 3 weeks, they have been sold out. There is just this thirst for limited time offerings that with very old rum that I notice the consumer now wants and appreciates. But we're still maintaining the traditional processes for our existing expressions. But I'm very excited about innovation. And so we have, a long list of products to come out and a special surprise in October this year. Something big.
Okay.
You don't want to tell us now? I mean, we're all listening. We're all listening. Any teasers? Come on.
As we say in Jamaica, soon come.
Soon come.
Okay, can we kick everyone come off Facebook? Everyone. What stays in this room stays here. We already know that Mount Gay is producing a podcast. I'm joking. We don't know. We're just guessing.
But
any
really historic for Appleton Estate, I'm telling you. Historic.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Okay. Campari, anyone from Campari listening? I would like the exclusive on that for the UK. Thank you very much. Better do business at the same time as working, hey. And Margaret, what about you? I mean, you guys.
It's not different for us. We're a very small distillery. We're tiny. We produce 1 million liters of alcohol a year, but we do have 9,000 barrels put down because we were always just trying new things and making new things. So we do have our core brands. We have our Chairman's, our Bounty, and our Admiral Rodney that we support and we have stocks for. But we have all these hidden and surprise barrels that we are launching as limited editions, and we'll continue to do so. We're also looking at things like cross-spirit arrangements. For example, we had made an arrangement with a beer company and another one with a whiskey company where we exchanged barrels and did different finishings, and so we're able to manage that along with our core products, never of course neglecting your traditional core products, but always looking for something new and exciting just to give consumers a taste of something that's out there. And just as Joy has indicated, whenever we do the limited editions, we find actually they're absorbed very quickly. People respond to them and they disappear off the market because obviously our quantities are quite small. So we have been able to manage, and we will continue to do this because that's really our strength. Our strength is in blending and creating new and different blends, and always ready to try something new. That's us.
And Maggie, I guess I'm going to come to you on this from a totally different perspective. How, as a new brand, do you create tradition? What's the starting blocks, and how do you become an institution?
That's
you already are, Maggie. We love you.
I would love to know. For me, it's making sure it's so much. It's making sure that we avoid gimmick. Part of innovation, like the far extreme of that, can become gimmick. So making sure we avoid that, making sure we are constantly growing our connection and community and going deeper in the rum world so that what we express as ourselves is really authentic. I'm very lucky that my distilling background taught me certain techniques and ideas and philosophies, especially my background in wine. being really passionate about sort of these minimal intervention, authentic style wines that really marry being made within like a cultural structure while also utilizing what they know that's new that offers, you know, elevating, and just being able to see so many experiences with that in wine, and being able to understand like how do you gracefully kind of carve out your own signature within like a broader community. And yeah, just making sure that, you know, we really kind of, you know, people are always asking us, do you guys use Dunder? And I'm like, that's not authentic to like me. If I used it, I'd call it backset because that's what it would have been here. But like these ideas of like, you know, we're not trying to recreate what's in the Caribbean. What's in the Caribbean is amazing. The stocks that, you know, these two women maintain and work on and craft with is unbelievable. I'm not going to do what they do better than what they do. So kind of making sure that we do our own thing and have enough confidence in ourselves, but also are willing to listen and learn and adjust. I talk a lot about like co-creation. You know, it's not ever that we just make one thing ourselves on our own. We're always listening and hearing and getting feedback. And, you know, we don't just make exactly what we want and poof, it comes out in the world perfect. We're confident. We have a sense of who we are and we have our healthy boundaries, but we're also talking to Sly about, you know, what does he want to see that he hasn't had? And does it then, of course, map over Privateer's House style, which as a no additives, no filtration distillery that's always going to age in, you know, larger casks, like 53 gallons, you know, 200 liters, and larger, and for a minimum of 2 years if we're going aging, you know, it needs to fit our philosophy. It can't just be like, whatever, you have to have a sense of self, but then being willing to, you know, be in that community with everyone and respect what's not yours and try to find what is yours. And it's just a constant, you know, getting ideas, journaling them out, talking with the team. You know, sometimes it's like a moment of inspiration and we get really excited, like Rum Glow, that Sly inspired. And then sometimes like a really hard fought, long process. We are like, you know, our New England Reserve rum, we want to have a 2-year-old blend. We want it to be, you know, in this house style and express this type, which of course, going back to wineries, like you have the winery and then you have the first label, the second label, the third label. What is it trying to do? How do you select casks for that? How do you bring up that stock to become that while also keeping like a good versatility in your warehouse? As a distillery that has just under 1,000 barrels, you know, we're tiny. We're small.
Yeah, Margaret takes your 1,000 barrels and raises it quite somewhat.
Yes.
Yeah. And you know, and that's so true. And I guess, I mean, both Maggie and I are very much part of the wine world in just sort of, and it's been something that's probably driven both of us quite a lot. And, you know, and probably our approach to tasting and our approach to looking at terroir. And, you know, we have to talk about terroir if we're going to talk about a sense of place. And, you know, Sly, is that something you touched on it earlier, but I think, you know, now's the time to bring it in is what does that mean to the customer? Does it mean anything? You know, what does the GI, the terroir, that sense of what is Jamaican, Barbados, St. Lucia, Massachusetts, you know, does that mean anything to the customer?
Yes, obviously the short answer is yes. The long answer is obviously, you know, we have a very broad demographic of customer at Trailer Happiness, and it's something that I'm super proud about, is the fact that Trailer Happiness is a bar that, while it is very much a rum specialist bar, somebody who's never had a rum in their life will still feel comfortable walking into the bar and can have a great night and a great time without having to, you know, feel alienated or like they're not, you know, not part of the family. Now, if they happen to like rum, they're going to have an infinitely better time at Trailer Happiness, obviously. But yes, GI is super important. Now for me, the one thing that GI does is it clears the space. So if you imagine when you spoke about it, Dawn, about the incredible number of rums that you have to taste through, and you have to do all of this kind of stuff. And you know, I did a rum tasting recently, and I had to taste 141 rums. And of that 141
did you drink it or taste it, Sly? Did you drink or taste? I mean, I think clearly drink.
I draced it. It was you know what I mean? It was like some of them definitely got spat straight out, and some of them, you know, they got a couple of sips. But you know,
spit or swallow, Sly. That's what we're asking.
But you know, we're wading through all of these products, and you know, if I'm perfectly honest, we shouldn't have to waste our time having to discern or figure out by taste that this is clearly not a Jamaican rum, or this is, you know what I mean? Like we shouldn't have to mess about with this, with these things. We shouldn't have to Google to find out how much sugar is in a thing, or we shouldn't have to, you know what I mean? Like find out if this is aged tropically. Like having GIs really enables us to do our job better. And if we can do our job better, then the consumer is going to get a much better experience, and the consumer has a much better chance of understanding what it is that they like, you know, because this is the only thing about, it's almost like, it's almost like, imagine if you're scrolling through Instagram, right? And then you see something that you like, you see a post that you like, but guess what? Your phone battery dies. You're never finding that thing again. Like you can go back on your feed, it's gone. And how do you find it? You can't find it. And I think one of the problems that we have, if you don't have a GI, it's a lot harder to find, to go back to that place, right? So if you say that you like, if you say, oh, I had this rum, blah, 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 you know what I mean? Like if you like humming a tune, you don't know the words, but you hum it to me. I'm supposed to be able to go, oh yeah, I know exactly what that was. Let me give you this or whatever. But the way that the rum is without GIs makes it a lot more difficult to kind of have these spaces, right? And again, I'm not saying that it's not just as simple as saying, you know, Jamaica's going to have a GI, so therefore if you like this, you're going to like that, because within Jamaican rum is a massive amount of diversity, and you may not love every single style of Jamaican rum, right? But what it does is it just brings it down to a much more manageable space for us, you know, and for my bartenders to be able to have that conversation with the consumer. You know, without GIs, you can't even get to terroir. You can't even entertain those kind of conversations if a consumer doesn't understand the basics of GIs and doesn't understand the basics of why a thing is what it is. I think for rum we're away. Enthusiasts, absolutely, you know, and we have an amazing following at Trade Happiness. We're very lucky. We're very, very lucky that we have a lot of support from the enthusiasts, from the rum enthusiast community. But you know, for the general population, for the general consumer, it's really difficult to explain what's going on if we don't have any clear definitions of what exactly we're trying to sell.
And I think that's such a great point. And as I'm a sommelier first and foremost, and you know, when I used to go to a table and ask the customer what they wanted, I did it based on two things. I found out what wine they liked, and if they said to me, I love a Barolo, then I'd know, bam, bam, bam. Okay, I'm there. I understand what they want. I can deliver. Or I based it on flavor, and often flavor was linked to style. And you know, when we've looked at our kind of classification on the Whisky Exchange, we've looked at it from 2 points. We've looked at it from a perspective of the Luca classification system to a degree, but also by flavor, because I think that's also how a consumer comes into it. And if you give them a flavor profile and an understanding of where that flavor profile comes from, then you can definitely drive them into a region, and that's how it works. You know, I know what Barolo tastes like, Barolo tastes like. Mitch, what does Barolo taste like? Mitch had Barolo the other day. I was like, Mitch, this is what Barolo tastes like. But you know, how for you, Joy, you know, how much does what Sly says resonate with you, and how important is that whole idea of transparency? You know, you touched on it earlier, but you know, how much for you is really bringing that home?
Well, for us, you know, as we say in Jamaica, we're all now singing from the same hymn sheet. You know, so we're giving one core message for Jamaica rum. And this is that we have rich, full-bodied, unique flavors in our rum, irrespective of the style of production. Jamaica rum is still unique in its flavor profile, and our production processes. And so we have a common thread among all our producers as to what Jamaica rum should really represent. And it's very important. And then when you have your geographical indicator, then when you go and speak about your brand, you can now talk about the terroir, because, for example, Appleton Estate has the most amazing terroir. You know, I've been going there for over 38 years, and every time I come to the top of that hill, I said, this is like paradise. This is the most beautiful place on the earth. And just because you see this massive expanse of lush green sugarcane surrounded by these unique hills, karst hills, and every day at 2:30 we have rain. So we don't have to have any form of artificial irrigation at Appleton. People don't believe until they actually come and visit and realize they have to go armed with an umbrella after 2:30, because we just have daily showers of rain. And this is perfect for growing our sugarcane and actually producing these unique flavors, you know, in our varieties of sugarcane. So terroir is very, very important. And the thing about it is that we have a genuine story to talk about in Jamaica. Other rum producers create something fictional because really don't have anything to talk about. But Jamaica, we're big and we are proud, and we'll continue to be great producers of rum.
And you know, that's absolutely. And I think from the last session as well, even with George's interruptions, we really got that. And I think what really resonated for me from the last session was how passionate everyone is about Jamaica, and every country is the same. But really, you know, like Zan, who is just an amazing person, and Christelle, you know, both of them were just like, this is our country, you know, this is our history, and this is what defines us. And that's as much a part of terroir. You know, terroir is not just about land, it's about the people. And I think Jamaica, for me, really embodies that in a really, really powerful way. And I think that's probably why actually we're seeing Jamaican sales in the UK going up, because people are recognizing, going back to Sly's point, Jamaica, and that's super important. And Margaret, you know, we talked about it last time, and I remember I was tasting one of the rums. I think it was the Officers Reserve, the new one, and I was like, you know, what for you is St. Lucia? You know, what characters? And I tasted it, and I was like, you know what, for me, on a lot of St. Lucia rums, I get salinity. It was super interesting for me. And you know, so what defines St. Lucia for you?
Well, for us, and our own analysis, we have always found that spiciness. There is a sweetness on the nose and the spiciness on the palate. You've had us now thinking about the salinity. So we've been discussing it and testing, and we're actually finding it in some of the rums. We didn't find it in everything, but we're finding it. And as you had the whole discussion on the terroir, it's one of the things that we observed. We're located in a valley. We have two rivers, one on either side, one to the north, one to the south. And we have the sea just 2 miles away. So we're very close to the sea as well. And so we were wondering, you know, that salinity component you're talking about, is it coming? Are we getting some salt there? And we're in the rain belt of St. Lucia as well. So I listened to Joy and I thought, wow, there's so many similarities there. We're just very tiny, obviously, compared to Jamaica. And we're in the rain belt, and that is actually where the dam is located, which supplies the water to most of St. Lucia. It's not too far from the distillery. So terroir, we think, is quite important because we know that other distilleries have the same coffee still as us. However, when our rum is put down to age, we realize the rums taste actually quite different, and it has to be the environment. It's not just the barrels, because we all buy the same barrels. It has to be the environment, the location that we've put our rum down to age. So yes, in terms of the whole discussion, yes, all of these things add up, but we would definitely say the sweetness on the nose and the spiciness. All our rums, very common to all our rums. And recently our blending team did a spider chart, and we saw it there. We had oak, wood, sweetness, and spiciness common to every single rum that we produce. So I'd say our defining character is our spiciness in our rums.
And Maggie, I've seen some posts from you, and we talked, I think, not so long ago. When did we talk to Maggie? A couple of days ago? Or that was me. I don't even remember anymore.
All the days have merged into one.
I know. We've not been doing 24 hours. We've been doing 3 weeks.
Wow.
I think Mitch and I have spent more time with each other than anyone else on the planet at the moment. I really feel like our social bubble is quite extreme. But it's like you've been saying, like it's so hot here. And I think I saw a post on Facebook the other day. You were like, it's hotter than the Caribbean.
Every summer, it's always it's warm and mild and 85 every day. It's beautiful in the Caribbean, but our summers get very hot and our winters get very cold. So.
And we were talking about also humidity, and humidity I think super interesting for me, and I touched on it with Luca and Karsten earlier. And I think a lot of people don't understand it's not just about oak and oxygen interaction, but that humidity really massively can affect the rums. And I think both Mitch and I were, well, we will talk about that later, very excited when we tasted some products from you the other day.
Yeah, it was nice to be able to talk about that with you, because the cellar, the terroir of the cellar is so important, something I'm so passionate about. But yeah, real quick on the GI, I think what is also really important to center in the conversation is that Jamaica and Barbados and Martinique and St. Lucia, all of these places have created something like valuable, and they want to protect that value so it can't be exploited. And I think that's like so important to bring to front and center. When Scotch kind of went through, and I don't think people realize how recently Scotch went through and codified. Part of it was to honor historical practices, and part of it was to weed out some of the negative inherited practices that were devaluing, the emergence as this premium spirit. And so, I think I really, really, for me in my life and the whole GI discussion, I'm only here to like amplify the voices and center the voices of people like Joy, icons of these environments, Mount Gay, Foursquare, St. Nicholas Abbey, Worthy Park, Hampden. It's not really for me to have a take on what they should do. It's for me to say like, well, the people I'm in community with who live and breathe this and created this very thing that is worth value feel this way. So for me, that's like an important thing to bring up. But as far as like our own terroir, people often ask me, should there be something that's New England rum? We're so new. We're so new to reviving our style. I don't think we should be codifying anything. I mean, I have certain ideas about what Maggie, the dictator of the North Shore, would love.
I love it. That's going to be your new title, Maggie. Can we change Maggie's name for the next session, please?
I mean, I know what I would love to do, but that's what I do in my own cellar. And I think we still have a long way to go as a culture and a community. But we get these hot summers, cold winters, dry winters. So when it's really dry, it totally changes the way things age. And then it gets really hot and humid in summer, which totally hits the other side. In winter, we get like a diurnal shift. So nighttime, daytime temperature. And in summer, it's much less. And we see all of these factors, the fact that we are on a salt marsh, a protected salt marsh right on the ocean in this like very adorable fisherman seaside village. I know like Dan and Harry and some of the, La Maison de Whiskey folks have visited, Richard Seals visited. It's very cute. It's very quaint. It's very New England. And I think that, you know, another important part of terroir is know-how, and that know-how and that culture and that perspective is one element of terroir. And you see this in Scotland, and you see this in Burgundy, and you see this in Barolo, and you see this in Martinique. And I think that that's really interesting as well.
And, you know, thank you, Maggie. And I think everything that all of you said is absolutely 100% true. And actually, one thing I kind of want to touch on before, and I just looked at the time and I was like, how is that possible? We only have 10 minutes left. What went on? I had 9,000 questions I didn't ask, as per usual. I think that's been the theme of this evening's, or I don't know, what are we, morning, evening, afternoon? I don't know.
It's sunset for me.
I love it. What, you know, I think in the last few months, we've really seen a revolution in the world. And on many levels, on the levels of what coronavirus is doing, Black Lives Matter, the whole kind of reevaluating who we are, what we are, and what we're doing. And we're all probably having our own battles, actually, in a funny way. And I think, Sai, you mentioned it earlier when you said, you know, coronavirus, you didn't go out, you were in your pajamas, you kind of didn't do, and I think all of us have had that moment of kind of, what the hell is going on here? And how do you think that's changing who we are and what we are as a community? And also, you know, as how do we move forward from this time that is so difficult and so complicated, and no one really, everyone wants to talk about it, but no one wants to talk about it. And, you know, Sai, I want to bat that back to you, because I think the tiki debate is quite interesting in that whole thing. And I know we've got very short time, and we've got Chucky and Sergio later on tonight, which I think is going to just go horribly pear-shaped.
You're just going to throw the whole tiki thing at me, right? Just at the end, just catch me off guard.
I just want to kind of know.
Which is fine, because so a young woman, Mariah Kunkel, probably just ruined her name, but anyway, right. So I watched the talk. So you know, it's a very unusual position to be in for me personally, where I have to entertain the idea of being a cultural appropriator or somebody who is being insensitive to other people's cultures. But this is the reality. And thankfully, this whole COVID lockdown has given us all pause to really listen. This has been one of the beautiful things that's happened in this time, is just to like listen to yourself, you know, you would like listen to your family, listen to other people, just really stop, sit down, and just pause and think about what's happening. And I watched a talk recently about tiki, and tiki has given me so much. I've met some incredible human beings through this industry, you know, through this kind of subculture, and I have a lot of love for it. At the same time, there is no doubt in my mind that a lot has to change. You know, just as an example, I watched that YouTube, I watched the live stream, and then immediately went to trailer and threw about 7 tiki mugs in the trash. You know, that had been there like unbothered for over like years. They'd just been there. I'd never seen them in that light. So yeah, COVID has really opened my eyes, and I feel like, you know, for people, you know, it's you look at Black Lives Matter, and I think that a lot of people, a lot of my white friends who have looked at this during COVID have seen it in a way that they weren't able to before. You know, whether that was just they didn't have time to really focus on it, but I've seen a willingness to learn and a willingness to listen that I have never felt this. I've never felt. There's always going to be idiots. There's always going to be, you know, people who just live to be contrary. But just on a general sense, I've never felt so much kind of so many people trying to move in the same direction and trying to understand, you know, what ultimately, how we can be better, you know, and that has filtered through every single aspect of my personal life to my professional life, you know, to Trailer Happiness, to what I want Trailer Happiness to be going forward. You know, I wrote an article for a magazine that got published yesterday, a little industry thing. And one of the points that I made in that is that for me, Trailer Happiness closed permanently in March. You know, when COVID closed Trailer Happiness, that bar closed and it will never open again. The bar that you see now is something different. And it's what I want it to be in this, you know, I'm not going to call it the new normal because I hate that statement. It's really stupid. But, you know, in the reality that we make for ourselves, I feel like we are in control. You know, you never ever feel like you have any control of anything. But in this moment, I genuinely feel like we have a small amount of control and we have to make it count. Like we can't just slip back into the comfort that we were in before. We need to make those changes. So whether that change is getting our GIs, you know what I mean? Like getting things clear, well-defined, you know, like whatever incremental step forwards we can make, we have to make them. I don't know if that
absolutely. So no, you nailed it as always. And, you know, and I think what you said it resonates with all of us. And Joy, you know, what are you going to take forward and how do we learn from coronavirus and all the things that are happening around us? You know, what does it mean to you and Jamaica?
Well, first of all, it gave me a lot of time to reflect. I noticed that persons much more family time. I would walk by the park and you would see the fathers playing tennis with their sons, whereas because they had to go to work and a lot of them working late, there was no quality time. And so it created quality family time. What it also did for us as a country is that we got together, we became more united in helping the less fortunate. And so you will see most of the big companies in Jamaica actually making huge donations and care packages to the less fortunate. And at J. Ray and Nephew, we had a personal donation among all our staff members, and we collected $2 million for our healthcare workers. So we created special packages for healthcare workers who really, really held the fort. They're the ones working, doing the contact tracing, making sure that we don't have, you know, this big spread of the virus. And so it brought us together. It unified the country. And, you know, you could see the caring of Jamaican people and how we recognize that we have to help people who are less fortunate because, you know, it is a time where persons have lost their jobs and people just needed strong support. And I have to say kudos to the companies in Jamaica who have come out and have actually contributed to the country and to help persons in need. And so for me, I have to say personally, it's the first time in my life as an adult that I was told I could not leave home for 4 months. Released from home prison like 2 weeks ago. It was crazy. And I said, my God, my mother used to tell me
You're grounded. Joy, you're grounded.
You can leave for 1 hour for the day to go and get your medication filled or something. It's a good thing. I have lots of orchids. I have lots of Appleton that I can drink and that people can come and visit me like social distancing, you know, because we could sit for social distancing. But it is a period of time that I have never thought I would experience in my lifetime. But you know, there's always gold at the end of the rainbow. And we have been able to communicate in a very different way because, you know, we couldn't travel. And so most of my time was actually spent on a plane. How else are we going to get this message across? So we had to think outside the box. So I had teams coming here doing videos at the back of my garden, everybody in masks, still spending 6 feet away. Doing a lot of virtual tasting. People said to me, I spoke to one journalist last week, said, how do you do a virtual tasting? I said, it's easy. Just send the rum to them and we taste over the TV. And so it really made us more unique and creative. And I'm just giving, you know, a prayer for those countries that are having this, you know, widespread of the disease and persons being hospitalized, and they're in my prayers. And we just strong in all of this, and we'll come out stronger and better.
Yes.
Hell yeah. And, you know, I kind of want to throw Margaret, Maggie, both of you, you know, we've got 3 minutes and 25 seconds. I'm very stickler for time.
Go for it, Margaret.
Give me 1 minute 50 each. Margaret, what does it mean for
with
you?
regards to COVID, I mean, we've just had to, the main thing was that our company had to step up to the plate. And we've had to channel sometimes up to 20% of our rum production to create alcohol for fighting COVID, because if we had not done that in St. Lucia, the hospitals would not have been able to operate the business places. So St. Lucia actually only closed down for 2 weeks maximum. But all the supermarkets, everybody's depending on us to provide 70% alcohol so they can sanitize all their products. So if you come to St. Lucia, you will be smelling of Alcosan, which is a product we immediately produced. We make no money at it. It's a corporate social responsibility project, we saw it as, but it is how we've been able to keep the island open and the country going. So sometimes you just have to step up to the plate and you have to do what has to be done. And that's what we did in this case.
And, you know, and I love that, step up to the plate. And I think all of us have had to step up to the plate. And if we didn't step up to the plate, we were going to sink. And Maggie, you know, I want you to kind of come in, because I know how passionate you are about basically everything in life, but, you know, especially these kind of things.
Yeah, I'll try not to get too sad. But yeah, I mean, Privateer Queen Share became sanitizer for our hospital and our local pharmacies, as well as in Boston. You know, we've experienced real loss at you know, in our community and at our work family. And it's been really hard, but
we love you, girl. I'm sending you a virtual hug.
Yes, lots of hugs.
I felt like a really intense new sense of like my responsibility with Andrew Cabot at Privateer, taking care of our people. And then also in and among the distilling community and our community at large, like I guess I didn't realize how many people were going to call me for like advice or just to hold space for them while they processed or ranted or went through whatever they were going through as a leader at their business. That was, you know, it changed how I saw myself. And then, of course, you know, I've been channeling a lot of energy and effort into a lot of, you know, I'm very passionate about being socially aware and doing the work and, you know, hosting the Treacherous Water show with Ashton Berry and doing my distillery Ask Me Anythings every Friday. That's been like amazing to connect with so many distillers across the globe and just answer pretty technical questions, just open on the internet for anyone to see, which wouldn't have happened before. Yeah, I guess for me, it's just been that social change is very real. And I feel different now. And I've loved seeing the people who've been touched by these really painful experiences and really serious losses to begin to position their lives from a place of care and consideration and community and support. And it's been really transformative for myself and so many people. And I think from all of that loss, we've gained something in addressing these issues. You know, when the grind stopped, we could take a look around, and what we saw wasn't really okay, especially here in the U.S. Thanks, Joy, for praying for our country that is not handling it. And you know, we looked around and it wasn't okay. And I appreciate all the work people have done to no longer just go along with it or just go to just do the next thing the next day and forget about it. It's changed people and for the better.
I 100% agree. And I think that's the most awesome way to end. And, you know, for Mitch and I, it was about bringing people together, because I think all of us have probably struggled a little bit at this time in some shape or form. And so, you know what? Cheers to you guys. And thank you so much for joining us. It's been probably the biggest honor to have you all here. And honestly, from the bottom of our heart, we love you all.
Maggie, I love you.
I love you, Sly.
Maggie, look. Maggie, I got the book.
Hi, Maggie. Margaret, Joy.
Joy.
To be here with you guys.
Margaret,
everybody.
See you, guys. Thank you. Maggie, see you in a couple of hours. Sly, see you in the trailer at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, see you at trailer.
Yeah, see the trailer with me.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
See you.
Wow, that was like totally different to the last session.
Yes.
Chalk and cheese.
What an incredible lineup. And that was Dawn's session. It was actually meant to be my little break session, but I just wanted to watch and listen. And yeah, I'm very, very glad I did. So thank you all for joining us. And we're going to play some cocktail videos for you now from some bartenders around the world who've made some delicious cocktails with black tot. So we're going to, throw up some videos in just a second and enjoy those. We're going to grab a coffee.
Kia ora everyone, I'm Alex from Wonderhorse and today I'll be showing you my Black Tot Rum creation. It's a riff on sort of navy grog meets split fizz. So we do 60 Black Tot Rum, 15 mils delicious port, 30 mils fresh grapefruit juice, 15 mils of an allspice and black tea honey syrup, a couple of dashes of the Bitterman's Tiki Bitters, 45 mils of a nice fruity IPA, egg yolk, and then we give this bad boy a dry shake. Nicely shake. Strain that into a highball, East Imperial dry ginger ale, nutmeg, and there you have a harder starboard.
she from I don't know. Rock she waist and go low. Pick up the place like a dojo. So what you say, what you say, what you say? Pretty girl, when you come my way. What you do, what you do, what you do? I must get through. Girl, roll up now, you show me that wine. Turn around, girl, don't be shy. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, so girl, I love how the way you blow my mind. Hold me tight and bring down wine. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, hey. Are you ready? Are you ready for it? Are you ready? Are you ready for it? You want give me that? Roll back, wind it up, ride it, front to the back. No long chat, just come to me.
So I don't know what happened during lockdown, but suddenly every bartender in the world seems to be a film director.
I mean, it's insane.
It's absolutely incredible. And thank you so much for all those videos. It was lovely to see some friends around the world, and Kayla from X Trailer, and yeah, over in Hobart and Tasmania as well. Lovely to see her pop up. So thanks to everyone who's joining us. Welcome back.
We're still alive.
Still here. we've got some champagne because we figured that would.
Because bubbles just
make everything better.
Make everything better. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah.
We're well past that.
What happened? Mitch is just now drinking. There's no love left, you know.
What else have we got to cover off in this session?
Well, you know, actually, maybe people want to know a little bit more about us, or maybe they don't. So, you know, I think get to know sugarcane and champagne. So sugarcane, oh, Mark, thank you so much. Sugarcane, I'd like to know your favorite food.
My favorite food? Oh, so
and
many.
Why? There is not so many. There is like one.
No, there's a lot of favorite foods, but if you're asking the food I would be reincarnated
Reincarnated as, sorry. Yeah, hey.
I would come back as a xiaolongbao because I'd be a soupy dumpling and just full of joy and happiness.
Full of joy and happiness. You heard it here first. Sugarcane wants to be full of joy and happiness. I thought you were getting coffee. No, we're past
Good
coffee.
question.
Coffee's kind of gone out the window.
Subbed out for champagne.
Coffee is for lightweights, you know. We're all about the hard liquor and great champagne at this point in time. You know, we've gone past coffee. Coffee will be probably about like 6 o'clock tomorrow morning when we're really dead.
Yeah. Well, there's only 9 hours left.
Thanks for bringing that joy to me, Mitch. So Mitch has been bringing me a lot of joy over the last 3 weeks, mostly in the form of sadomasochistic pain. But yeah, you know, we're working through it. I think we're getting there slowly in 8 hours, or however many hours you just said to me, 9.
Maybe we should have some rum to help.
I think we should have some rum. So I think it's time, and we've talked a lot about Jamaica, and
maybe a little ham-worthy.
Ham-worthy.
With the worthy ham.
For those of you who didn't see George, if you watch one of the sessions, I'm laughing about it now. If you watch one thing back, I mean, I think George is going to become a sensation. I mean, I just don't know. Mark, yes, what champagne are we on? That's a very, very good question. We are on Henri Giraud, one of my favorite producers. Homage au Pinot Noir, because Claude Giraud is a Pinot Noir specialist. He makes champagnes in Aix, and this is his 100% Pinot Noir. So really awesome. Really, really big time. Oh, Lucy,
wow.
Thank you so much. Super kind. But Mark, if you like champagne, which I'm sure you do, did you try that Madeira, by the way, that we talked about the other day? No, super, super, super good. Really amazing champagne. So if you definitely want to try a producer that's really big and rich, almost kind of like the Hampden of champagne. Well, funnily enough, we mentioned Hampden. Mitch, what do we got here?
It's beautiful. So this is the 2019 release from Hampden. It comprised of 2 marks, the OWH. The ester count between 40 to 80 makes up 80% of the blend. It's beautiful. And you've got the 900 to 1,000 ester count in there as well. Minimum 7 years old, ex-bourbon casks, 100% pot still. It is beautiful.
And, you know, the thing with this is that it just jumps out the glass. I think, you know, we were talking a lot about what defines Jamaica. And for me, what defines Jamaica is that there's always this underlying sort of, it could be a green banana, it could be a really ripe banana like what's in here, but there's always this banana character in every distillery. And this one's like on steroids. But it's also got this almost kind of like floral potpourri stuff going on again. It's really, really pungent. Lots of big, rich tropical fruits, papaya, guava, but they're all dried fruits. It's not, you know, like, it's not fresh fruit, it's dried, it's rich, it's tense, it's concentrated. This is just laughing at me now. On the palate, it's an explosion of flavor. And, you know, every time I try Hampden, I'm always like, if I do a tasting with anyone, I'm like, just taste the Hampden last, because once you go there, the only thing that can save you is Saju, because it's such a big, rich, and intense flavor. And this one's got this lovely dryness on the finish, though. And I really love that. I love that sort of savory, sort of sweet, rich fruit, but with this kind of funk, that sort of almost blue cheese is, I think, what I called it yesterday.
Yeah. No,
or Taffy's toenails, which in Jack speak is Parmesan, just for all of you that wanted to know about Jack speak.
It's delicious. Not many people would pair Hampden Great House with champagne, but then not many people are sugarcane and champagne.
And
so.
not many people are crazy enough to stay up for 24 hours and talk about rum. But actually, I think it's a very good pairing. I'm almost tempted to do the greatest blasphemy in the world and mix the two, but I think maybe I won't, because I might get shot. Just try it out.
A little sommelier club of yours is
it's dying slowly.
Looking more and more treacherous.
Yeah. I'm going to be kicked out of the Institute of Master of Wine. It was nice knowing you. I'm glad I spent 7 years studying for you.
But welcomed into the world of rum, which, you know.
Or maybe kicked out of the world of rum by the end of this as well. Could be a lose-lose situation. Who knows?
I think we should bring in our next guest who are waiting backstage. We've got an amazing session coming up for you next. We've got From Ship to Shore, Rum and Cocktail Culture with our guests Jessica Yen Manzi from the United States Bartenders Guild. We've got Paul McFadden from Plantation Rum, and we've got Sergio Morath from Worthy Park and Trailer Happiness. Welcome, everyone. How are we doing?
Yay, we're on.
Yes.
Hello.
Live. I can see you guys voting slowly.
Long-time listener.
Guys, welcome to our social bubble.
Guys, we've got this. Me, Serge, and Jess are going to do the next 8.5 hours. We got this. Like, you guys.
I just like to say,
like, we got this.
I'd just like to start by thanking you guys, because not only did you put me on a session right after 3 of the leading women in rum, but also my actual boss. You know, and it's not a problem, because in the session before that, it was my other actual boss. So no pressure there.
Well, we believe in you, Sergio. There's nothing that a good meme can't fix. So
I believe in rum.
We were saying in the chat before we came on, you should just mix the rum and bubbles.
Mix
just
it.
follow your heart.
Mix it.
I did want. Okay.
Are we going to
okay.
do it?
Hold on.
You're
No,
definitely
I think
gonna get
I'm
kicked
going
out,
to get a
isn't it?
glass. I'm going to get a glass just in case it goes horribly pear-shaped.
Come on.
Okay, no, don't do it all in one because we'll be upset if it doesn't work.
Come on, Dawn. It's
No,
okay.
Mitch.
It's not.
Mitch, if
it's
I taught
literally
you
not
nothing.
even the craziest thing we'll do this hour.
It's
Where's
called
your rum?
mixology. Just go with it.
Look at that. It looks magical already.
Where are your rums?
Dawn
on,
is
people.
so.
Get to the program.
This is such the worst thing that could ever happen to a master of wine.
It kind of smells like Riesling.
Ooh, carbonated rum. Quickly trademark it.
What a treat.
It's a crocodile pig.
Hot new release. Hot new
I
release.
can already see Mario commenting. So Mario is right in the next room. This is the rummiest house in London, and we've got Joe Farr coming in very soon as well. Like,
Guys, do you have any idea what you've done today? Like, I think I've watched like most of the hours today, and I have been in awe. Like, you know how much I love you guys anyway, but like what you've accomplished today is like proper amazing. Like, particularly from where I come from, like. Because when I started out in rum, there was like 20 of us around the world on a little web-based forum, Ministry of Rum, like just a bunch of nerds sort of exchanging misinformation and trying to get producers to give us, producers, even when I was working with Wurzburg, trying to get producers to give us the basic information was a real challenge because they were old school. It's like, they're our secrets, we don't share them. And if you told us then that this kind of forum, this kind of family, this kind of community would be getting together and exchanging this incredible depth, like it would have blown me away, exactly like it has done today. Like, you guys have achieved something really special.
Well, thank you. Well, we haven't finished it yet, but thank you. We are.
I told you, we believe in you. We believe in you, and that's what matters.
It might get more special. As we go.
We do want to start though. We want to open the session appropriately because it is somebody's birthday here today.
Are we singing?
We're gonna sing "Happy Birthday" to Jessica. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jessica. Happy birthday to you.
I think I'm going to stick to rum rather than singing.
Joining us on your birthday.
Well, thank you for inviting me to do this on my birthday. We here in the United States have been pretty locked down for a very long time. So this is actually very festive for considering, the weeks and weeks of no bars and very little rum.
Well, we're hoping to bring that rum back with a force, with a gusto today. So, don't worry, we've got lots planned. And Sergio, how are you doing out there? You're one of the people in the UK staying up the latest with us tonight.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm on the session with someone from the West Coast and then somebody else from the West Coast. Going against my own wife, Chucky. I know she's watching. We'll see how that one goes, but so far I'm holding up well. It's I've been watching as much as I could. It's amazing. I realized I should have asked for tomorrow off instead of today. I could have just finished my shift and done this. But at least I get to host you guys tomorrow when you stumble into trailer for drinks at 1.
Yes, if there's any chance you could open up at like 10, that would be amazing. Just so we can roll straight out.
10.
Oh, when we finish the 4:30 session, I'll just come to Park Royale and I'll bring the key.
Done.
We'll just meet you there. Easy. Chucky says final boss. Yes, I love it. All right, so today we're gonna dive into some chat about Navy rum blends, cocktails, look at some of the myths, look at some of the legends, see what's bullshit, see what's not, and how that translates into today. So to start
bullshit
off
and rum, impossible.
That never happens.
That was going to be my screen name.
I used to use that when I was 23 years old. Sorry, when I said I was 23 years old.
So let's start off. We have these stories of the old El Drakes and early daiquiri versions being made on ships. Was that really happening? Were there sailor bartenders going around the world squeezing limes and shaking daiquiris, or is that sort of what's our take on all that?
I mean, people always go, oh yeah, they did it to prevent scurvy. But if they really wanted to prevent scurvy, they probably wouldn't have given the option to change your salt and bread for lime and sugar, because you got one or the other. You were either eating or you were drinking a daiquiri. It wasn't just, oh, we're going to hand out lime and the first mate and our bartender is going to serve you these very, very complicated drinks. It was probably an extremely minimal amount, and really it didn't come into fashion until after they realized how to preserve them as well, because we know one of the reasons they turned to spirits on ships was because they could preserve it. But do you think they could preserve, lime juice better than they could preserve water or beer or anything else? I mean, it doesn't seem all that likely.
Yeah, and the whole notion of pirates drinking rum, lime, sugar, water, effectively drinking daiquiris, like as we know they did, like if it was really a daiquiri institution, there'd be more pirate-themed coupettes.
Well, now I want the pirate-themed coupette.
Yeah. Well, you've got to start trademarking these things. My best ideas come about right in the morning.
I kind of appreciate that the roots took place by necessity on boats, though. It's kind of cool, like how the roots of sushi were preserving the fish with vinegar and having it with rice on boats when people were out, so that the fish didn't spoil. And that, generations and generations later gives us nigiri. I think that as like a spiritual ancestor to today's daiquiri, like it's a cute story.
I think you've just said the magic word, Jessica. Dawn's favorite food is sushi.
And daiquiri.
You're in.
Yeah, the daiquiris are her favorite. Can confirm.
I was just trying to find a sushi restaurant that was open.
I don't know.
Open at 1:38.
I mean, to follow on from your question though, like in the early days of ration was like a purely functional thing, like keep people drunk, get calories in their system, that sort of stuff. But the reason why I was so desperate to do this session and why I was so excited, Mitch, this is a drum and banging for such a long time, that like underpinning the whole rum blending is like a wonderful framework that informs us today and informed the original tiki artists about how you understand rum flavors and put them together to create something that's greater than the sum of its parts. And that's why I was so happy to be with Jessica and Serge to chat about this, because there's an underpinning there that you guys have touched upon in a lot of your sessions, but that we're going to like absolutely drill into the ground over the course of the next 8.5 hours.
Yeah, it's really strange that whenever we talk about original tiki recipes, we talk about specifics of something like a Dawn's mix or Dawn spice and so on. But beyond just mentioning Jamaican and Puerto Rican and Demerara, and the Demerara we know it was Lemon Hot 151, but we don't know about the other components, and everybody just kind of glosses over that. The only fun I can think of really was trying to recreate a flavor blend that would simulate what Vic used in the Mai Tai, but everything else we just kind of go, oh yeah, a Jamaican and a Puerto Rican, and don't
you've just hit the
dig
nail
any
on the
deeper
head.
than that.
You've just hit the nail on the head. Like I've listened to lots of sort of learning people today, and quite rightly talking about the need for rum to talk about categorization on where it comes from or how it's made. The way I've always come at it, because I've spent the last 20 years just sort of engaging with consumers, it's like, to me, the biggest impediment for the rum industry moving forward is that, like, in terms of how a consumer experiences it, it doesn't matter whether or not it's a pot or column still. What it matters about is what it tastes like. In the same way that I think of it in terms of like an artist with paints. It doesn't matter what dyes and copper sulfate used to create that red. What matters is how vivid the red is and how you would use it. And the fact that if you put red and yellow together, you don't get a red and yellow mix, you get orange. And that's the thing that if we went out on the street now and you asked, obviously not right now, but at a more reasonable hour. And you asked people, the whiskey drinkers, and you asked them what an Islay malt tastes like. What's going to be the words they're immediately going to repeat?
Smoky.
Peaty.
Smoky, peaty.
Like, people understand what an Islay malt tastes like. One of the big impediments in the rum industry is that there is a tiny small percentage of people that could tell you what does a St. Lucian rum taste like? What does a Grenadian rum taste like? What does a Guyanese rum taste like? And so, good point. Like, until you understand where rums sit in terms of their flavors in relation to each other, you haven't really got mastery of how to then use them, but also how to sell them as customers.
Yeah, but what they taste like is informed by the process that they are created by.
Of course,
you know,
but that's almost the cause. Like, whereas what I'm saying is the effect, as in what you're delivering to the customer, is much more important, because the fact that something comes from a pot still doesn't necessarily, it gives you some information, but we can create pot still rums that taste like column still rums and vice versa. It doesn't really give you the be all and end all of tools, and it also, just talking about where it comes from, you and I could go over, and Jessica could go over old Trader Vic and Donna Beachcomber recipes, and it will say a Demerara rum or a Jamaican rum, but that only gives us an idea, because there are different Jamaican rums, different Demerara rums, different rums from Puerto Rico, for example, and without the sort of emphasis on where it comes from and how it's made, it takes preeminence in this industry when flavor is what's really important, and that's
at the end of the day, obviously. But
sorry, I feel like those things are really important as kind of indications of what it's going to taste like. When we talk
100%.
about educating the consumer,
yeah,
people will walk into a bar with a selection of rums and have no idea what's in front of them. And the people who are more game to try, who are like really excited to like try a new spirit and learn about it, I find it to be a really helpful tool to give them like, hey, like, what did you used to drink? What do you tend to enjoy on your own? And then sort of giving them a translation, something that they can use going forward. Like, cool, you like that rum I just gave you? You're super into like funky, you like heavier flavors, you like pot stills, you like something a little bit bigger. And that person can then go out and be like, okay, well, she told me I like pot stilled stuff. I like that thing from Jamaica. I can go out armed with that tiny bit of information, and, you know, it opens up a little part of that world to them.
You are so right. I mean, you're absolutely right. Obviously, it gives you that indicator. Like, what it needs to be married with is what's the benefit. Like, that's almost the features of the product, rather than the benefit, what it is to the consumer.
But there's a very clear benefit talking about production, because if you think about whiskey drinkers, there's a lot more people who drink whiskey than who necessarily understand whiskey. And there's a lot of people who will come to you, and I know this from, you know, serving lots of people in bars. There's a lot of people who will come to you and ask for a single malt because they associate it with a certain level of quality because of the way it's made. They might be completely unable to tell you what single malt means, but they understand that there's an inherent quality to it. And I think categorizing by production process is relevant in the sense that it will give you a baseline value system, not necessarily in terms of how good that tastes or how much you will like it, but it will give you an idea of what it is.
And I think we're in total agreement. We've had this conversation with quite a lot, Serge. Like, I suppose what I'm saying that's not married with is a common language for how that experience then translates to the customer. So how would you summarize Barbados rum? As in, it's difficult to do broad generalizations because Barbados rum can be light, column still, or heavy pot. But a broad generalization for Barbados is not common, even amongst the high-end set that have been sitting here all day watching for 24 hours. Unlike the fact that everyone can describe what an Islay malt tastes like, and everyone can taste what a more corn-heavy bourbon tastes like, or any of those kind of things, because there's a common language to describe the experience for the customer.
And I think we're touching on something really interesting here, which again is an area I really want to dig in with you guys, because the connotations around a rum blend are completely different to any other spirit in the world. You know, there is no spirit in the world that blends together different countries to create flavor profiles the way rum does. You know, no one's ever gone out. Well, most people haven't gone out and had a 3 gin martini or a 4 whiskey old fashioned, but we've all had 5 rum, 6 rum, like all different types of rums blends together. And the word
made,
blend
not
in
even
rum
had, made
with champagne.
Like,
Hell yeah.
I'm pretty sure one of our guests later on is Burrow Bar from Australia, and you know, I remember distinctly one night thinking it was a good idea to have like 12 or 13 runs. Like, let's really go out there. You know, it's like this is inherent in rum culture to blend flavors together, to blend rums together, but and it breaks apart from the rest of the spirits categories, where it's not just a blend of pot and column that we're talking about, or it's not just a blend of different distilleries from the same locale, but it's a far-reaching blend. Like, that term can be applied to so many things, and
well, of course,
and just
well, yeah, but
Jessica, stop, right? But Jessica, you touched on a really interesting point where a customer could come in and, you know, have no idea we're bringing in megaphone out. It's been decided this is a megaphone session.
Excellent.
We're keeping you guys in track. Jessica, you mentioned a really interesting point where you said, you know, customers will come in and they will look at a bar and they'll have no idea what's up to them, and depending on how open they are will determine what they can drink. But, you know, why is rum blending so different? Why is the connotation so different? And when, you know, I know your former background was working at Rum Bar in Seattle, one of the world's famous rum bars, you know, like, how did you get customers to understand and to break over that sort of threshold of knowing, okay, this is what I'm having and this is what this blend represents?
I don't know if I had a ton of conversations with guests about blends necessarily, but one of the things that I found was kind of instrumental in engaging guests with a style of rum they'd never had before, which was most of them for a lot of our guests, was how they're utilized in a cocktail, which does highlight the blend. So you talk to a guest, what kind of drink do you want? Do you want something that's kind of bright and citrusy? Do you want something that's stirred down, spirit forward? Are you looking for something with a ton of bitter? Do you like something tropical? And then from there, they're going to choose a menu cocktail that features a blend of rums that highlights that style of drink. So now they've ordered something and, you know, they wanted something really bright, clean, and simple. And, you know, if they're curious and, you know, they want to go further, like, oh, I really like this. What else can I have that's along these lines? And then, you know, you're letting them know, well, you know, the rums that you had in there were, you know, Barbados and Puerto Rico. And, you know, we can continue along those lines. You know, if you like things kind of light and dry. And that's where the rum blend comes together with the way that the guest is experiencing it. And, you know, you come away with a teachable moment.
I love that. How good's that? Boys, can you top that? Let's
I mean, as to why rum blending is, to go back to what you asked, as to why rum blending is different to any other spirit, is because rum has a much wider and richer variety in the sense that people always just talk about rum. You know, people always, when they talk about whiskey, they tend to talk about American whiskey and Irish whiskey and Japanese whiskey and so on. But when they talk about rum, it's always just rum. So of course you can blend it because you have all these different countries with all their different traditions in terms of what flavor profile they produce or how they do it or what they make. And in fact, what we're expecting from them. You know, you have a certain idea about a heavy, high rum. You know what you're expecting it to taste like, and if it doesn't taste like that, you almost go, "Wait a minute, what is this?" So the reason why blending in rum is much more common than any other spirit, really, is because we don't talk about rum in the regional sense that we talk about a lot of other spirits. You know, nobody talks about brandy in general. They talk about Armagnac and Cognac and Pisco. Same with whiskey, as I mentioned before. Rum you can blend because people don't necessarily recognize that all of these different rums are made in wildly different ways because of wildly different traditions. And as to the the blends with 15, 16, 17, however many rums, it gets to a point when it doesn't make sense. Why are you doing that blend? What flavors are you trying to select? What are you trying to highlight? What are you trying to build? The classic zombie blend works the way it does because it's 3 very, very different rums bringing 3 very different things to the table, and none of them are overlapping. You'll inevitably get into overlapping flavors if you use too many. I mean, Paul can talk about the design of the OFTD and a whole lot of marks that they had to go through to find ones where they were all matching with each other. And I'm sure that Black Tot went through a very, very similar process in its creation of having to taste a million delicious rums until you could settle on a consistent one that made sense.
Well, one of those jobs you really drag out a little bit longer. Oh, we'll taste a couple more.
It's not quite there.
Yes, like Serge just hit the nail on the head. That like in answer to your question, that the rum flavor spectrum dwarfs every other category by an enormous magnitude. That even if you took the entirety of whiskey, from a delicate floral Japanese to a slap you in the face with peat and smoke Isla to a really sweet bourbon like the heavy corn bias, that's quite a wide spectrum. We're talking about a category that has agricoles and cachassas and clarins in one end of vegetal expressions to literally to the degree of neutrality and stretching the definition of rum at one end in the same category with heavy pot still ester rich or volatile alcohol, high alcohol rich stuff from Demerara or Fiji or somewhere like and of course the rum blenders skill. I work for a cognac house, obviously, that do a lot of rum blending, and so I've been sort of steeped in how you create something using components to create something that's greater than some of its parts. The whole French notion of assemblage, where you take stuff that may be different, but when they're combined, what you've created is something that isn't just a list of the things you put in. What you've created is something which is unique in its own right.
No, and that's again a really great point. And all of you guys have worked in amazing rum bars or do work in amazing rum bars, and it's interesting to me how these bars for me are the forefront of sort of educating people about those individual provenances, like outside of say people who are buying bottles to have on their home bar or doing their own research. A lot of people, certainly for myself and a lot of people I know, discover rum through places like Trailer Happiness, places like Rum Bar in Seattle. It's like they stumble upon this bar that's completely different to every other place they've ever walked into, and they're like, what is this? What's going on? And you have this sort of almost a responsibility to introduce them to the world of rum and give them a good impression so that they come back, so that they stay in the rum camp rather than going back to the safe whiskey or gin camps, So Jessica, again, coming back to yourself, where would you take someone who is discovering rum for the first time? Let's say you have that person comes into a rum bar back in the day, or if you were speaking to someone about rum for the first time and you were maybe they weren't that experienced with it. Where would you be taking them? Do you have a favorite place you like to start them off? Do you have, what's your introduction into rum?
I honestly like to start just with where the guest is going to be more comfortable. That's why one of my favorite questions, and this works with any spirit category. This works with wine. Is what do you like to drink? Like, don't think about rum. Don't think about where we are. What do you like to sit down with? And, if people tell you they like bourbon, that's going to give you an idea. Like, okay, they like something smooth. They like something maybe like on the sweeter end. They're going to want something with age on it. If they tell you, oh, I'm really into mezcal these days, that you can probably be a little bit more adventurous in what you recommend to them. And, when I worked with a lot of rums, I had like a little flow chart in my mind of like, okay, they said this, I'm going to take them to this category. I'm going to let them try this thing. If they like that, I know where I can go from there. And, you know, because I'm me, I would want to push them like, what is the weirdest thing that I can give them that they're going to be really excited about? Because my favorite thing about serving a guest is having them go, you know, what was that? Like, I love that look because it's what my favorite rums do to me.
And that's there's one of the things that Dawn mentioned earlier as well, was like talking about, you know, asking people what they like to drink, what their flavors are, getting them into that place, you know, making them feel comfortable with that. I think that's, you know, it's so important. It's one of the funniest things I think we've all seen online. You know, you get the rum forums and someone's just started drinking the rum. They're like, oh, I really like Diplomatico. And it's like, great, now drink some overproof cast strength.
That's
like,
right.
Yeah.
Like, no, like, absolutely, you'll scare them off.
Jessica's response is perfect. Like my answer to that, having spent like ages dealing with customers, is always really similar to Jessica's. I just say, what's your favourite cocktail you've ever had in your life? Where were you? What was the experience? What's the best down drink you've ever had? What's your favourite spirit? Because if you can key into people's passion and excitement, A, it's informative, B, it's a great way to engage with people. And it gives you all the clues you need to then take them on that journey. And Jessica, you touched on like a really important thing. Like you talked about your mental framework of how you sort of categorize things. And Mitch, you know, that's something I've spent a lot of time sort of working on. I talked earlier about, I think there are 3 distinctly different styles of rum, like really neutral, like so right up to 95 or 90% ABV. So therefore, in terms of positive terms, they're crisp, dry, elegant, short on the palate, aperitif style rums. Another extreme is look, I was selling it hard. And across that border, of course, is vodka. But you can go right up to that limit. Then you've got vegetal, raw expressions of the sugarcane itself, so agricoles, cachaças, clarins that really capture like the sunlight and the soil and the earth and the rainfall in those countries, where you can taste like you're standing in those cane fields. And then the other sort of extreme is that heavy pot still, full of esters, full of higher alcohols. Like they're sort of undeniably your 3 distinctly different styles of rum. And then every other sort of bottle you pick up can be mapped somewhere within that. So I always think like a really balanced, composed, not too heavy, not too light, not too sweet, not too dry, pot column still Bayesian rum kind of sits somewhere in the middle of that. And sort of having that framework in my head always helps me understand that if let's say you taste this rum, if it wasn't perfect for you, but based on your feedback, I know where to take you moving within that framework, because I kind of have that. It was really interesting hearing Jessica say that, like having it, because of course that framework's something that, like Mitch, you know, like you and I like have used and like chatted about loads.
And I think like bartender that works with, you know, more adventurous spirits goes through that. Like, you know, you think you know where you're channeling a guest, and, you know, ideal situation, you put something in front of them and they're like, this is the thing I've been waiting my whole life to drink. Opposite side of that, I many times have set something down in front of the guest and they're like, that sucks. And I'm like, cool. Well, you know what? I feel personally really hurt by this, but let's go in another direction. And like, you know, process of elimination is good too.
I kind of do a combination of your 2 approaches. I tend to, if it's somebody sitting at the bar who's clearly interested, I start with a flight. You know, I start with a flight of going through normally 4 or 5 different rum styles, short pours, you know, 10, 15 mils, aka about 1/3 of an ounce to maybe ½ ounce. But I try to introduce them to various historically relevant styles. And then if there's a particular favorite they have, then we can go in that direction. Otherwise, obviously, if it's busy and they just want a one-off, then Jessica's approach is absolutely something I myself use a lot. You know, what it is that you already like, what it is that you're already after. Or the other thing I tend to ask, and this especially goes for cocktails but rums as well, is what do you not like? You know, if I know that somebody despises really fruity sweet things, then there's a certain amount of rums that are already off. Or if somebody really, really doesn't like very austere, very dry, very sort of challenging flavors, then that again knocks out certain things, and I have a better chance of recommending something that they're going to enjoy, especially from such a vast variety of rums that we're blessed to have in trailer.
Well, exactly. Like, I mean, I suppose my sort of bigger point coming out of exactly what both Jessica and Serge has said, like, once you sort of understand where rums sit in relation to each other, then you can understand why the naval rum blends are structured the way they are, why we built OFTD the way we did, why a William George was built the way it is, or 3 Stars, or even like bring it back to, because Serge is my big passion. Like if you go through Don and Trader's classic recipes where they took individual island components and created something greater than the sum of its parts, because there are like standard formulas you can apply. I mean, if you take like a Never Say Die, a Pearl Diver's Punch, like an Akahu Lapu, but you could carry on down the list of old sort of Don, Trader, and their predecessors ilk. The standard formula that is then echoed in pretty much every rum blend that's been launched is to take a column still rum, so Puerto Rican would be the most common in America, obviously. So you take that elegant, dry, short on the palate rum, which provides structure. We use a Trinidadian rum for that in 3 Stars, for example. Then you accent it with a heavy modifier from either a pot still Pourmorant or a Jamaican rum. But then you need a bridging component to kind of bring that together to create some harmony, rather than just having 2 disparate components. And so like in today's market, you might take a Barbados, for example, but because Barbados wasn't really exporting in the 30s, 40s, 50s, what would like typically be quoted in Don and Trader's recipes would be like a Demerara rum. So they're a blend of the pot and columns. And so once you've got a column, a pot column, you create something that's bigger than the sum of its parts. And I suppose the bigger point I'm trying to make is like, until you understand that kind of, back to Jessica and Sergio's original point, you need to understand how the rum's made. My kind of point, you need to understand what it tastes like and what the flavors are. But once you master those 2 things, then you can use the broad palette that rum has at its disposal to create something that's greater than the sum of its parts. And that's where the original tiki artists painted beautiful frescoes, because they understood the paints they were working with and created texture and stuff. And it underpins most of the new rum brands that have launched. Like,
So this is something that Paul and I discussed in a few texts before the session, and this is where we actually disagree to a point. I completely agree. I agree on a bottled. When it comes to bottled rum blends, you absolutely have the lighter, a column, a pot and column blend makes complete sense. But when it comes to tiki blends, there's a very, very specific style of Guyanese rum they were using. And that would have been Lemon Hunt 151, which is extremely heavy, not to mention extremely high ABV. So the reason why, like in the classic zombie blend, you had 1.5 parts to 1 part, is because it was such a large amount of such a huge alcoholic punch and such an overwhelming, big, oily, fusely, chocolatey, smoky flavor coming off of the Demerara that would almost necessarily dominate in a bottled blend, as shown off by a few bottled blends that build on this as a central component. And I think that is slightly different to how you would have a pot and column to almost sort of temper or create a midpoint in your blend when you're bottling for balance.
That's the only point of our disagreement. That like there's quite a few classic tiki rum blends that will specify 2 different Demerara rums. Quite a lot of them, because I think it's safe to say that not all Demerara rums was just Lemon Hunt 151. When we've got a company that has a broad array of stills at its disposal, from column stills right through to that old double wooden pot, single wooden pot, for example. And so it kind of underpins my point that we're trying to create insight into what Don's recipe was in 1939 for a particular cocktail where he just said use a Demerara rum. The fact that it comes from Demerara gives us some insight, but it doesn't really tell us exactly what the Demerara was. because it could have gone in a number of different directions. And so you're trying to pass information and make assumptions without having the entire story.
It kind of makes me think of how I've read about how composers back like super classical music days would write things and you weren't necessarily sure how it would sound, especially with vocal arrangements, or you know, when certain things were lost about, like, we don't know how fast this was, or, you know, we didn't know how this instrument sounded back then. Rum blends, the way that they're written, or even like recipes where it gives you like every component and it just says rum, or it just says, you know, Demerara rum. I can't be the only one who's made a classic recipe from like the 1940s and been like, this is whack. This is completely out of
yeah.
Oh,
oh yeah.
You could go one of two ways with that. You could think like they didn't know how to make drinks back then. Their mouths were broken. Or you could think they were probably working with a different product.
If you make drinks from a Savoy cocktail book, you'll assume that their mouths were broken.
Right. There's a ton of that going on. And I think really it kind of underpins the importance of blending in like the modern rum cocktail world, because you're like, okay, cool. We know 3 of the 4 elements of this drink. The only one that's not working is the rum that we don't have. What can we put together to make this drink work? And I think that's really exciting. It's one of the fun things about working with a spirit category where you can bring in so many different elements by just blending different rums together. It's a really cool effect that you have once you've been like, okay, well, you know, let's bring this in and see how it changes. And at the end of the day, you might have 3 drinks that worked and they all just work in different ways.
That's perfect. Like and sort of stemming from that like, so Serge, like sort of making assumptions about what that Demerara styles were looking back at a drink from the 30s and 40s, that, you know, if you put a light Puerto Rican like neutral rum right now with a heavy Jamaican Demerara, those 2 rums don't act in harmony. Like that just independent of like, if you just take that and say like you haven't got a harmonious blend, there's got to be a bridging component so the column still rum that acts as a framework that accentuates the modifier of the heavy rum and needs some balance to bridge the gap. And so therein lies those assumptions. But Jessica, as she's done for the house, just put it better than I did. So.
I mean, the mere fact that you had the same amount of the light Puerto Rican and the Jamaican already tells you that they must have been fairly different, because these days, if you were constructing a blend with a light component, you would immediately use a much larger amount of it, because otherwise it would be almost non-existent in terms of flavor.
That's the whole point. There's no harmony. Like if you just did heavy Jamaica and Puerto Rican, the Puerto Rican doesn't bring anything to the mix.
Yeah, it would get eaten alive.
It just gets eaten alive. Like you're literally just adding alcohol, and that's why you know, like now we know about how putting together blends, and part of that's the legacy of naval rum blends. Part of that's the legacy of the tiki artists. Part of that's the fact that there were so many new rum blends launched in market that quite a few of them I've been involved in. Like so if you look at what we did with 3 Stars, just without turning into a brand thing. Sorry, I work.
A brandy thing.
But the Trinidadian rum is very delicate, crisp component that would just get lost because it's there with some 12-year-old Jamaican rum, some heavy pot still. Without the Barbados rum to sort of bridge that gap with the pot column and provide harmony, that literally the Trinidadian rum wouldn't bring anything to the table at all. And that same framework that is exhibited all over the tiki history and all over pretty much every rum blend. That's the thing that gets me out of bed in the morning. This is really exciting. As Jessica said, this is really exciting as bartender. It's really exciting as someone who loves rum. Like this, you don't get this in the other spirit category.
Yeah. Dawn keeps disappearing. Anytime it comes back to you guys, Dawn is somewhere else.
Maybe she found some 1:30 a.m. sushi.
she'd have that. Oh yeah.
we get Robin. She's
Somehow.
like she's saving Batman for the real heavy hitters. We're talking heavy hitters. I've put on a lot of weight during lockdown.
Yeah, I'm a heavy hitter. That's for sure. Yeah.
Let's not talk
a lot
about
more heavy than I was.
We're going to move swiftly past that question. So a question here from Letty and Gareth from the Rumheads, saying, if a rum novice beginner came into a bar, would you start at a Bayesian rum and then go from there based on feedback? I know that's something I've done personally in the past. Where for each of you is your start point in the Caribbean or further afield? Where would you start people on their rum journey?
That's like, I mean, that's probably, there's somebody like, it might have heard me bang that drum for a while, because if you are going to stab in the dark, if you accept the framework I was describing earlier about neutral, like at the top, vegetal, agricoles, cachaças, sugarcane juice at one end and pot stills at the other, then if you were going to take a sort of stab in the dark and then start doing a research project up, you want to start smack bang in the middle, and a pot column still harmonious blend, which is not too heavy, not too rich, it's not too full, it's not too replete in esters, not too full in like higher alcohols. Like that perfect middle ground is the perfect spot. So for example, like if you tasted, I'm going to be total brand, like if you tasted a Dawley's or like a Plantation 5, for example, and you started in the middle of that world and you gave it to a novice, and you said you never tasted rum before, we're going to find your perfect rum. If they said that Barbados rum was too heavy for them, too rich, then you might go from Barbados and try somewhere like Trinidadian rums, because Trinidadian rums are column still, but they're much more rich than a typical column still, particularly because they use like a blend of their like heavier components off the column still. So you could taste some of the Angostura. If that was still too heavy for you, you could go even lighter. You could go into a sort of Antiguan rum, into a Cuban rum or Puerto Rican rum, and go to more, without being disrespectful, go towards neutrality, but more crisp and dry and elegant. If similarly they tasted a Barbados rum and they went, oh no, I want something with loads more balls, you could try a pot still Bayesian rum. If they want even more balls, they could try a really heavy pot still St. Lucian rum. They could try a super rich Guyanese rum. They could try a Jamaican smash mouth high ester rum. So you could effectively moving down that other axis. And similarly, if they wanted more vegetal notes and they were tequila drinkers, for example, you could take them through Barbancourt, so that sort of syrup rums through to sugarcane juice into clarins and agricoles and cachaças and stuff. Like, it all goes back to Jessica's point of like having that framework in your mind. When you understand where rums sit in relation to each other, it allows you to understand that if you like this about that, but you didn't like that, then how about I take you here because I know where that sits in relation to this.
This is why I advocate for mini flights, because I think for a casual drinker who's unaware of what Barbados rum and Jamaican rum and Cuban rum are like, just giving them one rum, no matter how good it is, and if I had one rum, it would probably be this one. But just giving them one rum is not going to necessarily equip them with the language or with the ideas of what direction to go after.
But we only disagree because that's always just followed up with the question saying, what do you normally drink? What's your perfect drink? Like, so like Jessica's saying, like having that, what's your favorite drink? What's your favorite spirit type? Gives you that insight so you're not totally stabbing in the dark, because you and I only disagree. Like you're sort of suggesting taking a total stab in the dark, saying, you know what, I'm just going to like take a scattergun and see if one of these hits the mark.
And what the question brings forth is pretty relevant because, I have a lot of people sit at the bar and they want like a pour of something. And, total rum novice, just pour me something that, I'll probably like. And the Bajan rum is a good starting point, I think, for all the reasons Paul just outlined. But also, if I have a straight spirit drinker here in the US, the straight spirit they're drinking is whiskey. And the elements that are going to come out to them as appealing about a rum from Barbados are the same things that they enjoy about whiskey. They're going to like, you know, the rounder, you know, falling sweeter on the palate flavors. They're going to like the age. They're going to like, you know, it makes the guest sound super shallow, but the color is like a huge element. They have something that's like dark from age in front of them, and they're like, oh, this is a good quality spirit.
That's still how people order, remember? Like the most common order from customers, things that I hear from, like I was in a bar today, like, with a great selection of rums, and I asked the bartender, what's your favorite rum? And he said, I really like dark rums. Which immediately, like, for someone who really knows rums, like, even someone who really does, like, the immediate question is, do you mean the category of rums that are artificial, like, have excess caramel and onto bitterness, so therefore Gosling's, Myers, like, type realm, which we talk about as dark rums, but you know, really they mean just aged rums. And the fact that like a rum is aged, particularly because we know you can artificially add color to make it look aged, is the most useless descriptor that is imaginable to conceive in a category.
But that's been one of the more delicate soft skills that I have had to develop working with a lesser understood spirit is like, how is the guest going to talk about it? How do I need to interpret that? And how do I respond in a way that makes them feel heard and smart? Because nobody wants to be told, like, oh, you're super into Diplomatico? That's like baby food. Let's go from there. Like, you know, you work with what they want and you give them the experience thereafter, and you want them to leave like excited and wanting more. And hopefully along the way, you can pepper in some vocabulary that will help them out a little bit more in the future. So the next bar that they sit down at, they're equipped with, you know what, I like a rum with a little more age on it.
You had really good baby food.
It's
Also-
what I would prefer.
Also, Jessica's my damn spirit animal. Like, that was so perfect, so perfectly put. In the, because we're talking about this hugely diverse rum category. Like, I described those three axes, but then you also have to recognise that there's without getting three-dimensional. The other axis is like the sort of sweetened, flavoured type category, which you can, which technically isn't rum. Right, as in flavor, as in adding artificial flavors, but it's also a gateway to get people into the category, and so it's one of the reasons why I work for the company I do, and why I've spent most of my adult life doing rum, is that it's such a broad church. It's just about getting people excited about. It doesn't matter where you worship. Like, you like Clarins, amazing. If you like Clarins, then you'll like this, or similarly, if you like tequila, you will love Clarins and agricoles. Because if you like tequila, you love the taste of the soil, you love the earth, you love the vegetal notes. Wicked. Then come and join the rum church via Clarins and agricoles and cachaças. And if you like vodka, cool. I've got rums that really fucking don't taste of anything at all. Like, I've got another place for you to worship. If you like whiskies, I've got rums that taste like whiskies. Like, and that's the joy of this category. Like, getting people in, getting people excited, and then showing them that like the world of opportunity is that's there for them.
So, Paul, earlier on you mentioned that, you know, when you first started, there was very limited information available compared to what there is today. And, you know, even over the last few years, you know, we've seen more and more information and transparency from different brands coming forward. Like, where do you feel it's at? Do we have as much transparency as we'd like from the brands? Is there more to go? What would we like to have from the brands that isn't coming forward yet? And where can we take that forward? Because this has been a big conversation of today, and we've spoken to a lot of you know, independent bottlers and people working with different blends and stuff. And, you know, certain information you can disclose and you can't. So how do we, as the people at the forefront, serving the drinks, educating people about rum, introducing to new things, how do we make sure we've got all that information that we need to be able to give the best possible experience? So maybe Sergio, if you want to start off with that, because I know you're at Trailer and you're doing this. So, you know, at least a couple of days a week. So, what's your experience there?
Well, I'm lucky in the sense that I am privy to a lot of information that the average consumer might not necessarily get. So I can tell people about certain bits of information because either of trainings we've done specifically for the bar team, of research I've done, or from talking to the people actually making these rums. And I think, as you mentioned, there's a lot more transparency nowadays, and a lot of brands are bringing forth a wealth of information that is really for us, that is for us geeks who understand a lot about rum, and it might not be necessarily as useful for the everyday consumer. But on the other hand,
is it a lot of brands though? Is it a lot of brands doing that though?
There's more than 4 years ago. There's more than 3 years ago. There's more than 2 years ago.
No.
As in, it's a trend that I see building. But on the other hand, I think it's an educational opportunity that if this disclosure and if this transparency becomes the norm, then it can be something that can help the average consumer understand the category that is really, really difficult to navigate as an outsider. Even as an insider, it's huge and it's complex, and you'll never know everything about it, But I think it's a very positive step, and it's a very important step. I mean, in an ideal world, we'd get to a place, especially with the new EU legislation, we'd get to a place where additives are generally disclosed. Whether people change their opinions based on that or not is almost less important than that they are aware of what it is.
Oh, you could be
like
more right.
We're moving into,
Sorry.
we're moving into a space where conversation about these things is more open. I know in the past it's been really difficult to pin down like what is this brand putting in this bottle, and it's a big mystery, kind of like rum blends have been in the past. But through social media, through new people coming to the forefront of the industry, I think there is a lot more openness about what's happening behind closed doors. And some of those doors aren't even closed. If you know the right people. It was brought up in the session right before ours how close we are now between like the producer, the distributor, and the guest. Some of these people are available just via instant message, and you can ask them what are they doing? Why are they doing it? And they're more than happy to share with you. And I think that's super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And Serge's right that it's moving in the right direction as an industry. But we still have this weird scenario where if you pick up a can of Coke or any other food stuff, it lists all the nutritional information and what is in it. All of the ingredients are on the side of that can or the side of that packet. And of course, when you, without getting all conspiracy theorists, you know that the reason why there isn't nutritional information on the side of a bottle of spirits is because big companies that have lobbyists in their pockets campaign to say if you put nutritional information or the word nutrition information on the side of a bottle of spirits, what their argument was, their rationale was, if you said nutritional information, it would suggest that spirits were good for you because nutrition is good for you. Therefore, spirits should be exempt. So it's a very facetious argument that no other food industry has had, and because it is just like a misnomer that a bottle of spirits doesn't say what the ingredient list on it is. And where we supply rum to Marks and Spencer's, a big retailer in the UK, and the rums we have to supply on the labelling, it's got a full list of ingredients on it because that's their policy of adoption of what it should be. And in any other world where these shortcuts haven't been taken, that's there's in every other food stuff, that would be on every bottle of spirits. And so yes, the industry is kind of moving towards self-adopting educating a bit more, and we are moving in the right direction. But even recently, I went for dinner with an unnamed producer, to be unnamed producer, recently, who I spoke to really passionately during the dinner about how we should talk about the production techniques and how they use their sugar and how they create their blends. And I wasted about 20 minutes doing this whole passion of how we work together. And the guy looked me square in the eye and said, "Yeah, but we don't add any sugar to our rum." I had a delegation over from the Philippines who looked after a very famous flavored rum from the Philippines, and I did a presentation to them about how we could work together in selling the flavored rum category. And I was like, let's talk about the provenance and the origin of all the spices and how it's blended and how it's made and all this sort of like, this is how you can do, because the flavored rum category is fine in its own right, just be really transparent about it. And after a 3/4 of an hour presentation, this Filipino guy looked me in the eye and was like, yeah, but we don't add anything to our rum. and even the people watching this will probably know I'm very rarely speechless. And I'm fucking floored. And eventually it was like, you know what, I'll get my fucking coat.
42 grams of vanillin was it, I think?
Hope I haven't given too many clues of who it was.
Guesses in the comments.
I think it rhymes with John Haha.
So a little bit of work still to be done, but we are moving in the right direction. But we're doing it on a self-compliance type thing where no other food stuff or alcohol stuff has to do it. And long may if the more quickly we can get to the point where everyone has to fucking tell exactly where it came from and what's in it, the better, really.
Yeah. So in that similar vein, then, where rum moves more towards transparency, more explaining what's actually in the bottle as well. Bars themselves and the rum bars that are pushing rum forward and building this culture. And Serge, I know we've talked a little bit about this, but Tiki is now hitting a place where we're reevaluating it, where we're moving this forward, and we're re-looking at what Tiki culture is, what it could be, what that rum bar is going to look like in the future. And yeah, absolutely. And we've got Chocky joining us later on as well. And I'm fascinated to hear from you guys as well, because my first introduction to rum was at Trailer. That's and it was in its full Tiki days back in the day.
Trailer's not a heavy Tiki bar, Tiki influence.
No, it's never full on, but there's still those connotations around it. I know now Sly and Serge, I know you're looking at a very different concept with it. So I'm interested to hear from each of you, where you see Tiki at, has it served its purpose? Is it to evolve? Are we throwing it away completely and getting something else in? Serge, what's your thoughts on this?
I think, and this is a conversation I've had with all three of you at various points. It needs to face up to its cultural baggage. It needs to, Tiki as a subculture and Tiki as a group needs to face up to its cultural baggage, needs to shed the problems that are inherent to it and find an alternative that it can present as itself, and that goes down to how you interpret Tiki. If Tiki is about complex, delicious drinks and providing escapism and providing something that is not your everyday boring gray world, then there's no reason why it has to caricature and appropriate cultures that already have centuries worth of various colonial problems and lots and lots of problems with their representation in everything from popular media and mass culture and popular culture to how people in tiki bars and tiki events interpret them. And if we can do that, then that's how I see tiki developing, and that's how I see it going forward. And there are a bunch of people, there are a bunch of voices, thankfully more and more voices from the actual cultures that tiki has affected, leading this charge. And I think supporting and amplifying these voices is how us in bars and us coming from privileged backgrounds can help tiki change into something that is sustainable and inclusive and welcoming.
Awesome. And Jessica?
I mean, we have been having these discussions just like ongoing over the last few years, but especially in the last year for me, being introduced to a lot of other professionals who are working in the category. I think there's a lot of value here, and I think that it's a great platform for a lot of new bartenders to come in and bring their creativity to the table. The imagery that has been associated with it previously is irrelevant to the cocktail culture now. You don't need that stuff. I feel like we can leave it. The discussions that we're having about, how it's been problematic in the past and how it's a bummer now are really important. I'm glad we're having them, and they make it okay, and they open doors for people to take this category, to take this style, and to move it into, the next phase. I've really loved seeing young bartenders, people of color, women come into this category and use it to flex what they've got. It's really, really cool.
It's a really good point. I suppose where I'd sort of add to that is that that I've always taken a much broader view of tiki in terms of I've always looked at it in terms of what's at the core of tiki. This conversation rages daily on the real tiki forums about, is this totem tiki or is it something else? Because you're right, tiki is that appropriation of the Polynesian ideal, but from my point of view, the most important legacy of that Donna Beachcomber and then popularized by Tradovic ideal was rooted in escapism theatrics, but then using the versatility of rum to create flavors that didn't exist in individual bottles, and exoticism and theatre and escapism in the drinks themselves. And so somewhere like Lucky Cane, for example, or a lot of the sort of new wave of tiki bars wouldn't pass any mustard as tiki establishments. And someone like Lucky Cane doesn't even pretend to, because they will say we're a tropical bar. But what they've done is taken the core pillars that made what was the tiki legacy so enduring, that escapism, the fact that you walk into that bar and you were transported to another world. The hospitality was amazing. The theatre in the drink service, the theatre of the experience of the food and and the service, combined with the fact that it's a movement that really understands the broad palette of rum and uses it to create beautiful, big paintings that can't be achieved with any one rum or any simple cocktail. And so, just for, the cultural appropriation aspect of tiki, I'm not underplaying at all, because obviously there's a cartoonish aspect of how they've appropriated cultures, but the legacy of what might be called the sort of the tiki movement, I personally, I don't think it ever existed, or it did at the time, but now it doesn't exist, just purely within that imagery and that pure isolationist position, that I'm much more interested in the applications of that. And I've always said, Mitch, you'll know, the first trip I did around Australia for a month, the title of my presentations was every good bar has a little bit of tiki in it. In that, my argument was, if you walk into a sports bar, a speakeasy, like a great restaurant, that if the core pillars of escapism and theatre and hospitality and understanding your ingredients to create something which is grand and feeds that escapism and theatrics, should underpin every damn good hospitality establishment. And tiki is kind of the catch-all title that I use for it. But you're right, purists would use that for that Polynesian appropriation, and there are undeniably issues within that, in like creating sort of cartoonish representations of what was a like centuries old traditions. Like,
I've always liked saying, like, I like to bring a little tiki to everything that I do behind a bar.
that's the coolest thing anyone's ever said.
I mean, it's a fun word, and to me, stepping into the tiki world was the thing that made me really take charge of who I was behind a bar. The guy that sort of taught me tiki, this guy in Seattle, his name's Toshi. He kind of took me through everything that he learned and like how he used it as a palette to bring his creativity to the table, and ultimately just to have fun. It is fun. That's what rum is supposed to be. And to me, for a long time, especially like working with another bartender of color, when he and I were behind the bar together, you know, we didn't need those other elements, and we were bringing a really cool thing to people. And it was a really nice introduction to an entire category of cocktailing that introduced me to the dopest people I have ever met. And I really love the idea that the people who are involved with this movement are now really open to discussing why it's been sort of a bummer in certain ways in the past, how we can address that now, and how we can all move forward and have a super dope time together.
Do you have a price if I start a GoFundMe to bring you to London?
Yes, if anybody wants
Is there
out of this COVID hellhole, I am absolutely yours.
I'm here, like.
I think we'll find plenty of people who will pitch in.
100%.
No, and I think, you know, it is such an important conversation, and I think, you know, one of the points you made as well, Paul, is it's become this catch-all term. And there's so much tied in with it, you know, like on one aspect it's escapism, on one aspect it also ties in this cultural appropriation, on one aspect it's just plain sexist. Like there's so many different levels depending on what version of tiki you want to take. And you know, and even the word itself, even the term itself, tiki, you know, having its own cultural heritage. And we have to sort of separate all these bits out and go, what were the bits we actually liked about it?
Yes.
And as you said, Jessica, you know, it's the fact that, well, when we walked into that bar, we just had a fucking great time, and 100%. Everyone was really fun, and we drank rum, and all the cocktails were delicious, and those are the bits we liked. So how do we save that, make that even better, and get rid of all the shit parts? You know, and that I think will hopefully be, for me at least, that will hopefully be the next era of tiki that we're going to see rolled out around the world. So,
well, I suppose that's the sidestep that places like Trailer Happiness and Lucky Cane, like that next generation of bars, have done, that where you can walk into Trailer and not see like totems, like culturally appropriated totems, and like similarly in something like Lucky Cane, where nothing on any of their marketing or any of their stuff that I guess would even mention the word tiki. It's about tropical, and obviously it's different, but the underpinnings about escapism, theatre, fun, magical hospitality experiences, and bring it back to the thing we're talking about today, that using the palette that Don and Trader gave us to create beautiful artistic cocktails and drinks. Like it just doesn't exist anywhere else, and that's why every good bar needs a goddamn piece of tiki in it.
Yeah, I mean, tropical is one way. The other way is, and this is a bar that I bring up as an example a lot, Inferno Room in Indiana, what they have done is that they work with a lot of Pacifica artists to create all their decor and create basically the interior of their bar. They work with actual Pacifica people to create something that is culturally appreciative rather than appropriative. And and if you show cultural appreciation rather than appropriation, then you can use things that won't be offensive but still provide you with this feeling of escapism and this feeling of being transported into somewhere else without the unsavory and horrible aspects of it. Amplifying the right voices.
Really, Mitch, we need to be buying that tiki bar in Barbados, Mitch. And
we've got that.
Sorry, Jessica, go.
I was just thinking amplifying diverse voices is such a cool part of what modern tropical drinks are to me. Using that term, that's the name of a book by Shannon Mustafer. She is a woman involved in this movement who kind of showed me, like, it's okay to be whoever you are and come to the table here, because you don't necessarily need to fit any kind of an image. That actually runs counter to what this cocktail trend is about. It's really cool that it's a little bit of an anything goes kind of category because, sure, there is a traditional image here, and, it's been propagated by, certain types of people over time and has been made successful by them. But now the people who are taking the reins of it are taking the fact that you can take this beautiful, diverse palette of rum and apply it in so many different ways, and then take spice and take bitter and take tropical, and you can make whatever you want. It's so cool and exciting.
100%. And that's why, as I was saying, Mitch, we need to just buy that tiki bar outside the bar outside the house in Barbados, and just do that, and just ship in all our friends to run it. Like, I know Miguel will have something to say about that. So Miguel from Mount Gay, like, that's his beach. That's where he grew up. And I think he's got designs on that bar. But, like, there's a tiki bar, like, directly opposite our, like, the house that we own in Barbados. And it's just screaming for us to turn it into just a really cool hangout for the comics, like, in Barbados.
Jessica will come.
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys are definitely the crew I would want to be there working at it with. So.
Yeah. Rich, I just need a price.
Me for...
I'll get people to donate.
But just on that final note, just as we're finishing up the session, and Sergio, I think you summed it up really nicely there, where you said, switching cultural appropriation to cultural appreciation. And I think that's, where we're hopefully heading with the rum world as a whole, and using, we have a huge opportunity in the rum world to highlight and give massive love to all these countries and highlight the provenance of these amazing rum producing countries. And I think we have the opportunity to do that in our rum bars as well. So, guys, thank you so much for joining me for this session. It was so wonderful to talk to all of you. And
are you leaving now? Are we going to carry on till? Are you leaving now? Are we carrying on till 10 a.m.?
I mean, I'll see you in less than 2 hours anyway.
We're welcoming Dawn Davies back in the room, back in the red dress. So
I love the transition into night.
Well, I promised Maggie that I would come dressed in evening wear for her session. So
you've stolen Mitch's outfit, though.
I've got nothing to wear now. So.
No, guys, it was super interesting. I was listening in the background, and when I did disappear there, it's because in 24 hours, a girl's got to pee.
Thank you so much for putting this together. Like,
thank you so much, guys.
You couldn't have put together two people that, like, I would like to do this more for a start, and also, like, I'm really in awe of what you've done. To go back to what I was saying at the start, like, this is so important for the wider industry, and so Mitch and I have obviously worked really closely together for a number of years now, and Mitch, now you're the master.
Don't know about that. There's still endless amounts to learn. I just looked at today and I was like listening to the sessions going, Yeah, I know nothing. Let's start. But hopefully there's lots for everyone to take away from today. But thank you so much, guys. We will see you very soon. I'll see you at Trailer tomorrow.
Yeah, you will.
And I believe we have a special guest waiting in the wings for a daiquiri.
Do. And I think we should go straight to him because we need a load of...
Oh, yes. Who's better to have a daiquiri with than Mr. Ian Griffiths? How are you, sir?
Hiya, folks. Yeah, I'm really good. How's my volume? Am I too loud? I'm very aware of it.
Perfect.
Fantastic.
I'm not allowed to talk about these things.
I mean, Dawn, you and me in the same room is usually one that reverberates at the best of times. So, I'm good. Thank you guys so much for inviting me. This has been categorically and without doubt the shittest month of the year so far, for me personally, at least. So I felt this was very timely and perfect to kind of join two dear friends and everybody watching around the world and have a little drink and sign off this cunt of the month. Am I allowed to say the C-bomb?
I've been swearing since about 10 o'clock this morning, so you're so fine to do that. And, you know, and we talked a couple of weeks ago, and we know you've had a shit-ass time, and I think you said to us, this is where I'm going to draw the line, and, you know, tonight is the night, and we are super happy that you decided to draw the line with us because I couldn't think of anyone better to kind of be one of our last daiquiri sessions. We got one more in the morning, but you know, you've been so inspirational to me in my spirits career. I think, you know, you and Ryan really were probably the first bartenders that I really kind of knew, and you know, I was just like these two crazy ass guys that just talked a lot of.
In getting ready for this, it kind of really all seemed very timely and off place because, like, Dawn, obviously we had White Lion, and frankly, that is huge praise given all you've done for us over the years, and you know that we love you both professionally and personally. But then Mitch and I really first crossed paths on Hoxton Street as well with our Made in the Shade and the gentleman Jim Wrigley. That is now looking very spelt and wonderful. No, it really this had a lovely sense of bringing it all back together. It's wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're super excited. And, you know, I think the one thing we all wanted to take away from tonight, and the thing that's kind of been a reoccurring theme, is that it's just about a lot of love for everyone. And you know, I think we've got Maggie waiting backstage, and she's been on twice now. You know, she said, you know, it's about family, and I think we all are family, and we're going through a pretty shit time at the moment, all of us. And you know, I think as long as we stick together, we'll make it through the other side, and that's what's so exciting. And so.
I mean, the real challenge for yourselves is to get everybody that you've had speaking for this in the same room physically when we're allowed to in 2 or 3 years' time. But yeah, and backstage we have Maggie, as if she's not kicking it in Massachusetts right now. I love it. That's
so I think that'll be Black Tot next year. Get everyone in the same room that was in.
I got to put my dinner in the oven. I forgot. Give me 1 sec. I timed it out perfectly that I'll be drunk and baked and ready to enjoy my dinner.
Brilliant. Okay, Ian, take it away. We love you.
What have I done with this? Frankly, I'm just going to make a classic daiquiri. I didn't bother playing around with anything. Obviously, with that gentleman that we all know, Ryan, him and I had a bit of a rep for doing things weirdly, and then with Trash Tiki, things pivoted again in another new and adventurous manner, which was another reason I said yes to this, because I think it's a brilliant example of how truly international our industry is. And without getting political, the one thing that we could all do is think a little more internationally and not just worry about pretend that something happening on the other side of the fence doesn't affect us. So it's been amazing to see how all industry come together. I decided that as opposed to doing anything different with my daiquiri, I would garnish it let's call it Scottish style, for lack of a better thing. My favorite thing when I lived in Scotland was walking into a bar and the bartender knowing your ultimate round, which is really like the step up from knowing just your order, because they've got to know 3 orders, because the ultimate round is the shot, the beer, and the highball that you want in that order so that you can take them all down and the bartender can keep on service.
I hear you. 5 years in Edinburgh, I was there every night of the week, and I worked in a bar.
Cabaret Voltaire, a little bar called Bramble that a few people that knew how to make a drink kicked it in. It's a wonderful city. So instead I've done my pandemic ultimate round, which is ice cold beer. They actually literally called it ice cold beer. White Claw has been the real anchor point for me in the last 4 months, to be perfectly honest. An Aperol Spritz, and then I'm going to do a daiquiri as well. I'm not going to finish them all in the 15 minutes. At one point, I fucked with the idea. I wanted the idea of doing a daiquiri tower of 24 daiquiris and then trying to drink 2 a minute, but that was obviously poor taste, not a good idea. We've all moved beyond that part in the industry.
Have we actually? I mean, we're staying up for 24 hours, Ian. I don't think Mitch and I have moved past that yet.
Which, like, I mean, mad credit to yourself once again as well. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I haven't forgot to sleep in the past and done 24 hours straight. You know, the fact that you're sitting there incredibly presentable. Dawn, the dress looks wonderful. Mitch, you could have put in that.
Thank you.
I did decide not to cut my lines live on camera as I was farewelling the shittest month in the world, because I felt that frankly tempting fate in a manner that didn't matter too much for myself. So, I believe in a 6-2 daiquiri. I think it tastes good. Daiquiri is meant to taste like a shitload of rum with accents of everything else, so keep it nice and dry. And that's really about it. I'm going to give this one a quick shake. And if you're making your daiquiri at home, I'm going to wait for you as well. And I even have some very appropriate music for you after this.
Oh, it's no music. Is it still elevator music?
It's exactly the kind of elevated music you'd expect if you got into an elevator with me.
That's my kind of elevator music.
Exactly right. Excuse me one sec. So, arguably my biggest question with this was when to smoke weed, and I decided to wait until the end. I felt, you know, Canada is maybe a little ahead of the rest of the world in terms of the whole legalization of a completely non-harmful drug, but I decided to wait. Mitch, are you making one with me? Is that right?
Yeah, I'm ready to roll when you are.
Let's see if this works. Hey, Google, play music.
Playing some music on Spotify.
Yeah!
Ian, I love you. And the last time I saw Ian, we were at Berlin Bar Show, and I basically spent the whole night running around Berlin after the guys from Crystal Head for some unknown reason, which actually ended up meaning that I actually ended up at Trash Tiki with you guys, and that was the best thing, because it got to about me and Ian and a friend of ours from Velier were sitting there chatting, and I suddenly was like, oh, I think my flight's going. I better go get my stuff.
I woke up the next, I'm not going to lie, the afternoon around 4 p.m. And one of my first thoughts, I was like, man, that was a weird dream how I saw Dawn at our rave, hey. And then I was like, 30 minutes later, I'm like walking around and I was like, oh, wait, that wasn't a dream. Oh, shit. Wait, I wonder if Dawn made a flight. It'll be all right. It was that full range of emotions in like a split second kind of thing. Cheers.
Here's to you having a much better next half of the
Indeed.
year. And here's to new beginnings.
Oh,
Yeah.
new beginnings. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, brother.
I want to employ the favorite rule of Ryan Shetty and myself when having a daiquiri, which is 2 sips or you're playing with it. So bottoms up, second half, or you go.
Bottoms up.
Thank you to both of your wonderful selves. Congratulations on a fantastic thing. Maggie, sincere apologies for doing a horrible job on changing all the tone before I'm sure what'll be a wonderful talk.
Bring Maggie on. Bring Maggie on. I think Maggie needs a bit of Ian love.
So good to see you, Ian.
Oh, so good to see you. All right, I'll let you guys get this back on track. And thank you all so much. All right, cheers.
No, Ian, we love you.
Thank you so much. And Maggie, welcome back. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
The tech team hate me right now, just as an FYI. Because I'm literally like, they're like, you've missed all the videos. I'm like, no, we need to keep on time. So if the tech team wants to take Maggie out and bring her back in, we'll work with that and then play the cocktail video that I did not allow them to play at the beginning of it. I'm fine with that, but you know, hey, up to you guys.
We've got a great little video we'd love to play for you before the start of this session. And it's from specifically, it's from a friend of ours in Adelaide in Australia, Mr. Marcus Motteram from Haynes & Co. And we just love him. So we'd love to see him, love to have a little cheers with him, and then we'll get started.
Yarmy on the dead man's chest. Welcome. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Drink and the devil had done for the rest.
Slice the main brace. The call aboard ship when the good crew of Haynes & Co. deserve an extra ration of rum. And what rum do we have? Of course, nothing but the original, the Black Tot. So what are we going to make? We're going to make a drink that pleases the most, the Navy grog. So we take a fine portion of the Black Tot, and we pour a good dash of that in for these sailors. Then, of course, to ward off the scurvy, the dreaded scurvy, we need some fresh lime. So grab your trusty steel. And pop it in. Here we go.
And there they lay, and the soggy skies dripped all day long.
Boom. And in she goes. Now, of course, for good behavior, we've got to give them some sweetness, some lovely German rose. And there we are, a couple of fine Navy grogs with nothing.
In a battered head, and the scuppers glut with a rotting red. And there they lay, I damn me eyes, all lookouts clapped on paradise, all souls bound just contrary wise. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
So we're back. And just before we go live to Maggie, I would love if you guys would like and share our post and our live stream. So if you do, you can win a bottle of Black Top. And who would not want that in their lives? Because we have been talking rum all night and all of you deserve a bottle of rum. So like and share, put someone, oh, hold on. We have a winner from probably the last 999 sessions. It feels like we haven't done it for a while, but congratulations. Maurizio, sorry if I killed your name there. Rota Alvarez and Corey Skula. You have both won a bottle of Black Tot, so make sure you contact the guys and give them your address so we can send those bottles over to you now. But like and share, like and share, like and share. We need some love to take us into into the twilight hours because we have been up for a while now. And Maggie, I'm so excited to have you back. And we're very lucky tonight to have a butler serving us this evening. Sir, I would like a glass of champagne because I am with Maggie.
Of course, madam.
Maggie, how are you? James Bond is in the room.
We said we'd get dressed up for you. And
I know, I love it.
And Maggie. Oh, apparently my mic is. I didn't mic up because I am sitting on my microphone.
You guys look amazing.
Luckily, we have a tech team to tell us
all the things we're doing
all
wrong.
the things we're doing
all
wrong.
the time.
Right. Hopefully, you can all hear me now. You're probably happy you couldn't hear me before, but hey, who cares?
I can hear you.
So, Maggie, I think both of us are so excited to have you back. And, you know, I just, Gail, I just don't know. Actually, I got some breaking news, which was actually made live on Facebook the other day. Richard Seal is actually missing my hugs. Yes,
true.
He declared it on Facebook in public. Right now, I feel pretty damn special. Yes, I do. No, Maggie, it's super great to have you back. And I think the last session was really interesting. And, you know, we kind of looked at a different angle of rum. And I think I wish we could have spent another 2 hours on a lot of the subjects because I feel I had to rush them to try and cover as much as possible. And, you know, it was super interesting. We were blessed to have such amazing people, and we're so happy to have you back. And I don't know whether we do the teaser now or later, but is Nicholas in the house? Because Nicholas messaged me. Hold on. Nicholas messaged me yesterday, Nicholas, and said, why are you doing the Maggie session so late? I said, well, and then he asked me a couple other questions, and he goes, so what are you, do you have anything to announce? I was like, you might want to stay up for it.
I saw him log on.
It'd be interesting. Ah, okay, well.
Thank you, Mr. King.
It must have been about 2 months ago, because it wasn't far to the start of coronavirus. I don't think.
Yeah, so I have no concept of time anymore. Hi, Nick.
I know. All of us are like, but I've spoken to Maggie about 4 times since then, so what happened in between? And it was interesting because I said to Mitch, do you want to taste some rum with me? Maggie's going to do a little tasting with us. And Mitch was like, hey, that sounds kind of interesting. And we sat down.
She's making me sound much cooler than I was. I was like, yes, absolutely.
And, you know, we kind of, I've been bugging Maggie for over a year to send me some barrel samples because I want to be Luca. That's essentially the reality of it.
Or do you just want to beat Luca?
Beat is probably a better word. But
overpower.
Oh, apparently it's pulled down my dress and all of you. Look, Richard. It was on a public Facebook, Richard. It was not on a strictly need-to-know basis. And it's because you miss me so much, Richard. I know. But, you know, and I do want to beat Luca. Yes, that's very true. And we got these amazing samples, and we were sitting there and looking at them, and I was like, okay, let's. Maggie said, oh, do you want me to talk you through them? I was like, yes, that would be fucking amazing. And we sat there for probably 2 hours. It kind of got a little cray-cray at the end. I think some foliage in the office was moved, and it just got a little...
Some flamingos appeared, some trees moved. Yes, quite adamantly. There was some costuming. We had a very good time.
But what came out of it was
yeah, you want a little...
2 little samples. Would that be correct, Maggie? two little samples that may have made the cuts. What do you think? Should we? I don't think we want to go too far because I want to leave a little je ne sais quoi. You know, it's not good to give it all out on the first date.
Have you seen the writing? Would you like to see the writing, or is that too much?
Ooh, I mean, we are thick as thieves.
Little thick.
A little. I think we could do a little.
Let's see if we can. Let's see.
You're getting some exclusive here.
You are getting some exclusive. And also, it does mean because we are launching potentially, you heard it here first, 2 privateer rum casks, single casks. It also means that I have to bring some of Maggie's rum over as well because you got to make up a pallet, guys. You know, hey, you can't just bring a half pallet over. So I'm super excited to tell you that Privateer will hopefully in the next couple of months be available in the UK, as well as 2 sexy looking casks, which I think the most interesting thing is when we were going through them is I remember picking up and I was like, what's the difference going to make between 2 months? I mean, it was like X years and 2 months. And I was like, X years and 3 months. I was like, meh, okay, whatever. And
the screen sharing is being difficult.
Blown away. That's okay. We'll leave them in a state of suspension.
Oh, I think we got it now.
Hold on.
Yep. Slow peek.
Oh.
Perfect. That was quicker than Lucas peak the other session, so I feel that we won that battle. But what was absolutely amazing, Maggie, was how the rum changed so much in 2 months. And I think we were
incredible, yeah,
blown away. And I kind of, you told us about it, but I'd love you to sort of talk a little bit more. And we touched on it earlier, that this idea of the microclimate of the cellar.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got our little treats. So for us, winter it gets really, really cold. So right around November, right around Thanksgiving, the temperature drops, which just even the cold temperature within the cellar is gonna, if you taste the rum at cellar temperature, it's gonna taste firmer and harder. But also as the grain sort of contracts on this oak, the rum that was up in suspension in that grain over summer gets sort of squeezed out and back into suspension. So now you have, this push of extract that you're dealing with, and it starts to taste a little bitter, a little astringent, a little hard. And over the winter, you really want that character to sort of oxidize and polymerize and kind of work itself out. So over our winters, which are really dry and really cold, our rum tends to get a nice firm structure to it, which for some of the rums, if we are tasting them after the end of summer and they're really broad and they're really loose and we want them to have a little more tightness and knit to them, we'll say, okay, let's let this go over the winter and check it in the spring and see if it's got where we want it to be. So it can be a really, really positive thing. And so when it's really cold, I know we know this from champagne, right? The bubbles will be very well dissolved in the liquid because it holds gas much better.
Yeah.
So our cold cellar means that there's more dissolved oxygen in suspension. And obviously, a cooler temperature, the slower the chemical interactions, and the warmer a temperature, the higher the chemical interactions. So the cooler the temperature, the more this is going to be slowed down, but the high rate of dissolved oxygen is going to mean a lot more of those sort of delicate fruity esters, as well as an ability to sort of oxidize some of this more aggressive tannin. And if you have anything later in the cut, that you really want to oxidize out and contribute structure to your rum, this becomes a really important aspect of it too. So tasting in winter, we pretty much just stop and let them chill and stay really, really calm. And we don't really want to mess with the rum. And then we start to get into spring, right? And we start tasting the casks and where are they going to be ready and when can we start tasting? And around mid-April is really when we start to pull these casks and begin to taste. But we're very aware, like you said, that every few weeks, if I pull a cask sample, mid-April, by mid-June, it's going to taste totally different because that temperature is warming up. We're getting some acceleration of what we want to see. Humidity is coming really into play, which is going to change what evaporates. When there's a lot of moisture in the air, we lose a lot more alcohol. So any sort of more aggressive alcohols that are a little more volatile are going to blow off in that weather. And then, of course, right when we get around 4th of July, it actually starts to get so warm and the grain has expanded so much. It's kind of interesting, actually, when we, if we take bungs out in the winter that we put in the summer, they'll actually like shoot out, which is kind of fun. So like if you put a bung in the summer when the air is all expanded in the barrel, and then you open it in the dead of winter, you'll actually hear the barrel kind of go as it like sucks air in because it's almost created this like vacuum, hopefully if it's a good tight barrel. And then if you put a bung in a barrel in the winter when the air was really cold and all the molecules are moving really slowly and everything's tight, when you go to open it in the summer, you'll hit the bung and the bung like shoot out. So
it's just like champagne, Maggie.
So then as that spring happens, like you said, you taste it, it tastes different as it kind of, you want to grab it at the right moment. And then of course, once we get into July, really like 4th of July through mid-August, we won't really taste or pull barrels either in the height of summer, which for folks, most people probably don't know like how much you helped me study for the Masters of Wine exams. But it was really interesting studying Muscadet and how they taste and harvest their barrels in the same exact windows, harvest hours, which as soon as I learned that, I was like, oh, it's a North Atlantic maritime estuary cellar thing that we all just figured out separately. So.
And I love it. Maggie and I are like laughing about Muscadet and everyone else is like,
they're like, whatever. And I loved tasting with you because you have such an ability to taste for cellar environment. Another thing we talk about in wine is, Meursault has a high water table. So the cellars are not dug as deep. So as the barrels age, they get a different flavor and texture because they're warmer than other cellars in Burgundy. And so we learn to taste for these things. And, even though wine is high acid, low alcohol, and spirits are, sort of an average pH and high alcohol, like they still show some same characteristics from these environments. And when we were tasting a number of barrels side by side, it was so cool to talk about how, a barrel that might be richer, like this one, is on the east side of our building where the sun comes up and hits that side of the building first. So it's the first spot in our cellar to get warm. And then as the sun continues throughout the day, it stays warm. And then the sun sets, whereas the west side of our cellar, it's going to be the last part to really get heat from the sun. And then the sun's going to set pretty quick afterwards. And those barrels are just going to taste different. And we love that variety. We love that character. And I loved tasting with you because it was sort of like putting a puzzle together with someone who can like really like just taste that and catch it. And it was really exciting.
And I love tasting with you in the same way. And I think, we've talked so much about terroir. We've talked so much about how everything changes and becomes. And what I really loved about you guys is that I literally turned around and I was like, okay, as soon as we made the decision, I was on the email with Andrew. I was like, can you make sure it's get it out of the barrel now. I don't want it to change. And now, and Andrew totally got it. And, you know, we work with a lot of distilleries, be it whiskey, mainly whiskey actually, where we've actually messed up because we haven't taken it, or we thought they were taking that barrel straight away. And then 6 months later, they're like, well, it's still sitting in barrel. And we were like, and it's totally changed. I mean, we've totally because it's been so different to what we actually wanted from the product. And, you know, it's insane. It's you have to move super quick. And I loved Andrew for just being like, it's coming out on Monday.
Literally in the calendar, schedule set. And I like we were talking about earlier, we're a really, really small company. So for us, like, to do that and make that happen and shift that work, it's me to Andrew, it's you to Andrew, and it's done. You know, there's no channels to go through. It's really easy to just prioritize what we need to prioritize, and do what we need to do, because it's so direct because there's so few of us. I think most people don't understand that, you know, really, you know, it's Pete and Dylan in the distillery. I obviously help direct production and help out in the distillery. But really, like, it's 4 of us that are really on site, doing everything. So it's very, very easy, like you said. And Andrew loved working with you, because you're just clear and direct, and you know what you want, and you know how everything works and is affected by these things. And I think people get a lot of stars in their eyes and get really excited to work on stuff. And then the practicalities of how a cellar works or a distillery works hits the road.
And I think, you know, when you're choosing single casks, and we're totally going off piece on what we're meant to talk to, but hey, you know, that's been the whole theme of the evening. You know, when you're choosing single casks, I think the thing that you're looking at is that you want it to reflect the distillery. You know, you want it, okay, you might want a little quirk, or you might want it to be a little crazy or what have you, but actually you want the DNA of the distillery to come through. And I always remember when I talked to John Glaser, we've talked about Compass Box a lot, actually. Well, Daniele talked about Compass Box a lot. I was like, is Daniele selling Compass Box? What's going on here? But yeah, I remember going to John and saying, I want, we did a Compass Box for Selfridges. And I said, this is what I want it to taste like. And I think I did the same with you guys. I said, you know, this is what and I'm so bad because I liken it to wine terms, but I was just like, well, Maggie's going to get it. If I say I want a Viognier, she's going to be like, yeah, I totally understand that.
It made my life easier too.
Yeah, find the Viognier barrel. But, you know, and it was so interesting talking to you, because actually the one thing we both, Mitch and I, took out of that is, and I remember telling you and saying, these taste American, but not bourbon. These taste American, and I can't put my finger on it, and I don't know what it is, but there was something that I was like, I know it's from America. If I put my nose in it, I would be in America, but I'm not in Kentucky, and I'm not in Seattle, and I'm not in Texas. I don't know Massachusetts enough to understand or to really kind of get a feel for it. But I was just like, there's something there that I know it brings me back to America. And, you know, I think it was super interesting. And I, you know, I'd love to talk to you a little bit more about what you actually think that is, because I don't know.
I totally, I relate, and I've tasted with other people from overseas who taste it too and get that too. And it's so funny. It's, you know, we always want to, you know, reduce everything down and pick it apart, and it's the ingredient or the still or whatever that makes it taste this way. And I do think there is just an essence of it that is just what flows out. You know, when Kate Perry came to visit us, she was kind of teasing like, oh, you can't really taste the barrels and tell me exactly who distilled it. And yeah, I can blind taste a barrel from our cellar and tell you if it was Pete, if it was Dylan, you know, whoever it was who distilled it, if it was me. Because it kind of flows through in a way that I don't know if I can necessarily like just pinpoint. I do think there is, you know, we do use quite a bit of new American oak, which is very distinct in the rum world. Most rum is aged in used American oak. And we often, our Navy Yard, which is a American style, it's not like a British Navy style, it's an American kind of ode to privateers and the Constitution ship. You know, it's aged in 100% new American oak. And it was really cool when some of the Velier team was tasting our stuff. They were very much like, this tastes like you guys. It does taste American. It does taste very unapologetically like what you like, and like how you are. And in our talk earlier, we touched a little bit about how like we can't try to imitate another style. It really just has to come from us. And I think maybe some of the things we could be picking up on is being a younger-ish rum, which now that we're sort of in that 2 to 8 year range, we're not actually that much younger than a lot of the rums that we are next to out in the market. Obviously, like prestige barrels and stuff are much older from more established distilleries, and they can pull on older stocks to make hearts of blends and stuff. I obviously understand that, but you know, for us, we take very different cuts depending on how long we're going to age something. And I think that's why some people feel that our rum can taste well, even though sometimes the bottlings are younger. Like the Habitacion labeling is 3 years old, and people will say, oh, I can't believe it's only 3 years old. Well, we distilled it to taste very good at 3 years, knowing that that's what it was going to be. And we had to structure the rum in such a way that it would be open and showing and resolved and mature at that age, which is very different than when we're aging some of our older stock. I think there's a misbelief sort of in the just, you know, non-production side, just average consumer in a total wine here in America wouldn't understand, like, you know, they think oftentimes it's the exact same juice that goes in every barrel, and you just age some longer than others. And that's totally not the case. You're always sorry?
No. I was laughing. I was like, oh, breaking my phone. No, I mean, I totally agree with you. And actually just smelling those two now, you know what I think it is? And I grew up in the States for a while. And for me, it's like when you go to Shoney's, or I don't know if Shoney's even exists anymore, but you used to have the waffles with maple syrup. And also for me, that's kind of something New England, that kind of maple syrup note. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's that maple syrup that reminded me of America and brought me back to home, for want of a better word. And maybe that's the thing. And I just smelled both of them, both of the single barrels, and both of them have that character of maple syrup and sweet waffles, that kind of freshly baked waffle, which is just such an enticing, homemade, of course, not some ones you get in a packet. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's that je ne sais quoi, which is so sort of New England. I mean, New England to me is autumn leaves and maple syrup. And maybe like totally romanticizing it, but I kind of get both of those things on the rums. And you know, I think you picked up a really good point about, you know, they're only 3 years old, but who the hell says spirit needs to be old? I mean, that's a fallacy. If it's good spirit, it's good spirit. I don't think age ain't nothing but a number. You know, that's kind of what we should say. And in the whiskey world, it's very similar, that kind of prejudice against young spirit. But I've been tasting so much young spirit recently from a lot of whiskey producers, and I am blown away. There's some guys in New Zealand. I've got to give a shout out to Thompson's in New Zealand, because my God, that distillate was insane. Maggie, I got to send you some.
Oh my gosh. Yes. And I'm rooting for all emerging regions everywhere. We know what it's like to tell someone, you know, oh, we make rum in Massachusetts, and them just look at you like, no, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm loving some of Richard's comments. I love you being here, Richard. Thank you. Seeing you on here means a lot. I love seeing so many people from the UK. It's so I know it's late there. Not for industry people, but for
it
is late.
We've got hardcore, and Nicholas and his wife actually have both got up specifically to see this, which I was just like, that's awesome. That's super cool.
Yeah.
And actually, what I kind of want to go back to, which was probably the whole point of this talk, which we've totally ignored.
That's fine.
It's normal. It's Maggie, Dawn. We're just having a chat. Who gives a shit about everything else?
There's other people here. It's fine.
We're just in the background. We're just having a drink, having a laugh. Love it. I've actually become super interested in what was happening in America in the beginning. And this Italian gentleman has written this amazing book about American rum. And I picked it up and I started reading it. And I was like, there were 1,000 distilleries in Massachusetts in the 1900s making rum?
Yeah.
And who the hell would have thought, It's like, okay, hold on. Richard. Who says it's got to be old? Richard, I'm moving on from you. I'm going to Maggie now, I need youth in my life. Richard, I love you. And I'm going to do a teaser later for something that we've got coming up with Richard. If I'm allowed, Richard, you can comment in the thing if I'm not allowed. But I didn't realize there was such a rich heritage of rum, one in America or two specifically in Massachusetts. And do you think that's kind of influenced what you guys have done?
For Andrew Cabot, founding privateer, he was doing some family research and found the original bill of sale for his family's distillery 6 generations ago. In fact, he's named Andrew Cabot after the historic Andrew Cabot, who had a rum distillery in the exact same county where we distill now. My father has records from our ancestors who were Scottish of distilling molasses and raisins and sugarcane stuff. It was definitely not as classy as I imagine the historic Andrew Cabot distillery here in Beverly, Massachusetts was. But yeah, distilling as well. I think it was just a way of life, a gallon per man, woman, and child. Even now, even hearing the conversation earlier where, Zan is sharing when someone gets a cold, you take a really quick sip of rum to make sure you'll stay well, or if you get caught out in the rain, you have to take a sip of rum. That happens here for sure. In a way that, because I grew up in LA and then worked in Denver and then distilled in Northern California, none of those things existed. I moved here and people drink rum and they drink a lot of it. And it's in so many foods here. It's when you get sick, you have it here. It's very, very different here. There's still that experience of it being around, and everyone under their kitchen sink has an old bottle of Caldwell's, which was the big distillery that's just down the road from us. That was really, really famous on the waterfront here. People have all sorts of stories and, romance around some of these old Medford, Pilgrim rum, a lot of these different rums. And of course, these distilleries also served as an important place to actually buy sugar for families as a grocer during this era as well. There's a number of stories of food riots and people wanting to buy barrels of molasses, and it was just an important food center here. So it's definitely a part of life in a way that I hadn't experienced, not being native to the area. I've been here 8 years now, so I'm starting to feel a little like there's little words.
Almost.
There's little words I've picked up. There's little things that I'm like, oh yeah, that's a little Yankee now. But I do really love it here, and it's such a cultural thing. There's a cultural familiarity. All the brown bread is this very, very important Thanksgiving staple. It's made with molasses and cinnamon and nutmeg and all these Caribbean spices. Of course, because it's Yankees, you cook it in a tin can, an empty tin can. It's
Of course you do.
Of course you do. And then, yeah, hermit cookies, which are molasses cookies. And then, you know, every bed and breakfast here has a pineapple hanging outside. It has definitely not lost its cultural connection. And of course, we have a really amazing and vibrant Caribbean community, a number of different Caribbean communities all across the North Shore where we live. And obviously in Boston, it's really, really important. So yeah, it's just this connection for sure.
And it was fascinating, this book. I mean, if any of you guys want to pick it up, The American, I think it's called, I'll find it. It's on my Kindle at the moment. But
I've got it like
it was super interesting.
across the room, so I might get my husband to grab
I
it.
know. And it was just so interesting. I just don't think I'd ever seen, like, I knew there was always this kind of, this sort of issue in America, or like this kind of almost this love-hate with alcohol. I mean, I think we've always seen Americans love alcohol, but on the other hand, they hate it. And, you know, there was always this dichotomy between this kind of this battle between, you know, what is alcohol from the Puritan side and then from the speakeasies and all of that. And I think America's history with alcohol is super interesting. And, you know, one of the things that really kind of brought it home to me was when we were looking at it, and you know, Maggie, you being the same as me, I think we've been looking a lot at ourselves and who we are as sort of with the whole sort of Black Lives Matter. And the one thing that was really interesting about this book is they were talking a lot about how the Indian traders were really abused by the settlers because they used rum as a bartering tool. And actually what happened, it was a vicious circle. And they would barter, and the Indians wanted the rum, and at the same time they got so drunk that they couldn't get the right money for their goods, which were worth 10 times more than the rum. And, you know, it kind of really brought it home, this whole idea of how alcohol actually has been very influential in the world in terms of for positive, but also for negative, and how we need to kind of make that good again. Is that a fair comment, maybe?
Yeah, I think we have, like everything in our lives, and particularly here in, you know, I can speak for the US. I think that it's so important that we first have to know the history, and then we have to recognize the harm that was done and work to repair that harm before we can move forward, right? Like people who say, like, let's just look forward, like that's not how it works. You don't actually fix the thing. And just like you mentioned, there's a long history throughout. I mean, Chalky and I did a podcast where we covered quite a bit of this, where we talk about not only in the beginning of the mission systems throughout California, you know, these invading churches and colonizers would come in, set up these religious missions to take over an area. They didn't want them to be more than one day's walk away so they could maintain control. And they needed sacramental wine. So who were the first winemakers in America? Enslaved American Indians and indigenous people. And absolutely, my husband was just reading this book that Chalky recommended. It's so good. The Field Guide. Thank you, honey. And there was this incredible detailed abuse of these fur traders. And just like you described, like using alcohol as this form of abuse. And Chalky also discussed, you know, sort of this attempt to use laborers, then pay them in alcohol, leave them, and kind of abandon them without paying them or caring for them after getting them a few drinks, and just treating them that way, and this abuse that has happened. And I do think there is a lot to discuss in American history about abuse and access to medical care and access to counseling. And, you know, even in the time of COVID, it became really aware that, you know, yes, we're not driving, but it doesn't mean that if you consume a lot of excess alcohol, you're not going to have an accident at home. You're not going to be unwell. You're not going to do harm. I think something we both study a lot is, you know, it's binge drinking. It's very dangerous when you don't drink and then you drink a lot, as opposed to like the one glass of wine a night, which like your body is ready for and prepared for, and can, you know, potentially be seen as having some benefits, obviously always having some risks. But yeah, I think there's a lot of discussion about harm. in here and in this social awakening, the harm we can do. And I know that there's been a lot of studies, there were old traditional systems of payment through alcohol, in the African wine industry, throughout many wine industries, this idea that you
cultures, full stop.
Right. You pay your workers.
Alcohol was a bartering.
And that becomes really dangerous and dependency. And then where does consent come in if someone is working in exchange for alcohol that they have a dependency on now? It gets really complicated really fast. And just making sure we're centered in care and looking out for each other and asking how each other are and making sure each other's well first before we're thinking about, all these other issues, I think is so important. So especially here in the US, our medical system, we all know what's happening right now with COVID, and that's on top of a really difficult medical system already. And just all of the hardships and fear that people have and where that leads, and then not being able to have access to what they need in terms of support, or even just, checkups and things like that are so critical. So, yeah.
And I think we've segued a little bit, but I think it's important to talk about. But as per usual, Maggie and I segued. But I want to bring it back to rum. And you said something earlier about sugar. And one thing that I talked to the CEO in the UK from Plastic Ocean, because one of my passions in life is getting rid of plastic out of the oceans. And he was probably one of the most inspirational men I've ever met in my life. I had a slight awestruck moment where I just burbled nonsensical shit for 20 minutes, which is not uncommon for me, but it was worse than normal. And, one thing he was talking about was sugar refineries. And, you don't think about it. And he said, the reason no one uses American sugar refineries is they're just too efficient. And you don't get any of the goodness. And, we talked about sugar, and I was super interested to hear what you guys are doing with sugar. And, if you could talk about where you're sourcing your sugar from, where it was before and now what you've changed to and why, because I think all of that journey kind of talks about why your rums are different or, moving in a way and evolving, because I think that's something that's been a topic for the whole time.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm very passionate about this whole experience, and I think it shows a lot about the timeline of distilling and the mindset you have to have as a distiller for these things to take time. So when I came to Privateer, they had been, just operational on a few batches. I think they'd been up and running about 10 months, and they were already using a sugar supplier, and they had done a good job vetting them. They had, we're talking 2011, where even getting information on sugar back then was so much harder than it is now, and it is still challenging. So what I mean by that is, guys, most sugar is bought and sold on a very large commodity market. It is not, calling up a farmer and getting it from a farmer. I remember the first time I started digging into, where can I find out about all of the sugar questions I want, because I came from a wine background and I wanted to hear about the terroir and the vineyard and the varietals. And the guy was like,
the terroir, the sugar cane.
And I remember saying, it feels like the 1970s Beef Council. And the guy said to me, the bag of sugar at your home, I can't even tell, you cannot even know where that sugar came from. And I was like, okay, got it. People's minds were very closed. So at the time, we worked with the best people we could find, and we got pretty good answers from them. It was all 100% US. We used grade A molasses, so it's not going to be so heavily refined. If you were to get, you would, there is really efficient sugar production. So that if you want to make white sugar, which most sugar companies do these days, that's where they see the products they want to create. Is that's the customer they want. That's what they want. They want to extract all the white sugar. They don't really want to make molasses of any kind. There is that issue, but you can also buy grade A. So we get grade A as opposed to blackstrap, because refining has become so much more efficient. People want so much white sugar. What blackstrap is today is different than what it was historically. And so we felt using grade A, which is much less refined, would be something we'd really, really want. Actually, speaking of Richard, I was so nervous when he came to visit, and I handed him this little spoon of molasses to try our molasses, and he goes, "This is not how I taste molasses." And he took his little finger and dipped it in, and he goes, "Oh, that'll make good rum." And I was so relieved. And he was.
You know what you should have said to him?
Yeah, and I do see your hint, Richard.
This is how you taste molasses in fucking Massachusetts.
Hint, hint.
I love you.
Hint, hint. My molasses might have gone from Barbados to New England. Hint, hint. There might be cool discussions and ideas happening. But yeah, so for us, we definitely felt like, being from the US, there were going to be certain labor controls. We got pretty good answers to our questions. We liked working with US companies. They were more transparent than anyone else we spoke to. And we felt pretty good, but we always wanted more. So the entire time we were always looking for, what if we could do like a single orchard expression? What if we can find some really cool cane source? And, my husband, Peter, that some of you people might know, he was really, really gung-ho on this. And he found like a biodynamic sugar producer in Georgia. And then it was like, cool, how much sugar do you make? And it was like enough for half of one fermentation all year. And I was like, that's really cute.
You could go super kind of grower champagne, 1 hectare, bugger all grapes. But, hey.
Super cool. That won't work for us. But we wish you the best. If we could support you growing, let us know. And then we started working a little bit, my husband had gone on a tequila interchange project, so looking to protect ancestral and historic producers in that region as it goes through its wild development and making sure to represent their interests. So he had been on this tequila interchange project trip and had realized while a lot of these agave growers are growing agave and waiting for them to grow, they're also growing sugarcane, just like we make an unaged rum to sell and craft while our aged stock is aging. Same thing. But as we started to kind of talk with the owner of Para de Sufrir, Pedro Jimenez, his wife is very involved in Mexican rum, it became clear really fast that the needs to process and package and transport whatever we would need were really out of reach for that system as well. And so we kept kind of running into these dead ends, finding growers, it wasn't the right amount, not getting the transparency we wanted, finding our dream grower, and it's just like, there's just not even a system in place for us to get it. And so meanwhile, my husband's from Maine. He grew up in Maine his whole life, and everyone in Maine grows up eating this one molasses, Crosby's molasses. It comes in a milk carton. It's so Maine. It's ridiculous. Kate Perry is also from Maine, and she also grew up on this molasses. She was so thrilled when I mentioned this was the molasses.
I love it.
And so one day, Wayne Curtis, who wrote And a Bottle of Rum, he grew up, he loves this molasses. We hang out with him in the summers in Maine, or we used to, pre-COVID. And, he and my husband would stay up at night having spoonfuls of molasses because that's like their nostalgic love. And finally I was like, I'm going to call this Crosby family and just like find out what this molasses is, because it's been under our nose this entire time. And it's really delicious and really good. And what do you want to bet? It's some conglomerate. They just repackage in their own brand, but like, we'll try. I call them, it is all single origin. It is all done through Sugar for Good. So there's incredible standards for worker safety, environmental protections, really cool innovation, and then also community support. It was like our dream sugar. Had been under our nose.
And it's been sitting there the whole time.
The whole time. So yeah, this is the timeline of a distiller, right? So it took us years to find them. And then we got a test batch, and then we distilled that test batch. And then we let the test batch age for 1.5 years. And then we blind tasted it. We loved it. We made the switch to 100% this molasses. And then now, it's just about been 2 years. So that rum will start to come online now. Our New England white rum is all 100% Crosby's molasses and has been.
Sorry, Maggie, I've lost my earphones. I need my tech team because tech team.
tag team.
Oh, I got you. No, I got you. I was
Okay,
like,
you can hear me?
earphones have died. And I'm in high heels, so I can't run. I don't know why I'm wearing high heels. I might actually just take them off. I was like, I can't hear Maggie. But we're fine now. We're fine. And trying to walk in high heels is just not something I'm good at. But sorry, no, you were saying that you aged it for 1 year, and then I kind of
Yeah, we aged the test batch for 1.5 years, and then we made the switch over, and that was just about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I have the exact date. I think it's a throw party. I think it's like October 16th. We made the full switch over, just using them. So our New England white rum has been made from that for almost 2 years now. But our age stock will just be coming online. And when you're a distiller, like this is how it works. You decide you want to do something, and then it's like, it's a process and it's time. And that's what it takes. It's not that you're not working in code where you change a line of code and hit enter and then everything's the way you want it. It's a very slow and steady, everyday ritual, everyday work to get to someplace hopefully special someday. So to me, 8 years is very quick. Christmas is tomorrow. Spring is a week away. Like it's all, time is very different for me, I think.
Well, I mean, it's funny. I think times change for all of us right now, and it's weird, Like I was just like, how is it? Well, I think it's August now. Right now, I have no idea, but I'm pretty sure it's August because I think we've crossed over 12 o'clock. And it's like it is. I think for you guys, because you have, and I think testament to kind of what you guys are doing, and yeah, the liquid was outstanding. I get excited about product to that extent, maybe about 4 times a year. And I just left that tasting when we were tasting single barrels, and I was just like, why was this not in my life before? I've been cheated. I've known Maggie for over a year, and I only just find this now in my life. But it was really just and actually what I would love to do is taste your new make, because I think that's where you really get to the soul of a distillery, is in the new make. And I always say, when I look at kind of Balvenie, I always get honey in the new make. Joy says she always gets orange in her distillates. I always get red apple in Glenfiddich. I think there's certain, or Glenlivet, sorry, there's certain tells on things. And I'd be really super interested to understand if kind of the things I'm getting is cask, or is it in the distillate? And I think new make is always the soul of the distillery. And Richard's just said, I'm too busy with gin. So I'd just like to announce publicly that all Foursquare products will forthwith be delisted from the Whisky Exchange.
Getting yourself in trouble.
Richard, behave. Richard's permanently in trouble.
Yeah, so Jim and Crosby's was Canadian. They are Canadian, but like Northern Maine kind of is Canada.
Like a hop, skipping across, like a jump across the border. Surely it's the same country.
Everything up there is like, all the signs are in kilometers. They take Canadian money everywhere. And then like our distiller, his fiance is from very Northern Maine. And like, yeah, she grew up speaking French like her whole life. And whenever we're hanging out with people who know her, they're like, oh, where is Jessica? And I'm like, who is that? I don't know who that is. Northern Maine.
It's like the borders in Scotland. We don't talk about that. But I think what's super interesting with what you guys are doing, and and I kind of, I want to go back to this idea of terroir, is that and actually it's maybe bring Andrew on down. We should have had Andrew here. I kind of want to know why did he pick Ipswich? How did he start? Yeah, I get it, because it's the Cabot family, but what was his kind of process to kind of thinking, Yeah, I think a distillery is a great idea, and I'll just set that up and produce some damn straight awesome rum. And then how the hell did you get there? Because, you know, as you said, you're LA and Denver and all over. How did you end up there?
Yeah, so with Andrew, there really is, you know, I think of all the brands that kind of have like a made up name and then like some romantic story about some made up name or just some person plucked out of history or whatever. Whereas this is like genuinely inspired by a real life person who happens to be a direct, ancestor of the person who started this company. And he really did take a lot of ideas from these privateers that, you know, it was very class transgressive. It was very, you know, back then it was very, if you were rich, you lived on Capitol Hill. And if you weren't, you were never going to live there. And this entire group of privateers where they saw this opportunity to really make their name, and they did. And the historic Andrew Cabot absolutely did. He became this really successful privateer, took that money and then turned it into a number of businesses here, including the distillery. And I think Andrew saw that idea of that entrepreneurial spirit of doing what other people wouldn't and going where other people aren't, which to me is very like Art of War, right? Because I'm like the philosophy student.
Yeah.
Go where they are not. And so he sort of was like, you know what, he just had this moment of inspiration of this rum distillery. It's American manufacturing. I want to make something for real that's in the real world. He had, you know, done other things in like biotech, et cetera, but this was like a real product that at the end of the day, you sat down, you looked at something and you said, I made that. And he also saw that, you know, if you wanted to start a vodka company, you needed millions of dollars for marketing. And if you wanted to start a whiskey company and make fine whiskey, the market was really saturated at the time. This was the height of like every craft whiskey ever. And so I think he saw in rum in 2011 in the US market, there was not much going on as far as like, no, you should totally buy this like really nice rum. That was not like a discussion that was really common, particularly just with average consumers back then. So I think he saw this real opportunity that, you know, while all these brands in the US in 2011 were trying to be like, you know, the cheapest liter or the cheapest case deal, I'm going to go where they're not and do what they're not interested in doing, which is the only way my business can survive because I'm going to be small. I'm not going to have these systems of scale. I'm not going to have, you know, the cheapest molasses or the cheapest labor. Believe me, Massachusetts labor costs are a lot. And, you know, I'm not going to be able to do that. What I can do is try and make really, really tasty rum that people are like, can earn an extra $1 or $2 instead of like cutting corners to save 5 or 10 cents. So he really saw that chance. And it was really fortunate that he came across Hubert Germain Robin. So Hubert Germain Robin, 5th generation cognac family, went to Northern California in the 90s and started Germain Robin. So sort of in the US, a famous brandy maker, very much in the style of cognac spirits. And so we would, you know, I had already been learning about distilling. It was my first career. It's what I wanted to do. And I had written Germain Robin saying, you know, you're the greatest at this. I have a background in wine. I've been studying distilling. I know I'm really, really young. This is my like early 20s. But I'm in this coursework. This is my experience. And they were like, oh, we have a position. Do you want to come help? And I was really just writing them saying like, where can I learn about distillation? And so I like picked up my life, moved across the country like that, and went and worked there. And Hubert and I were both very, very dedicated to getting it right, very high quality, the daily ritual, just trying to make every little thing right so that when it all came together, it all made sense. And, you know, I had a natural aptitude for barrel tasting and beginning to build blends and things like that. And understanding when you taste a cask, is this, what's the potential? Can it age this long? Is it of this quality level? Like, what does that singular cask say to me, and where can it go? And what is it capable of? And what is it not capable of? And so we really connected. over this kind of stuff. And I had left Germain Raban, and Hubert had met Andrew, and Andrew said, I'm really looking for a distiller. There's a lot of production people out there that are like, okay, A plus B equals C, and they can run the equipment. But like, I don't want someone who's going to like play on their iPad all day. I want someone who's going to be kind of like really, really into this, really challenge me, really push, and like probably make me uncomfortable and like how obsessed with quality they are. And Hubert said, oh, I know the woman for you. So Hubert called me and begged me to come out.
He knew you.
So Hubert called me and begged me to come out here. At the time, I was working for I was selling like amazing, beautiful wines. I was like, I don't know, I'm fine. And he was like, no, just promise me you'll meet him. And I think I sat down, and now that like, I know you've like spoken with Andrew, so you know him a bit. I literally sat down with him for 5 minutes, and it was like, cool, moving my life here, selling my house. So I like to joke that like rum picked me. Like I didn't really have much say in it. The universe was like, this is what you're doing now.
Yeah.
It just happened. And I didn't really say anything. It just was like, this is what's happening now. So yeah, for me, that's how I ended up here. It's how I ended up working with Andrew. It's, one of the best friendships of my life, and we challenge each other a lot, but we work really well together. And our team is amazing. Dylan's now been with us, almost 6 years. Peter's just about to have his 8th year with us.
Wow.
And that's our distilling team. So yeah, it's a really great crew, and we're really, really proud of what we're doing, but we also know we're still really tiny. We are still, pretty insignificant, and trying to get older stocks and trying to grow, but really sustainably and healthy, which is, whenever people are frustrated that our rum isn't out there, it's because we're really trying to do it right, and not just overexpand and overstress our inventory, and, not let the rum get better and better and better. So for us, that's the goal. It has to, but like I said earlier, the only reason someone's going to pick up a bottle of Privateer is because they hopefully think it's good. It's not because of a marketing campaign. It's not because of any influencers. It's not because of any brand ambassadors. The only way they've probably heard about our rum is if someone liked it. So that's it. That's the whole enchilada. We can never, ever.
And you know what, Maggie? I think that's the best marketing. And actually, Meredith, I've been looking at that comment for a while, and I'm glad that my tech team is on fire in the back there. I think it's a really great question. Did Andrew know about this, sort of that maritime climate, or was it just sheer luck?
It was kind of luck. I mean, there's a reason why there were distilleries here before. I think any environment, I think Richard said something in the comments earlier about just be in your environment, make for your environment, embrace your environment, and express your environment. So, I think desert climates can age beautiful stuff. Tropical climates can obviously make beautiful things. So I think there's beauty to be had, but obviously I think that being on a salt marsh, for anyone who's ever been near one, they have this intense oceanic smell, and any alcohol is a solvent. It's going to absorb the flavor of whatever it comes into contact with. Maybe not a lot, but you're going to notice it. And break the link with your environment. Let the spirit reflect your environment. Exactly. So yeah, it's you really want to just be there now. So I think it was a little bit of luck that he got this warehouse in Ipswich on a salt marsh that's protected. Like there's like foxes running through our salt marsh, like coming up to our back window. Like it's really sweet.
I think I was reading your comments when Angelo was making his daiquiri, which was just the best daiquiri ever. I mean, who makes it? I love the fact he was just like, yes, I went to the tomato plants outside Bellier, and like in the garden. I'm like, And it was biodynamic. When I know, I was like, who has a biodynamic tomato plant? I mean, like this is unheard of. But that's Bellier, and that's Angelo, and that's Luca, and I was just sitting there going, and I saw your comment about, we have foxes that run around. I was like, what is going on here?
Foxes and deer, yeah. Yeah, they eat the mint. We get some wild grapes, some Concord grapes that grow out in our salt marsh, and they come up and eat the grapes. It's so cute. So yeah, I'm like, I'll just sit here and watch the foxes eat grapes. You guys are good, right?
Yeah. Well done.
So yeah, we really have like such a beautiful environment, and I think a lot of it was he just knows. It's funny, even times when he'll throw out a wild idea and I really resist it, and obviously he's right. He just kind of just knows. He just has that brain, and so yeah, we're just really fortunate to be there, and every drop is fermented, distilled, aged, and bottled right there. There's no other warehouses, nothing. It's just right there, which is really special. And it's something we're really lucky to do.
And I think, that goes back to what we've kind of pulled through this whole session, actually, is that what's so important is where and how and why and who. I think the who is often forgotten, and we're doing a campaign on the Whisky Exchange next month, or this month because it's August, about Meet the Maker. Because for me, actually, we don't buy product, we often buy people. And we buy into the brands or the products because we've met someone and we've engaged with them and we've had a connection with someone. And in a really funny way, and we used to do that at trade shows and things like that, and that's kind of gone right now. But I think things like this have actually allowed us to engage on a much more interesting level. And I've asked a lot more questions than I've asked in probably since I was like a young sommelier, when I was just like so keen. I was like, I need to know everything you're telling me about the wine.
What are your rootstocks?
I want your rootstocks, your yeast, and everything.
Yeah.
What bug is landed on your Merlot grape? And I kind of think I didn't lose that inquisitiveness, because it's always been there and I've always been interested, but I think I've just learned how to ask the questions. And I think that went back to what Sly said. It's learning to ask the questions. And I don't think that just is about kind of the political and everything. I think it's also learning to ask the questions again about the product. Because I think we forgot to ask the questions because we were so happy enjoying the people and everything that we stopped the rest of it. But and I'm so glad that we spent that, God knows, it was probably about an hour and a half together tasting, because honestly, I came out of that so freaking like insanely stoked that it was amazing. And I can't wait for these two little babies. And actually, one thing we haven't touched on is your marks.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting here looking at
a couple different marks there you got there. So
a YF and a RF. Would you like to elaborate on that, Maggie?
Yeah. So we have a couple different marks, and it's always growing. It's always growing. But essentially, our marks are built off of the substrate. So like, all single origin Crosby's molasses, and, and then how it was fermented, and then how it was distilled. And then we have a little bit of variation in how things are aged. So for fermentation, we have different blends of yeast. We're always having fun with yeast. Yeast is something I love.
And I think those of you that don't, both anyone at this time of night knows Maggie, probably doesn't know me, but yeast is kind of a little kind of love a bit of yeast.
We both love fermentation, and so different blends. We always allow wild yeast to play a role. We never sterilize any of our fermentation. So there's always wild yeast at play and wild bacteria at play for character. But we will also inoculate with different yeast, different blends of yeast, making sure they all get along, because that's super important. You can't just mix any yeast together, guys. And then distillation. So everything at Privateer is double distilled. It's all batch distillation. And everything is always first time pot distilled. And then the second distillation is either pot. It could be single column with 2 plates or 4 plates or 6 plates or 8 plates or whatever variety in there we feel like. And And then at the end of the day, we kind of tease that the guys will taste it, especially Pete. This is very much his specialty, is tasting it and deciding exactly what cask it's intended to. So is it going in a used brandy, a used bourbon, a used rye, a brand new oak barrel, our own used rum barrel. And so all of these things kind of get their own designation that builds until you eventually read out the full mark. And then, of course, with
which I'm not going to give that away.
We're not going to give that away. But yeah, so for us, it's definitely this process of building up our marks. We've put a much bigger emphasis on pot distillation in the last 4 years. We're actually going to try some single distillation after Ben Jones, so Spirit Bam here in the U.S., sort of Martinique, Clement, and Rum JM came to visit, and so we've talked about these. We're gonna try some. I'll do it, dude. I'll do it. We're gonna try it. And yeah, and then speaking of American rum, I should mention that we were the first people to ever distill rum at George Washington Distillery. So a historic,
Really?
Yeah, they excavated his original distillery and rebuilt it.
Wow.
And
Because he wrote the rum papers, then there was letters about rum, which I mean, I started that bit of the book and I was like, I need to have a bit of time to really digest these. I just don't think I'm going to even get there now. So that's amazing.
Yeah, so it was real old school distilling. Like, I was like, how do we get it in the still? Because it's fermenting in a barrel on its side and the top of the barrel's missing. And we used buckets and bucketed it into the still. And then we had to build a fire and then keep the fire alight. And it's just like wood smoke and singed molasses and everything's foaming over. It was really beautiful. It was so cold. And speaking of social issues, you know, obviously George Washington is human and, as always, is somewhat problematic. And, you know, thinking of someone like me who's wearing really professional workwear and has a nice bed to sleep in. We got to sleep in quarters at Mount Vernon, and thinking of, you know, the 4 enslaved men who did all of that work, with none of that support. It was brutal. Like, that's really, really intense. And I really appreciated how honest and transparent and forthright everyone at Mount Vernon is about the reality of slavery in George Washington's life. And so, yeah, they believe rum had never been made there, and that we were the first people to make this batch of rum in honor of the release of his papers and journals of his trips to Barbados in his younger life. And of course, he always had a love of Barbadian rum. So yeah.
And I mean, you know, I think that's amazing, and it's just testament to what you guys are all about, which is going back to the roots. And you know, all the way through these sessions, it's been go back to the roots, go back to who you are. You know, really understand. And you know, I think, yeah, actually, Maggie, I've got to ask this question. So, if you weren't drinking rum, what would you be drinking?
That's a good question. So Nicole Austin from George Dickel, she sent me their Bond and Bond. So I've known her like a while, and I'm so proud of her. She's so amazing. The facility she opened at Tullamore Dew is like incredible. Her work at George Dickel, like, I couldn't be prouder. And at the start of all of this, she sent me a little care package with that bottled in bond, which is amazing.
Oh, so jealous.
We've been drinking a lot of that. So I love you, Nicole. And then I drink quite a bit of wine, and probably,
of course.
Yeah, like Cru Beaujolais. I'm like, throw it in the fridge 20 minutes.
Oh,
I'm good. Like red wine. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm all over that, especially at this time of year when it's warm and sunny. I love it. We're on wine. Let's just, you know, fuck rum for the rest of the time. Let's just talk wine. This wine's so exciting, and I love it.
Yeah, there's some of those great,
you know,
great historic rum cocktails that have champagne. So there's some of those. But yeah, I would say that's some of the stuff we've been drinking lately, but yeah, I mean, I just love my rum. I had some of the Appleton 15 in an old fashioned the other night. It was lovely. Yeah, Dorley's is like a staple. I feel like if I don't have that, like it's not right. Like I'm like, I can't, like it's not finished. Like the bar isn't finished if that's not there. So yeah, just, it's always nice to visit the family too. The little rum family, a little taste.
Yeah. And, the last time we were all together was probably Rumfest in the UK, which was just so much fun. And, I was talking to, the session with Daniele and Shaky. And I just remember all of us being in trailer, and it was just such a funny night. And, I think it just is testament to how I remember seeing Zan's double in trailer, which was just the most scary thing ever. I have the photos. I'll send them over.
I love it. I love it. Yeah. And speaking of rum family, I mean, Gail saved me on that trip because I had a dinner at Vintners Hall. And
that's right. That's right.
And so for people, this is like a fancy wine dinner with like Jancis Robinson.
And she's a legend, by the way. She's like Joy Spence of Appleton. Like that's the level we're talking here.
I like the photo of me with her. You can tell she's like, is this woman my stalker? She's so amazing. So it's like Vintners Hall. It's super, super British, English, fancy. They like stomp the thing and scream your name when you enter the door. It's very strange. And I'm like a distiller, right? So I'm like, oh my goodness, I have to do this thing. And Gail was like, we're getting your brows done. We're getting your nails done. I'm taking you dress shopping. Like she saved my life. So, and that's like Rum family, right? Like we went shop, like it was in the middle of like Rum Fest. She's like, no, we're going to fix this. And she totally took care of me. It got me totally set up. It was like such big sister action. And that's like what we do for each other. We help each other at the airport when Zan is hungover in Chicago and we have a 7 a.m. flight and I'm like feeding him burritos. Like we all take care of each other and it's really special. It's very rare when people don't get along in rum. Like it's very rare. So we're so lucky to all have each other.
And Maggie, I mean, I am so happy to have you in my life. And I know we haven't been friends for long, but I feel like you're my sister. And sister in arms is maybe, or
you could say that we're
I might say,
and we're sisters in arms.
Maggie. We might say that. No, Maggie, thank you so much. And I know Mitch will want to say thank you to you as well, because we both absolutely adore you and love you. And we can't believe that we've been so blessed as to have you for 2 sessions, not even 1, but 2.
And thank you guys for putting this on. It's incredible. It's amazing. The supportive environment. Everyone has been so positive. It's been wonderful.
I was thinking just outside, Maggie, listening to you speak. I was like, I could listen to you speak about rum all day. And then I thought that's exactly what we're doing. Listen to everyone speak about rum all day, but really we could, yeah. It's amazing. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, girl. And we've come to the end of our
part 3.
Which means we're in the final stretch.
We're 18 hours in to our 24-hour rum marathon celebrating the 50th anniversary of Black Tot Day. So if you're still with us...
And there are some people...
Amazing. I'm not sure which time zone you're in, if you're here in the UK, if you're in Australia, America, where you are. But stay tuned, stay where you are. In a second, this stream will end. A new one will start. It'll be on the Black Tot Facebook pages and the Whisky Exchange Facebook. Just stay where you are, and a new one will start up in just a second. Share the stream, win a bottle of rum.
Share. Take us through to the end, guys, because we're going to need all of you.
We need your energy. We'll see you in the next stream. Part 4 coming up.